continued for the St. Louis Rams, the first of 3 number ones, and they wasted no time.
With the 12th pick in the 2001 draft, the St. Louis Rams select Damian Lewis, defensive tackle from the University of Miami.
This is always interesting in a draft when a major league contender and only 1 year removed Super Bowl champion can make an impact with picks or trades or both, like the St. Louis Rams are hoping to right here. And so Damian Lewis, well, this just in, Joe. Defense, defense, defense.
Total philosophical change. They're changing their entire defensive philosophy. Mike Martz was not happy with the play that he got. He wasn't happy with the effort. He told me this week, he said, 2 things I'm going to change defensively. We're going to change the attitude of this football team, and we're going to add speed. You know how much he loves speed, Mort. He loves on the offensive side of the ball. That's why they went for Trump candidate last year. Now you can see it again on the defensive side.
And he fits this Lovie Smith scheme. They changed the attitude when they hired these coaches. Lovie Smith a little bit more low-key, but Bill Kolar, the defensive line coach, fireball. Ron Meeks, secondary coach, fireball. Even the special teams coach, Bobby April, a fireball. So he's got change in personality in that coaching staff. But I also, you know, it's going to be a young 8 new starters on this defense is what Mike Martz expects to have. That's why Aeneas Williams was so important. It's going to be a young defense. He wanted a veteran guy to become a leader, and that's where Aeneas Williams fits with what they're going to do today.
Well, they end up with, they got Aeneas Williams for essentially a 4 and a 6. They traded Trent Green to St. Louis, and that, of course, enabled them to get this number 1 pick right here. They traded him to Kansas City, and they traded last month Kevin Carter, a former very high number 1 pick at defensive end, to Tennessee for their pick at 29. And now, by the way, in case you were wondering if Miami would have first-round picks 7 straight years, we did it 2 in a row. We went from Dan Morgan to Damian Lewis, and I think, Mort, you hit it right. And Mel, let's look at him. The quick scheme of the Tampa Bay style that Lovie Smith is going to play, and Damian Lewis certainly has that, doesn't he?
He's a great athlete. He saw him drop back into coverage at zone blitz package. He averaged 14 points, 11 rebounds as a basketball player in high school. And you go back to his redshirt freshman season, led all Miami defensive linemen with 72 tackles. Very instinctive, very quick. It's not a 3 technique. It's one of those penetrating defensive tackles. And you look at this past season, got broken foot early on in that loss to Washington. Had it not been for that injury, which hampered him most of the year, Damian Lewis would have been in the top 5 to 10. But talked about how important it is to get value. Forget about the senior year. Go back to those other seasons, and Damian Lewis was one of the best in the business.
You know, just a quick point there, attitude. We talk about the change in attitude. Here's a kid that plays with an injury. Right. I mean, those are the kind of people that you want on your football team. Guys that don't look for an excuse to leave, but guys that want to stay and play.
I don't think you can ever go wrong with Miami defensive linemen. Never can go wrong with the University of Miami defensive linemen.
Let me tell you, I mean, you don't need to be Dick Vermeil or anybody to figure out that, my God, we scored 540 points last year. Did the St. Louis Rams, as Mike Martz certainly was quick to see. But when you give up 471, no wonder you lose in the opening round of the playoffs. Here is step 1, Andrea Kramer, of what we expect to be, at least up front, a defensive day. It already has been in St. Louis.
Absolutely, Chris. Now, in the war room, there was basically no debate, and that's one reason why they made the pick for Damian Lewis so quickly. However, 2 picks earlier, there was a huge sigh of relief when Green Bay selected Jamal Reynolds. That's because the Rams had 3 guys rated right there: Dan Morgan, Jamal Reynolds, Damian Lewis. They had a feeling that Carolina would go for Morgan, so when Jamal went and they knew that they could still get their guy Damian Lewis, they were very, very relieved. They also looked back at when San Francisco took Andre Carter and thought there could be a run of defensive linemen. So definitely got their man in Damian Lewis, the Rams did.
Natural.
Well, we will have plenty, Andrea, to talk about all day long, as the Rams are scheduled to make 3 first-round picks. On a day they got Aeneas Williams. And you talk about a team working quickly. How about Jacksonville? O-line, Hutchison, is that it?
They can help themselves here.
With the 13th choice in the 2001 draft, Jacksonville Jaguars select Marcus Stroud, defensive tackle from Georgia.
Well, that was, I'll be honest with you, that was the word this morning, that Tom Coughlin, so impressed by what the Baltimore Ravens have done with the big defensive tackles, the Saraguses, the Sam Adams, that he really felt that was the way to go. And I mean, when I heard Stroud this morning, I said, okay, if some other guys aren't there, but Kenyatta Walker, when you've lost Leon Searcy and you've got a great offensive lineman like Walker, I'm surprised.
How about Steve Hutchinson? You know, guard tackle out of Michigan. You got a Hutchinson and Walker sitting there. My opportunity there is to say, hey, we stole one of the best players in this draft. Marcus Stroud is a guy I don't think played to the level every week of his talent.
Well,
and to me, he is not a Sam Adams type. He is a guy I think has to be developed. I think this is a stretch. I think it's to a point where in this draft where you could have got a much better player in Walker or Hutchinson than Marcus Stroud.
6'6", 320 from Georgia. One of those tackles from Georgia, the two of them, obviously very strong. But you think this is high? I mean,
I don't say high, Chris, because he would have figured to go right in this general area, but a stretch when you say Hutchinson and Walker, who I thought were two of the elite players, Mort, I had them graded out as the nobody in this draft had a higher grade than Walker and Hutchinson. They were the same as those 7 to 12 we mentioned. Marcus Stroud was not in that group.
No, but despite all the losses Jacksonville suffered in free agency, I think that Tom Coughlin still says, I still got the Brunells, Freddie Taylors, the receivers. Our offensive line improved last year. We were 7th in offense.
But you lost Fordham and you lost Searcy, Mort, and you got a quarterback in Brunell. Has to be able to stay healthy. That's a question with that knee.
I'm surprised they passed on one of those two offensive
I'm shocked. I mean, that is a shocking first-round pick as far as I'm concerned.
Well, they were snake bit a couple of years ago when all those defensive players got hurt, and they kind of fell from where they were, and they...
Tom Donald, happy man.
Well, oh, God, yes. Buffalo has some intriguing choices they didn't think they would have. We'll go to the cab driver next.
We didn't reinvent the wheel, just the internet. With AT&T Broadband, our pipeline will transform your online experience. Plus, you'll get big savings. Get this great deal on AT&T at home with a lightning-fast connection that's always on. Avoid the frustrations of dial-up service and keep your phone line open. Call now for this limited-time offer and save big. Isn't it time you reinvented your internet experience?
Menards is your link to saving big money. Protect children and pets with galvanized chain link fencing. It's maintenance-free and on sale. A 48-inch by 50-foot roll is $21.89. Set posts for fences, mailboxes, or clotheslines fast and simple with Stone Mason Instant Post Cement. Just pour and add water. It sets in 10 minutes with no mixing. On sale $3.99 a 40-pound bag. Get rock-solid savings at Menards.
Save big money at Menards. You can do it! You can do it! Go, Jorge! Go! 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 You can do it! Yeah!
Thanks, Jorge.
I love you so much!
I'm Jason Williams, and this is ESPN, the magazine's brand new mascot, Maggie the Magazine. I guess she's supposed to represent how great the magazine is, but mostly she just gives people the creeps.
Welcome back to the NFL Draft 2001. SportsCenter in-game is SportsCenter in-draft. So we'll get started with some of the top headlines of the draft so far. Of course, the Falcons move up in a deal with the Chargers, and they take Michael Vick with the #1 pick. The Chargers got first, third, next year second, and receiver Tim Dwight. Upsides of Vick, big arm, great running ability. Downsides, just 2 years of college football. One of today's big moves, the Rams agreed to a 3-year deal with Cardinals cornerback Aeneas Williams. St. Louis sends the Cards a 2nd-round pick and a 4th-round pick. The Rams hanging on to all 3 first-round picks. They took Miami defensive tackle Damian Lewis with their first pick. The NFL looking forward to next season. The NBA's 2nd season began today. The Sixers swept the Pacers this season. The Pacers knocked the Sixers out of the playoffs the last 2 years. Right now, the Sixers beating up the Pacers 57-40 in the 3rd quarter. Allen Iverson just 8 points so far in this game. An NBA note, Jim O'Brien, who took over for Rick Pitino in Boston, is close to signing a 3-year deal with the Celtics. And from the NHL, Sharks right wing Teemu Solani told the San Francisco Chronicle he's been playing with a broken right thumb since Game 1, which explains why he's had trouble handling the puck. St. Louis leads the series 3-2. They can wrap it up. Game 6 this afternoon, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And in baseball, the Yankees are leading Boston 2-1 in the 3rd. Paul O'Neill with a 2-run shot. Detroit and Cleveland, this one was delayed by about 40 minutes because of rain. In the National League, the Reds leading, all tied up with the Mets now, 2-2. Sean Casey with a solo shot. Cubs and Pirates, no score in this one. And that's going to wrap up SportsCenter in-game for now. We'll see you again at the top of the hour. And right now, let's go back to Chris Berman in New York. Chris?
They want to make
All right, Susie, thank you very much. We are back in New York. We're about 2 hours in, and we had trades on Friday, and we've got some wheeling and dealing on Saturday. The Buffalo Bills, and there are more players who could be rated very high, like Kenyatta Walker, like Steve Hutchinson, like an intriguing player like Santana Moss. There are some names at certain positions. We haven't had one corner go yet. Remember that. They're all sitting right here. So if you're happy with a bunch of names, as apparently the Buffalo Bills are, you send the cab driver back out to pick up another fare at the airport, and you make a trade with Tampa Bay, which the Bills have just done. Tampa moves up 7 spots to number 14. So the Bills move down 7 spots to 21. They pick up a second-round pick as well. And look, a long time ago, Tampa Bay had a left tackle who just retired named Paul Gruber, who slid. Do you see a similarity here for what Tampa might want?
I'll tell you, it looks great. I think you have to say, hey, Jacksonville did Tampa Bay a favor. They select Marcus Stroud when you had Hutchinson and you had a kid like Kenyatta Walker. I think is an elite talent. I mean, this is a kid that played right tackle, but played left tackle in high school and in fall practice this past season. Look at the best available. Walker, an outstanding prospect. Hutchinson, I think, is one of the safest picks in round 1. Rod Gardner, I compare his natural pass receiving skills to Chris Carter. You know I'm loyal to Deuce. Deuce had a tough year with the injuries, and I think he is going to be a heck of a back who proves the doubters wrong. Jeff Backus started 49 straight games at left tackle for Michigan, and you look at the corner still on the board. They figure to go in the mid to latter portion of round 1.
Rich McKay, the general manager of the Bucs, told me last night that they would not move up unless somebody special was there, and it's got to be Walker.
He is special, I'll tell you that.
Throw Hutchinson back. I mean, they weren't sure any of those names would be there. They're all there.
They have a Super Bowl team missing a part.
Richie McKay, an underrated man at working the draft. I'll talk about that in a minute. He's not mentioned with draft day deals very much. He should be. Here may be another one.
With the 14th pick in the 2001 draft, acquired by trade from Buffalo, Tampa Bay is selecting Kenyatta Walker, tackle from the University of Florida.
Well, they got all those Pro Bowl guys, you know, Christie at center and the moves that they made, but they need a homegrown, and when a homegrown tackle who's a local product. He's a Gator going there. I mean, that was a position. They get McDaniel and Christie, but tackle is what they need. Is it Gruber-esque? Well, if he plays as well as Paul Gruber, my God, do they have a steal.
He is an immediate hole filler Mort at left tackle for a team that thinks they can move on to the Super Bowl.
And he's a guy, remember, he's going to have to protect Brad Johnson, who needs protection for them to get done what they want.
You look at him at right tackle here, and you see the balance. I mean, he was beaten, it looked like initially, but he kept his feet, kept his balance, and he did the job. Here again, protecting the quarterback, very experienced in that area, in that Florida-style offense. Now, when you look at moving to left tackle, sure, he didn't play that position in Florida. He practiced there in the fall when Mike Pearson was hurt. He played there his entire career at the prep level in Mississippi, where he earned All-American honors. And you look at 6'4.5", about 315, 31.5 vertical, and here he is right there against Warren. You see the ability in pass protection. That's the key, Mort. As you said, protecting the blind side for Brad Johnson.
Yeah, but you talk about protecting and protecting and protecting. You guys, we're talking about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, please. I think one of the problems that they have run into over the last couple of years is trying to change and figure out who they are on offense. They wanted Sean King a couple of years ago, really felt comfortable. That didn't work out. They go get a Brad Johnson. Now, Brad Johnson is in a situation where I don't know whether it's him coming in that's going to help them or just having Clyde Christensen decide on what they want to do on offense. To me, this is a football team that has to go back and establish the run, build in a play-action game, let Keyshawn get his catches as they go, and then develop that style of offense. Once you do that, let the defense go out and do their things, then you're going to be the Tampa Bay Bucs that will compete for a title.
I just find it intriguing, with all due respect to the New York Football Giants, who had a wonderful season and getting to the Super Bowl, and all due respect to the Vikings, who many thought, got the championship game and go, the NFC favorites, there is no question, are St. Louis and Tampa Bay. There is no question in my mind. I think you agree with me. And for teams like this, at least at this stage of the draft, to be making moves that will affect how they play immediately for all 16 games, I, as a football fan, find fascinating. It's great. They're going to meet again on Monday night in St. Louis in late November. That was the game of the year last year on Monday night. Sal Paolantonio, wheeling and dealing down in Tampa Bay. That's why you're there. You on the boat?
Not yet, but we will be probably during the season, Chris. Don't forget, this is a team that gave up 26 sacks in the second half of the season after only giving up 12 in the first half of the season. So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers wanted to increase their pass protection and consistency on the passing offense for Brad Johnson. They didn't want to bring in a big home run hitter who would compete with Keyshawn Johnson. One of the things, as a matter of fact, Joe Theismann mentioned, just get consistency on offense, a play-action game, get the ball to Keyshawn Johnson earlier in the first quarter, get his excitement and energy going, and that's the way to do it, is to get some pass protection for Brad Johnson. And by the way, they really, really liked Steve Hutchinson, and it came down to one of those two players, Chris.
All right, Sal, thank you very much. I mean, they, you know, Richie McKay's first draft was the year before Tony Dungy was the head coach. It was in 1995. That was the year that Warren Sapp slid. He made a move to get Sapp lower value. I mean, he was still in the upper half of the first round when everybody was questioning, okay? And then by moving down, he got some extra twos to move back up at the bottom of the first round, and he picked Derek Brooks. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find two draft picks in the first round, this was 95, equivalent of Warren Sapp and Derek Brooks, two of the premier defensive players, and he's hoping that lightning strikes again 6 years later. Let's... Kenyatta Walker, Chris Fowler may have gone a little bit farther down than he thought, but my goodness, it's a commute from Gainesville to Tampa. He's got to like that.
Dang, he got scared for a minute.
He was scared, Chris. I'll tell you what, in a city of anxious people, this guy right here was the most anxious of all until about 3 minutes ago. You were worried about being the last guy left in that green room. You were very anxious about this whole process over which you have almost no control. You have to be extremely relieved right now.
Hey, I can breathe again, honestly. I was a little anxious. You know, I'm Tampa Bay. That's perfect. You know, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to play. I'm ready to show them, for the people who didn't pick me, why they should have.
Is that a little fuel in the tank now? There were some teams that passed on you. You slid down further than a lot of folks had you rated. You sat back there and sweated until nobody else was left in that room. I know it's been the last hour has been very tough on you.
Well, you know, with coming up here, you knew that, you know, this could happen, you know, and I kind of knew that, and I took that chance. But, you know, everything worked out fine for me, and I'm happy. I'm very excited to be going to Tampa Bay, you know, and I'm ready to play.
Your mom was a school teacher for 31 years, a very tough intimidator. You told me yesterday she wasn't aware even what position you played on the football field until very recently, and actually fell asleep, took naps at Florida Gators games at Florida Field, which is the loudest place in the world.
You know, I love my mom, and I know she's excited. I know she was very nervous back there. She was worse than me, but, you know, now it's over, and, you know, I give thanks to everybody who, you know, has got me here, and I'm very blessed right now, you know.
Wish you the best, Kenyatta. Chris, this is really a side of this draft for the college players who feel totally in control and comfortable on the football field, but very out of control, very uncomfortable, waiting to see what team they're going to be selected by.
Yeah, it is never easy. We remember Thurman Thomas in '88, but Kenyatta Walker thought that they would be going to the Bengals. Now he goes to Tampa Bay. Okay, so it costs him $1 or $2, but he's a buck. We'll be back.
How to speak Australian.
Cheers. Right.
Would you look at that?
Calamari. Beer. Foster's. Australian for beer.
No mess is too big for this baby. Perfect for your biggest problem areas.
But a vacuum.
Yes! You missed a spot.
Could you lift your feet up? It works.
Spring cleaning. All it takes is the right equipment and your Visa card. It's every way you want.
The only thing zestier than eating a crunchy Taco Bell taco is eating 2 crunchy Taco Bell tacos. And right now you can double up on America's #1 taco for just 99 cents. 2 crunchy tacos for 99 cents.
1, 2, zeste!
Get them at the Bell.
This weekend, Enterprise Rent-A-Car announces special low rates from just $9.99 a day. Friday till Monday from just $9.99 a day. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
1-800-RENT-A-CAR.
Una nueva era en televisión deportiva está aquí. ESPN Deportes. Ahora ESPN es en español. Los domingos por la noche no se pierda Major League Baseball. Y muy pronto la NFL y boxeo. Los domingos por la noche, cada palabra en español. Toda la acción de los deportes se encuentra en ESPN. Presentado por quienes mejor lo hacen. ESPN Deportes. Los domingos a las 7:30.
And now we're in New York with the most talked about team last year, albeit a disappointing season. The preseason Super Bowl favorite, yet 8-8 finishing Washington Redskins. They were high on the hog as Daniel Snyder brought in, well, the top 2 of the top 3 picks, number 2 and number 3, and Samuels you were looking at, and LeVar Arrington. And big money spent on free agents, Dion and Bruce Smith. And of course there was Stephen Davis to carry the ball. Mid-season optimism when they beat the Eagles and the Giants in the middle of the year. But yet late in the season, losses to the Cards, Eagles, Giants cost Norv Turner his job. Our good friend and one of the classier people in this game, Marty Schottenheimer, is the new coach. But the Washington Redskins, very difficult. The hardest thing in sports, great expectations, even for this veteran team. And frankly, there is no question that for many people last year, and it's a proud franchise, I'm not saying because you're here, Joe, the Redskins are another one of those proud franchises. Many people found that rooting for the Redskins last year was like rooting for the Russians.
Like
rooting for the Russians.
But I just want to say something. I want to make it perfectly clear. There is absolutely no way that I could ever work for Daniel Snyder.
Oh, Marty.
Maybe I got a chance of working there next year. You know, and actually, it's a good choice to have Marty there. It really is. I know what Marty said, and it's an evaluation. But I think he looked at the opportunity of going in, having something to work with, having a Bruce Smith, having a Deion Sanders, having a Darrell Green, having a Stephen Davis. And you look at this football team, he can play his style of football. He's brought his people in, Jimmy Ray and Kurt. They've come in now and become a part of that franchise.
But really have a Deion Sanders. I mean, I don't think this Marty...
Deion is done.
Well, you just mentioned Deion.
I know, but they brought him in, but he's done.
If he's not there at the start of training camp, I don't see Marty Schottenheimer having anything to do with him.
Darrell Green should start at corner for them.
You know what we're talking about, Marty? He comes with an impressive resume. Okay, not a Super Bowl, but you try to put up the job he did in Cleveland, where they were perennial contenders. My God, could they knock on the door anymore? And what he did in Kansas City, you look at his overall 150 and 96. I mean, this is a man that understands how to win. This is a man that understands veteran players. And their best shot in his 4-year contract is right now. Right now with this year. Would you agree?
I absolutely agree. It all depends, again, on Jeff George. What do they want to do offensively? How well will their wide receivers perform? James Thrash is gone. Albert Connell is gone. They've lost some speed. The pick I would love here, and it probably won't, Santana Moss. They need somebody to be. I know they're not. I know they're not. I know they're not. But I'm just saying. To me, you lose your kick returner. You need some speed, some quickness, and I don't buy into the big receiver theory. When I'm a quarterback and I'm throwing the football, I'm throwing through holes in the defense. Whether a guy is 6'3" or 5'10" doesn't matter to me.
Marty inherited a team full of holes, guys. Look. Hey, they don't have guards. They need receivers. The quarterback thing is shaky. He only has 4 draft picks. He might even trade to get more draft picks.
Who better knows that than a man that helped them, that ran their drafts the last couple of years after running San Francisco's before that, Vinny Serrato, who along with Billy Devaney, who was with the Chargers for so many years as personnel directors, are helping us out in all of our ways here at ESPN. And so Vinny, my cousin Vinny, is down there with Chris Fowler, and I think he's got some insights, Chris.
I think so. We made our trade with our team. Marty Schottenheimer goes to Washington. Vinny comes here. You've heard the debate a little bit about what the Skins should do with this pick. What would you do with it?
Well, I think it definitely has to be a wide receiver. Westbrook coming back off of injury. Albert Cannell's gone. They just re-signed Kevin Lockett, who really started 6 games. I think Rod Gardner's a perfect fit in the NFC East. Big, strong, physical receiver. Rod Gardner's my choice, and I know that's Mel's choice also.
He's the guy from Clemson. There are a number of receivers that a lot of teams have rated very differently, but there may not be a consensus, shall we say, in Washington between the owner and everybody on which receiver fits in.
I think if it was up to the owner, I think Dan Snyder likes Santana Moss. All season long he was saying, check out Santana Moss, check out Santana Moss. But, Chris, they could also look at corner with Deion Sanders. He's leading the IHL, or the International League in hitting at 422, and Darrell Green's 41. So they could go Nate Clements at corner also.
They've got this pick. You say receiver. What do the Redskins have to do in this day to shore up real quick besides that receiver?
Well, I think they need an offensive right guard. They'll play Mookie Moore at left guard. And the defense has come back. They were 4th in defense. They just have to stay healthy. Corey Raymer's back healthy and get Jeff George to do what they want him to do, and they've got a chance to be okay on offense.
You get, Vinny, you got that draft day look in your eyes. You're keyed up, Chris.
You know, and I know that draft day look, although our draft day look after a while is a glaze. Well, a man that was a #1 pick in 1969 by the San Francisco 49ers. Now, among the officers in the NFL, Gene Washington will handle now the podium. So a #1 pick, announcing a #1 pick. And fittingly, it's...
With the 15th selection of the 2001 draft, the Washington Redskins select wide receiver Rod Gardner from Clemson.
For Gene Washington, it's a receiver is the first pick that he announces in the number.
You know what's interesting here is Vinny Serrano just mentioned that the owner, Daniel Snyder, wanted Santana Moss, was dying to have Santana Moss. The fact that it is Gardner tells you who is running the show in Washington, and it isn't George Bush.
No, well, he's running the big picture. Let's take the big picture. He's got that one. But
well, here's the little picture. Here's Gardner, who, you heard Vinny say it, and Mel, 6'2", 219, 2,400 yards in receiving at a school that has receivers in Clemson. 159 catches, second best in the school's history.
Chris, he is the best and the highest rated receiver coming into this program since Jerry Butler. And you talk about Jerry Butler, 5th overall pick of the Buffalo Bills way back in 1979. You see him lay out to pull in that reception. Not a lot of separation with Rod Gardner. The guy is very physical as a receiver, 6'2 1/4", 217 pounds. Look at the body control, the hand-eye coordination. He attacks the ball, and certainly he'll get off the jam. There's pressure cornerbacks in the NFC East. And I think when you look at Rod Gardner, a guy that will come right in and have a major impact. I was obviously a big fan of Rod Gardner. I gave him the equal in terms of grade to any other player in the draft. So I am a huge Rod Gardner fan.
All right, bigger question. They need receiver. There's no question about that. Bigger question. How long, if things don't go well out of the gates, how long does the owner do what he says with Marty and leave everything alone?
I think he does. I don't think he gets himself involved as actively as he has in the past. I believe this is Marty's show to run. Now, that's a credit to Daniel Snyder. Like any young guy who takes over anything or comes into our league, there's a learning process.
Yes.
Daniel Snyder is learning how to be an owner. I believe the hiring of Marty is a step in that process, and a good step. I think Daniel said, look, I've hired a good person. I'm going to let him do the job. I'm going to be the fan. I'm going to get excited. If we lose, I'm going to be mad. But it's Marty's football team to run.
And I think Marty made it clear with Snyder that, hey, one time you come in here and you want to voice yourself, that's fine. Second time, you be paying me off my $10 million and I'll be walking.
Well, and I think that Daniel Snyder, we said this on primetime emphatically during the season. He didn't become a successful businessman by not learning. And if he's done, as you've said, he has a passion and he's learned, we think, and if he has, then that can only benefit the Washington Redskins. Now, we say all that. Vinny Serrano, you were inside the closed doors yet. Do you think that this will be a quiet period, even if things don't go well for Marty?
Well, I think so. I think he's given total control to Marty, and I think he's saying, Marty, you've got experience. You've done it before. Take the reins and run with it, and I'm going to stay in the background and let you do your thing.
Well, we all hope. Hey, look, Marty didn't take the job hoping that was going to be the case right out of the gates. Why, let's go down to Sal Paolantonio in Tampa for some thoughts on why the Skins with Gardner versus another receiver. Sal?
Well, Chris, look at this from another perspective. If you remember at the NFL owners' meetings, Marty Schottenheimer was asked, who is the best team, which is the best team in the NFC East? And he replied, the Philadelphia Eagles. They have Donovan McNabb. All they need is a wide receiver, a big play wide receiver. And the guy that the Eagles coveted was Rod Gardner. Tom Modrak, the director of football operations in Philadelphia, loved Gardner. And that was the guy they were targeting. If they were going to go up to get any wide receiver, it would have been Gardner. So this is a way for Schottenheimer to get his guy and take away a division rival's potential big playmaker, Chris.
Well, that's very interesting that you say that, Sal. And I think we have a gentleman that works with us that's played a little quarterback in Philly that understands that exactly Gardner would have been a guy that Philly would have gone up to get. And Ron Jaworski, you like this pick for Schottenheimer, don't you?
Absolutely. And, you know, one thing, if you watch those tapes on Rod Gardner, you see a guy that can block. And if you know you're going to play for Marty Schottenheimer's offense, they're going to run the football, and the wide receivers have to block. But I was also very fortunate in my career to play with a wide receiver, Harold Carmichael, and height does make a difference. He can go up and catch the football. And what I love about Rod Gardner, he can get off the bump and run and the jam at the line of scrimmage, and he can separate. When you look at this tape here, you'll see a guy that will go up and take the football away. You got to love this kind of stuff. The quarterback will see the bump and run coverage. Hey, you get this coverage with a big, quick, strong wide receiver, audible to the fade. Good stick to the inside. Just freeze that corner for one split second. Now, club him, beat him, get him off you, and run up the field, not to the sideline. A lot of NFL receivers run to the sideline, give the quarterback nowhere to throw the football. You'll see the throw here out in the box. Gives the quarterback room. You see the room to the sideline. Makes it an easier throw for the quarterback. But you saw the separation at the line of scrimmage. You saw the strength when he came off the line and clubbed the guy to get him away. And then you saw the smart, heady play of giving room for the quarterback to drop the ball in the box, Boomer. I like this pick by Marty.
Well, we all agree, Jaws, that the Redskins made an intelligent pick. Remember, one of those Skins receivers went up to Philadelphia, not in this regard, but James Thrash. Washington opens at 1-15 San Diego with Doug Flutie. Washington will be a favorite on the road. First Swamp pick of the season. Bolts as a dog at home. Daniel Snyder, give me the phone, Marty. I don't know. I hope not. I hope not. I'm giving you a possible scenario in September to file away. When we return, the Steelers, son of Marty, Bill Cowher, will make the pick for the Steelers. We'll be back in New York.
After 6 weeks, how does the Dr. Scholl's Dynastep Sport Insert feel?
Before I tried the inserts, I had shin splint pain. Now I don't.
It's clinically proven among athletes to provide immediate relief from lower body pain.
When I play basketball, my lower back is much, much better.
Treat yourself right at drscholz.com.
Space Cowboys soars higher on DVD. Will you get a load of this? Loaded with astonishing DVD extras, you'll experience the last frontier like never before. Space Cowboys. Own it on DVD.
Game at McDonald's. There's cash on every card.
That's easy, man. It's Mobile.
Yeah.
More money. Jefferson. Gotta be Jefferson. Love those presidents. Cash, baby.
You have a chance to win $1 to $1 million. There's a cash prize on every card. Can you find it?
You order more fries? More chances for cash. How many states begin with the letter W?
The Millionaire Game at McDonald's.
Bling, bling.
We love to see you smile.
Yeah, a couple octopi, please.
Going to see the Wings. Everyone loves a hat trick, Mike. But hockey is more than that.
Steve Yzerman and Sergei Fedorov.
He's right. A good fan goes deeper, understands forechecking, power play strategies.
Take it from NHL Tonight's Barry Melrose.
Hey, come back here.
Now that's a hat trick I've never seen.
Remember, to know is to love.
NHL Tonight, following tonight's game on ESPN2.
Welcome back to New York. 2.5 hours in. Atlanta using the pick that they traded up with San Diego yesterday to select Michael Vick. And in defense, 7 of the top 13 D-line. 5 players from Florida schools have been taken so far. Miami and Florida State and Florida. So now you talk about value with the 16-hole for Pittsburgh. Now there are some, I don't want to say slips, but maybe some surprises according to your board.
There are, Chris. Like Steve Hutchinson is the safest pick in round 1. He can play guard or tackle. Todd Heap can bring Tony Gonzalez type natural pass receiving skills to the tight end position. Then you'll see a run on corners, maybe starting here. But I think this will prove the point, even with Hutchinson there, that in the NFL right now, because of the salary cap, you have to fill needs. Best available player doesn't mean anything anymore. It's filling a need with that first round pick.
But I promise you, if you have a need today, or you don't have a need, say at guard, it'll be a need next year because you're going to lose somebody on a contract. So you better, I think you should look at the best player available, especially at a guard like Hutchinson with all the defensive tackles.
I think need is important because right now, you look at these teams, you're 1 or 2 players away from winning 1 or 2 more football games. That changes your posturing once you get into the playoffs. To me, teams like St. Louis really control this draft and in an unbelievable way.
How many rookies really make big-time contributions that year?
I think if you can get 20 plays out of a rookie, if you can get 15 to 20 key plays out of a rookie on the defensive line as a wide receiver, they can elevate the production of that particular unit.
Go ahead, Mel. And do you think they shift players around a little bit to suit those need areas? And they say, well, we got a 7th best player on our board. They move those players around to get those need areas in the right spot.
And sometimes
5.5 minutes. 5 minutes left with Pittsburgh on the clock. Now, Pittsburgh is seeing a lot. This is an interesting slot. And in talking with Coach Cowher, he said, and this looks like a trade right here. That's the trade phone. There are a lot of players that you just showed, Mel. The teams, oh, my God, I want to come up and make sure I get him. Pittsburgh can move down like Buffalo did or like Seattle did and still get a player that they like and get extra picks.
And I think it's got to be a defensive back. All 4 of their corners right now will be free agents. 2 unrestricted, 2 restricted free agents. So the deal, there's got to be, if it's a deal, it's going to have to involve, I think, an opportunity to get a DB later.
Well, it's the Jets.
Well, and I think I know what this is. Are the Jets on the clock?
Yes, they are.
They want that, too.
Well, did they announce the trade yet?
Yes. What about that?
The Jets have got to look. I got to think they're looking at Santana Moss.
Yes, this is the area where Santana Moss is going to go. And if you want Santana Moss, and you really want him, you better go get him.
Have they announced this trade, guys?
I believe they
hear all sorts of cheering. No one's helping me here, but I guess you guys are helping me.
Sure.
So if the Jets are now on the clock, which would mean only a move down of 3, Pittsburgh gets their DB. And it's going to be Santana Moss, who, don't forget, the Jets not only need a more wideout, they need a return man. They just got one.
We have a trade. The Jets have traded with Pittsburgh. With this selection, the Jets have picked wide receiver from Miami, Santana Moss.
All right, hey, listen, so Corbett and Santana Moss are not going up against Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell. I mean, I understand that. But in talking with Herman Edwards as recently as yesterday, and we haven't even had a chance to talk about the new Jet regime, Santana Moss is a special player.
Oh, yeah.
Don't you guys all agree?
Oh, sure.
Playmaker, Joe.
He is a playmaker. And really, again, I think they can get a bigger receiver if they want it. But if you look at the big picture of the Jets, this is a football team that will change its philosophy on offense completely. Paul Hackett comes in as the offensive coordinator. He is a purist in the West Coast offense style. I think Wayne Corbett can be fit into that slot receiver again.
The purists in the West Coast style like the bigger receivers. Now they got
only one. You only need one big one. They got a Matthew Hatchett, who's a little bit bigger. I think there are some bigger ones down the road in this draft. I really believe that this isn't an instant gratification pick. You're going to get some production out of it, but he'll fit into that offense. They have got some speed and excitement on offense.
Well, he is electricity, and the return ability part, I think, is obviously a major factor, like Chris mentioned.
And he's a former walk-on, which is amazing. Santana Moss, talked about last year, doing the job against big league opposition. 7 catches, over 100 yards. In that game against Florida State, he had the big catches on that final drive, one on 3rd and 14. So this guy's proven as a punt returner. 241 all-purpose yards against him.
He plays so much bigger than his physical size. That's why I liked him in Washington.
He's a football player. The Jets, all right, let's recap this. The Jets gave up a 4 and a 6 to Pittsburgh to swap 3 spots and to go up and get the player that they were really looking at, Santana Moss, who is he's a special kid, as we take a look at Santana Moss in the crosshairs.
In the crosshair.
I'm Santana Moss, wide receiver / punt returner, University of Miami Hurricanes.
It's time to get
It's hard growing up not having someone to really show you the rope to tell you right from wrong, but your parents. You know, your parents only gonna be with you but so much, time. I'm much stronger because I didn't have a brother that always tell me anything. So what I do for my brothers, I let them know what I went through and how they can take their path, Just stay focused and dream on, have fun. My son is a big inspiration to me. There's not a day go by that I don't think of. And when I first heard I was getting ready to have a son, it was like, some guys might be, I'm about to leave school. I don't need this right now. But I was like, it was needed. I always feel that everything that's happened in life is always meant to be if it happens to you. I remember my first year playing Pop Warner. My first game, the first play of the game, I caught a deep bomb and like the safeties was back there and I just shook them loose and I was gone, So my first game ever playing Little League ball, my first catch of the game, I scored a touchdown on it. I knew that coming in on that track scholarship, I had a lot of things to prove to guys, let guys know that I wasn't just a track guy, I was a football guy first and that just ran track on the side. I remember growing up telling my mom I'm going to be in the 2000 Olympics. I got a chance, but I weighed my options. I said, hey, I want to, 10 years from now, I want to be known as a football guy. I want to be playing football. It might not be the ideal size of a receiver, but at the same time, I had the heart of all the big guys anyway, My plan is always to make the first guy miss and then just give it to him, take it to the house.
Big time players step up in big games.
I put so much pressure on myself to be good to where sometimes it's disappointing when you're not.
Bring that beat back.
I came to school to get my degree first and then be an athlete, second. I went through college having the best years of my life, and now it's time to always seek some better ones.
Santana Moss.
First of all, it's a great name. Santana Moss. That has stardom in New York written all over it. He's an exciting player. He's going to be a return guy. And here is the draft, the trade that we just talked about. So the Steelers get a 4 and a 6 to move 3 spots and let the Jets come up to get a player that they really had targeted. The Jets had this guy targeted. Herman Edwards is the first-year head coach. He's the 4th head coach of the Jets in about 14 months, if you count Parcells to Belichick for a few days, to Al Groh, and now Herman Edwards. It's a new regime with the Jets, with Herman Edwards as coach and Terry Bradway, not Bradway Joe or Terry Bradshaw, but Terry Bradway, who is running the draft from Kansas City. But Herman Edwards is a man that has paid his dues. He's an outstanding corner. He's paid his dues at every level of the coaching ranks. And now let's go down to Tampa. Sal Palatoni is with Tony Dungy, for whom Herman was the assistant head coach these last few years. Guys?
Well, Chris, not only assistant head coach, but also good friends with Herman Edwards. And I'm sure Herm is up there at Weeb Eubank Hall looking at this right now. Critique that Santana Moss pick.
Well, I love it. And matter of fact, Herm and I talked a little bit on Thursday, and, they were ahead of us at that time. And I said, my son Eric, that's his favorite player. If you take Moss in front of us, you're going to crush Eric. And he just kind of laughed. So I had a feeling they had their eye on him.
Now, with your pick, Kenyatta Walker, an offensive tackle, breaks a lot of historical precedent. In 10 years, you've never picked an offensive lineman here in the first round. Why Kenyatta? What made him so special that you would go up and get him and pick him in the first round?
Well, you have guys that you look at in that light, that they are special, and if they get close and you have a chance to get them, you'll do that. And we evaluated it that way and just felt like This guy is a very, very good player. He's talented. He's played in a lot of big games. He's played under pressure at University of Florida. And we liked him as a person. When we talked to him, we just thought that he's going to have a special career in the NFL and play for a long time. So we're excited to get him.
Real quickly, pencil him in as a starter right away?
Well, we never do that, but we think he certainly has that type of ability, and we're going to give him every shot to do that, but he'll earn it in training camp.
All right, thanks, Tony. Boomer, back to you in New York.
All right, Tony, thank you, Sal. And certainly Herman Edwards, an interesting head coach in the Meadowlands. He was the one that scooped up the infamous Pisarcik fumble and scored a touchdown for the Eagles of Dick Vermeil and Ron Jaworski some years ago. Now Herman Edwards returns as a hero in the Meadowlands, admittedly coaching another team, but at least still in green and white. Chris Fowler, Kirk Herbstreit, Santana Moss, you guys must have drooled every week watching him play.
It was fun to watch him play, Chris. Yeah, big-time players step up in big-time games was his motto that he kept hammering time and time again. He certainly did in his career.
Well, if you go back and you think about what he did in games like Florida State, Miami, and in our world, that's as big as it gets, and that's as competitive as it gets. And every time he played in that game, he was able to rise to the occasion. I remember sitting down and talking with him, and he had a look in his eye, and it was being a small receiver. People were always telling him, you don't have the size to make it at this level. I think that motivated him. I think it's going to be the same thing in the NFL. People are going to question his size, but don't ever question his heart. He has a young son that he's really dedicated his life to. You will see this guy, in my opinion, come in right away and be an impact player and a game breaker. You get him the ball in space, he makes people miss.
Fairly unpredictable first round so far, Boomer. This is one of the few instances where the team was talking about a guy. It's been in the tabloids here for a couple of weeks, and they went out and got him.
No question, guys. So the Jets have moved up for Santana Moss. Now for the second time in the first round, the Seattle Seahawks have already picked a wide receiver, Corey Robinson. Could they be looking big guys on the defensive front? We'll return. We got the Seahawks, Lions, and then Pittsburgh when we come back.
How much would you expect to pay for this living room? How about this bedroom? This dining room? How much? Well, no wonder you're still looking for the furniture of your dreams. You need to come to the going out of business liquidation of Busk Brothers Furniture in Valparaiso and Michigan City. Busk Brothers Furniture in Valparaiso and Michigan City is liquidating to the bare walls, and prices have been slashed on brand new home furnishings from famous name brands. So quit dreaming. Now is the time to pay just pennies on the dollar for the home furnishings you've always wanted but thought you couldn't afford. Only a store that's going out of business can offer total liquidation prices, and Busk Brothers Furniture is going out of business in Valparaiso and Michigan City now.
This time of year, Rangemaster Outfitters goes into hibernation, so make a note of our new store hours. This might be a good time to bring in your firearms for cleaning and service. Just talk to our gunsmith, George Hartranft. And if you're thinking about a new bow for next year, our archery specialist, Bob Schaefer, will be happy to help you. For all the camping, hunting, and archery gear you need, come to Rangemaster Outfitters in downtown Chesterton, now open Monday through Thursday from 9 to 6, Friday from 9 to 8, Saturday from 9 to 6, and closed Sunday.
Shame, shame. A soul is a high price to pay for a stroke.
What a shot. Doesn't get any better than this, guys.
Exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft continues tonight at 7 p.m. on ESPN2. Log on to make your own predictions.
ESPN's presentation of the NFL Draft is brought to you by Dockers. Look as good as you feel. And by McDonald's. We love to see you smile.
Started guard. Back in New York. The Seattle Seahawks going to send it. I think. Now they have, if they want, they have their choice of every corner that they want to play one day, or at least be a nickel out to play opposite Sean Springs perhaps one day. I still think, even though they've signed some big-time defensive linemen like Randall and Eaton, that it could be a defensive lineman perhaps like Hampton. I don't know. Things that I actually don't know.
Of course you know.
No, I don't. But I tried. Gene Washington with the pick.
With the 17th selection, the Seattle Seahawks have chosen guard from the University of Michigan, Steve Hutchinson.
Now, there's a readjustment.
They lost Pete Kendall.
There's a readjustment that there's no way that the Seahawks thought, any team thought, that a player like Hutchinson, who just is pure nasty, I mean, this is nasty football, they just didn't think that he would be available. So as you point out, they lose Pete Kendall. Why not?
Yeah, you lose a Pete Kendall. It's an obvious situation that you feel like you have to fill. He's a tough guy, got a work ethic, same kind of attitude as Kendall. Now you've added your quarterback, you've added defensive back, you've got all these different pieces coming together. Didn't allow a sack the past 2 seasons.
Joe, watch him here at left guard, Joe. I mean, this is a guy who can do it all from the left guard position. Assist the running game. Here, Anthony Thomas about running downhill, not even touched until he's 7 yards deep in the backfield there. Again, not touched, getting through the first line of defense. Here he is, pass protection for Drew Henson, who had that big year with the Michigan Wolverines. Watch him now. You talk about agility and quickness for a 6'5", 315-pounder. He's 30 yards down the field, assisting on a swing pass to Anthony Thomas. This kid, in my opinion, was equal in rating to any player in this draft.
This is a Pro Bowl guy waiting. I'm telling you, you win with guys like Steve Hutchinson. When you put together championship teams, there's a Steve Hutchinson on your team. I love this move by Mike Holmgren.
You talked about the San Diego Chargers really jumping up and winning some football games. I think that the league is going to have to look out for this football team.
God, yes.
I think Seattle they'll be in the playoffs guaranteed. And the type of offense that they use is you need somebody who can quick and pull. You don't need a big road grader. Just a big guy who can run around.
This division, you talk about a couple teams at the bottom. I'm waiting to see what Kansas City does, although my goodness, they've moved. But Seattle, San Diego, and from the bottom coming back up to Oakland and Denver, who are quality teams. Mike Holmgren's been coach of the year. He'd like to be executive of the year while he's still coaching. We'll see what happens. Let's go up to Mike Tirico, because, Mike, this is there are not many that can wear 2 hats.
No, Chris, run the show and be the head coach. You talked about Denver and Seattle, and you have Holmgren and Shanahan. You also have Marty Schottenheimer in Washington doing a lot of the same. And our Tinactin video conference takes us to the Redskins headquarters and our friend, Coach Marty Schottenheimer, who just became a grandfather on Thursday. So congratulations on that, Marty, and the pick as well of Rod Gardner.
Thanks very much, Mike. We've got 2 #1 picks. The difference, of course, is that the one we got 2 days ago, we don't get to use him for 22 years. Brandon Turner.
Marty, with the pick of Gardner, as you were watching the way the first round was taking place and taking some different turns, is this the direction you hoped it would be for Washington with Gardner available at 15?
Absolutely, Mike. You know, our feeling was that he was a quality player. I was particularly impressed with the fact that he does a great job fighting for the contested balls. And, you know, in the National Football League, unlike the NCAA, guys don't really get wide open, as it were. So that, in combination with the consensus of our scouts and our coaching staff, we felt that this was a very solid pick for us.
2 receivers went before, and David Terrell and Corin Robinson. Was Gardner the top receiver on your board?
Mike, he was the 3rd-rated receiver on most of the people that were involved here, and we feel very, very good about getting him.
Everyone wants to know, and we had a long discussion after the pick, Daniel Snyder, his desires for whichever receiver he may have been interested in. How much input did Daniel have in the room as you guys were making this selection?
I'll tell you what, Dan and I discussed before the draft a number of scenarios. While in the draft, Mike, we talked about the fact that Gardner gave us the best opportunity to move along as we start this season, and he was very, very supportive of the choice. Basically, he said, Marty, this is how I feel. Do whatever you think is best.
Good enough. Coach, thanks. We'll talk to you as the weekend goes on.
My best to everybody, Mike.
Ditto. Congratulations. Marty Schottenheimer, our former colleague and now a grandfather, and also with Rod Gardner from the Washington Redskins. Let's keep the Tinactin video conference line open. Send it down to Webu Bank Hall, just on Long Island, the New York Jets headquarters. And their new head coach, Herman Edwards, joins us. Herman, after the selection right behind Washington of Santana Moss, the wide receiver from Miami. Herman, how antsy were you guys getting the fact that you traded a couple of other picks later on and swapped ones to get up here in Pittsburgh's spot and take Moss?
Well, I think we were excited with the idea that we could go up and get Santana, and it worked out for us, and I think it was going to work out for Pittsburgh also. And when you're sitting there waiting, and all of a sudden you see guys going before him, you get a little nervous when other teams are getting calls that are in front of you.
When you take a couple of picks and move up to get somebody, it means you really like them. What about Santana Moss is it that you guys fell in love with?
Well, I think the first thing you understand about Santana Moss, he's an excellent punt returner. You know, he can score from anywhere on the football field, and I think that's important in today's game when a guy of his caliber can catch a ball as a punt returner and all of a sudden put points on the scoreboard, as well as a receiver. I mean, you know, he's a little shorter than some people would like, but I think he's an explosive guy. He runs very, very fast, and he's been a good player at the level that he's played at.
Chris Fowler made the point. You guys weren't lying in the weeds or playing coy. You talked throughout the week publicly through the press in New York about how much you guys loved Santana Moss. Were you worried that somebody might have known that and was going to hop in there before you?
Well, no, I think Santana was one of the receivers we liked. There was a couple other guys there that we also coveted, but we felt that we had the opportunity to get Santana, and he would come in here and help us offensively and really put a little fear on the defenses that had to match up against this player.
Herman, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Herman Edwards there. The Jets in Pittsburgh almost made a trade for Chad Pennington last year's draft. That didn't go down. They do trade this year. And Chris, with the Lions on the clock, they either are very happy or very upset with the pick just before. Steve Hutchinson, being from down the road in Ann Arbor, was a guy the Lions talked about being interested in this week.
Well, no question, Mike, as you're now a Michigan native, but as you know, you can take anybody on the line. Their Backus is sitting there, and they might be very pleased to draft Jeff Backus. Detroit is on the clock now, and, you know, the Detroit Lions were a team that went through, I don't know if you want to call it turmoil, but they have 3 head coaches in the span of a calendar year. The Detroit Lions, no offensive touchdowns in the first couple of games. Defense trying to carry the way. Inconsistency set in. Yes, Desmond won a game in New Orleans very early in the year, but Bobby Ross had enough. He stepped out. Gary Moeller won 3 straight games right away, but in the end they were knocked out by the cellar dweller in their own division, the Chicago Bears, who beat Detroit at the end and knocked the Lions, albeit a 9-7 team. Let's not forget they were 9-7, but knocked the Lions out of the playoffs. So this was like 307 and 307. That's the Lions. And so in is Matt Millen as the CEO / president / by the way, they ought to line him up at linebacker and play him / commentator / he's running everything there. He's Marty Morningweg, a West Coast disciple of Mike Holmgren off of Steve Mariucci's staff. He is the new head coach in Detroit. So Matt Millen running the show.
I think this pick will be a pick that will tell you the story of a couple things. First of all, what Matt Millen is going to think about as the head of this organization. Secondly, what does he want to do with his offensive side of the football? I think the possibility still exists here for a wide receiver. They need help. But here's the name that comes up as a possibility is Drew Brees.
Yes.
Now, we talk about Drew Brees being a system type of a quarterback. Got a lot of production, 90 touchdown passes in his college career. Question is, if you go after a Drew Brees, what does that say to Charlie Batch? And can Charlie Batch adapt?
West Coast offense, Charlie Batch, they're already grumbling in Detroit. I think he can handle it. What do you think? You know more about it than I do.
I think it's going to be a struggle for Charlie. It's something that he's going to have to work at just because he's not fleet of foot. He takes a lot of hits. You don't get very far from the line of scrimmage in the West Coast offense. And look at the history of the guys that have been successful. Jeff Garcia, Steve Young, Joe Montana, Brett Favre. They have one thing in common. They all have the ability to avoid hits and move around.
Well, although you just take 3 steps, if you can make the 3 steps and identify receivers, it can work. Marty Morningweg, the new head coach, for those that many people don't really know his pedigree, he played for Mike Holmgren in high school in San Jose. He was a quarterback there. Mike got him into the NFL on the Green Bay staff. Marty went to be offensive coordinator under Steve Mariucci in San Francisco. So that's his pedigree, West Coast, under Matt Millen, who is running. And this will be, you want a tough, I know he's a Pennsylvania guy, but a tough, Midwest guy running a team like the Detroit Lions. You just got one. in Matt Millen. So it changed. Let's go to Sal Palantonio. And Sal, your thoughts on the Matt Millen regime, a guy who we loved covering, a guy who we loved being a member of the media with, and a guy who will be intriguing in this role, don't you think?
Well, I talked to Matt Millen, and he is very surprised that Todd Heap would still be here when they are picking on the clock at this point. They thought for sure that Backus would be there and they'd have a shot to get Backus. They obviously like Backus quite a bit. He is a Michigan guy, as Joe mentioned. But Todd Heap is a guy that intrigues them because don't forget, Marty Morningwig is bringing over the West Coast offense from San Francisco. You have to have a productive pass-catching tight end in this offense. So that's the discussion going on right now in the Detroit Lions walk room. Let's go back to Marty Morningwig. Also likes Drew Brees, but I don't know if that pick right there. They might move down to get Brees, but it's got to be Heap or Backus, Chris.
Well, again, there's some players who you didn't think were there. Sal, as you mentioned, we will return to an intriguing upper two-thirds of the first round of this, the 66th NFL Draft. The playoff teams coming up soon. We'll be back.
I know, you practically live here. The odometer even says so. Well, maybe it's time for a little homeowner's insurance. Unless you prefer spending time with used car salesmen. Look, the solution's clear. New Quaker State higher mileage engine for engines with 75,000 miles or more. It's specially formulated to help prevent leaks, oil consumption, and loss of compression. So if you don't want to stop at 75,000 miles, then don't.
Get new Quaker State higher mileage engine oil at Jiffy Lube.
Introducing the all-new Chevy Tahoe. Now offering a third row of seats that's light and easier to handle than anything else out there. It's nowhere near anything. The new Chevy Tahoe. Like ours.
I didn't get a car when I turned 16.
Celebrate the birthday of the Blizzard treat with the Mocha Chip Blizzard. The flavor of mocha blended with chocolate pieces makes one face-freezing Blizzard treat.
Let me try.
Gotta be DQ.
It's easy, also easy.
Discover the easy way to get online.
Getting started is so easy.
Everything I want, all in one place.
Welcome.
You've got mail.
Goodbye, stamps.
It's easy.
I use Instant Messages to talk to my band. 24-hour customer service. AOL helps protect my kids.
It has stuff you won't find anywhere else.
AOL is so easy.
So easy to use, no wonder it's #1. Call 1-800-4ONLINE.
In the battle against athlete's foot, you gotta have, boom, tough-actin Tinactin. Tinactin pump spray is clinically proven to stop the severe itching and burning of athlete's foot. Tinactin is so tough it even prevents athlete's foot. So get, boom, tough-actin Tinactin.
Saturday, May 5th, live on pay-per-view. The adrenaline's at full tilt for the climax of the best Supercross season in history. The EA Sports Supercross Finals, live from Las Vegas, Saturday, May 5th. Contact your local cable or satellite provider.
It all comes down to this. And all my dreams and all my plans, now my fate is in another's hands. But I keep holding out for fortune's kiss. Today's the day. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to this.
Yeah, I feel like doing the Chuck Berry duck walk, you know, when we play this, to come down to this tune all the time. We're maybe later, or maybe in the third round. Well, what will the Lions do? Will they duck walk? Here's Gene Washington.
With the 18th selection in the first round, the Detroit Lions have chosen offensive tackle from Michigan, Jeff Backus.
Well, how about two roommates going back-to-back? And line mates, two Michigan linemen going back-to-back. And you know what? You say it's a safe pick. What is this, a Matt Millen in Michigan? I mean, you know, it's going to be a popular pick. The guy's going to play a long time, Mel.
I think this is the commitment that Charlie Batch we talked about. If you go with Backus or you go with Heath, you're trying to surround Charlie Batch with the kind of talent he needs. You see him here at left tackle. Shorter arms than you may prefer, but he really compensates with his feet, his understanding of the position, and a guy that is very experienced. He started 49 straight games at left tackle. You see him here assisting Anthony Thomas. I'll tell you, look at what Paul Gruber did coming out of the Big Ten out of Wisconsin. I think you look at Jeff Backus as that consistent, very durable performer who really is very combative in terms of his approach. And I'm sure Matt Millen saw that. The same way Matt Millen played the game, Jeff Backus played the game.
Well, also take a look at the two guys on the bookend, Stocker McDougal and Aaron Gibson. You got two mountains on the outside. Plus, remember, they made the deal for James Stewart last year. I don't envision James Stewart as a split back type of back. He's more effective out of the eye as a runner. So I think Marty Morningwig's going to have to tweak his offense just a little bit until he gets the people that fit it.
And here's the thing about Gibson and McDougal, who will be a guard.
Both number one picks.
They're massive guys. They are not those West. I know West Coast. We use the word a lot. They're not West Coast linemen, and so they had to retool the offensive line yet again. They let Jeff Hardings go. So this is interesting because it doesn't match what they did the prior 2 years with what they've done this year. That's the problem with transitions from one regime to the next.
So we got Hutchinson, Backus, you got Mo Williams, who could go in the first round, or you know, Drew Henson, which is a whole other discussion.
No
and
corner.
Corin Robinson. What happened to Michigan? I don't get it. I don't get
Hey,
it.
they could score a ton of points. They just couldn't stop
My God,
anybody,
there's
Chris.
5 guys who are going to go in the first round and a half. At any rate, we told you Backus and Hutchinson, line mates, roommates. Steve Hutchinson, the draft pick a moment ago by the Seahawks, in the crosshairs.
In the crosshair.
Steve Hutchinson, offensive guard, University of Michigan. I've always been a lineman, always been big. I guess that's where you put you when you're big, when you're little. You stick them on the line. Jeff and I have been playing together 4 years, started 4 years next to each other, and lived together almost as long, been roommates, and we're a lot alike, you know, we're a lot like brothers. He's the neat freak, and I guess I'd be more like Walter Matthau, you know. Yeah, I guess you could say a little bit like the odd couple. The offense line tradition in Michigan is just something that's a staple of Michigan. Guys coming in every year, leaving every year that are just great players. The national championship, that by far is probably the biggest on-field memory I'm going to have, winning that Rose Bowl out there in Pasadena against a great team. And being able to say I played all year and started all year on that team, you know, I've contributed on the field for that. I don't have any brothers and sisters, so my parents' support of whether things are bad or times are bad, they've always been there to boost me up, and my biggest fans. My parents both retired about a year ago. We have an RV. They brought it up to Michigan, and instead of flying every game and renting a car and spending all the money in a hotel and that, they actually moved up to Michigan for my last year and stayed at a campground right outside Ann Arbor, and they've just been real big fans. Grew up fishing, grew up 15 minutes from the ocean, 45 minutes from Lake Okeechobee, one of the best bass fishing lakes in the country, and I love fishing and hunt too. I like a steak, rare. It's gotta be rare, cold in the middle. I don't sit and gawk at the food or taco. I just eat it and get it done with. I was at Don Shula's restaurant in Miami last summer, and I had one of their big, 48-ounce steak they got there. I ate that in like 5 minutes. I'm not a big dessert guy. I don't really eat dessert. I'd rather have another steak or something for dessert.
Steve Hutchinson.
Well, offensive lineman drafted. Backus, Hutchinson, and you look at the list, and Mike Kent, of course, was an all-time great. Right. And we even mentioned Thomas. What the heck? They're going to have 6 guys going in the first 2 rounds on offense. Would they lose the Rams? They lost that Northwestern game 54-51.
Exactly. And a lot of defensive players moved on the previous year.
Detroit stays home to pick Jeff Backus. Steelers, Rams, Bills. It all comes down to this.
She's in the black Bonneville. Bonneville with Magna-Steer for handling so precise it can even outmaneuver itself. Stop all black Bonnevilles. Bonneville SSEI. Luxury with attitude.
Now, during the Pontiac 75th anniversary, you can get $1,000 cash back on any new 2001 Bonneville.
See your Pontiac dealer today.
Having fun yet? Well, we got your fun. Big time.
Dave & Buster's. Terrific food served wherever you please. And the adrenaline rush of over 200 state-of-the-art games in the $1 Million Midway. High-tech simulators and interactive games. Hey, come on. We're waiting on you. Dave & Buster's.
Big time fun!
U.S. road maps. $11. Ballpark guide.
Those horses are cows.
$22. Opening day tickets. $18. One stadium down. 29 to go. Priceless.
So how far is Cleveland?
There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Deferred card and devoted fan of Major.
It's a brilliant move. Galway scampering across the goal to stop it. They just couldn't seem to get enough players forward before. He's showing good fluid movement. Right, left. This is another aggressive charge down the flank. He's timed his run to absolute perfection. Two defenders to beat. He's passed one. This is looking like a chance. Yes, he takes the shot.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the NFL Draft. This is SportsCenter In Game. I'm Susie Colbert. Today, it's SportsCenter In Draft. The top headlines, no surprise that Michael Vick went first. Where he went was the surprise. He went to the Falcons with the #1 pick. The Chargers get a package of picks for him, as well as wide receiver Tim Dwight. And all the talk was about the depth at lineman and wide receiver. Well, 10 out of the first 18 picks in the NFL Draft were linemen, 7 D linemen. 6 of the first 16 players played college football in Florida. Of course, the NBA playoffs tipped off this afternoon. The top seed in the East, the Philadelphia 76ers, taking on the Pacers at #8. The Sixers had swept in this series. This game back and forth. The Pacers were actually down by 18 at one point. Here, the Pacers down by just 1. Fourth quarter, Sixers trailed 73-72. Aaron McKee hits a slashing Allen Iverson, who hits the pull-up jumper, 74-73 Sixers. Same score, Pacers ball. Travis Best setting up the play. The pass to Reggie Miller, looking for the 3. He's got it, 76-74 Indiana. Pacers ball down, 78-76. Miller takes the 3, misses. Rose, he's going to try to put up a 3. That's not going to go. Miller, he's going to take his shot at a 3. Another miss. The Pacers trying to get it done in the waning seconds of the game. Rose puts it up. Mutombo brings it down. And this one went down to the final few seconds. Allen Iverson trying to drive. The ball stolen away. And the Sixers fall to the Pacers 79-78. More scores of all kinds coming up at the top of the hour. Right now, we'll send you back to New York City and Chris Berman. Chris?
All right, Susie Q, thank you very much. Thanks for the work up there. The Pittsburgh Steelers traded down with the Jets. Now they're moving up to the podium. They have their choice of DBs at one position. Interesting players at this spot.
With the 19th selection, the Pittsburgh Steelers have chosen defensive tackle from the University of Texas, Casey Hampton.
Well, now that's the next defensive tackle. Right now, I mean, that name, you know what? At 16, I think Bill Cowher and the Steelers thought a little high. I know 19 is not much different than 16, but Is this okay in that slot?
Well, I think it was projected, Chris, to be maybe an Indianapolis-type choice somewhere in this portion of round one. Surprising, though, that they didn't go corner. When they moved down, they still were able to see every corner still on the board at this point. They had the free agent problem at the end of the year. A little surprising that they would go defensive tackle over a cornerback.
You talk about free agent problem at the end of the year. All 4 of their corners are free agents, 2 unrestricted, 2 restricted. You still have to address that area, especially when you're, but again, look at the division they play in. You know Tennessee's going to run the football. You know Buffalo or Baltimore's going to run the football. So you bring in more bodies. Plus they lost.
And don't forget, they wanted Ted Washington, the free agent. They couldn't convince him, and Washington went to the Bears.
Well, Hampton is 6'1", 314 pounds from Texas. 54 tackles for a loss in his career. And Mel, he's pretty quick inside, isn't he?
He is. His college career at Texas didn't get off really the way you would have hoped in terms of the productivity, because he had a season-ending knee injury back in '97, but he came back from that knee injury to put up the big numbers along the defensive front. Started 37 straight games, went on to start just about every game from that point on. And look at this past year. Sean Rogers is out with the injury, limited in terms of his effectiveness, yet Rogers goes out and dominates as Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. I think that's pretty impressive. You lose your guy next to you that you relied on in Sean Rogers. He's not as effective more, yet Casey Hampton still proved to be as productive as he had ever been.
They still need somebody to play behind him. They lost Levon Kirkland. Big loss.
Well, they understand at least the Pittsburgh Steelers finished the season on an up note. Cordell played better. They finished at 9-7. The first up note they've had on a couple of seasons. And you got to get up if you're going to look at the 2 AFC champions in your division the last 2 years. Baltimore, Super Bowl champ, and Tennessee the year before that. And Jacksonville is a strong team before that. Mark Malone certainly dialed into the Pittsburgh situation, although we have planted him out in the show-me state. Mark, never far away from Pittsburgh. Your insights here on the pick to Casey Hampton.
Well, I can tell you this, Chris, that in fact Pittsburgh really like Hampton, maybe even more than the tackle from Georgia, Stroud. When you think about it, let's remember, this is a football team that plays a 3-4. Kimo Van Oelhoffen had been playing nose tackle. Really what they needed was a guy that was a nose tackle that could come in and play right away, and that way they can take Van Oelhoffen and move him back out to the defensive end spot. So, Mel, you said yourself that if this guy was 2 inches taller, he would probably be in the top 5 picks. I don't know that you need to be that tall if you're playing nose tackle in the 3-4. So really, I think Pittsburgh got the guy they want. They move back 4 spots, and they pick up a 4th and a 6th round pick. So yes, they do need a cornerback. I'm sure they'll address that. But right now, I think they got the defensive tackle they want in their defense. Back to you, Chris.
Thank you. Thank you very much. One other note on the Steelers before St. Louis picks, and I think they're ready to go. Boy, are they antsy or what? One other note on the Steelers is that they signed linebacker Mike Jones the other day. And why? Well, they play Tennessee twice every year. If Tennessee is on the 1-yard line against Pittsburgh, you put Mike Jones in, and he's going to make the tackle. That's, of course, the Ram linebacker once upon a time that made the tackle on Dyson as they're trying to go to the Super Bowl. It's just a football note. On the 1, Pittsburgh's all set if Tennessee's going in, and here's St. Louis.
With the 20th selection, the St. Louis Rams have chosen defensive back from Arizona State, Adam Archuleta.
Well, we segue from Malone from Arizona State, our director, Chip Dean, Arizona State. It's about that time. This is a unique pick here, and St. Louis had him pegged all along.
I thought he would have been a perfect Oakland Raider. I mean, what cost the Raiders in that AFC Championship game was a missed tackle. I really thought that Adam Archuleta would have fit in very well there. But you look at St. Louis, they go out and they get Kim Herring from Baltimore. Now they bring in an Archuleta to be your strong safety, a guy who was a former walk-on, played that rover linebacker position, and a guy that you go back and say, well, it's a transition into the NFL. Ask Darren Woodson that same question. Ask Pat Tillman that question. They transitioned Joe very effectively into the NFL.
I think it's a nice fit for them. Again, defense, 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 speed, special teams. These are all the things that you think about. There he is up in the rover back position, coming in and filling. Now he comes up and makes a tackle. That's the other thing. He brings an attitude. Watch him go out, sideline to sideline, running around all over the place. Has good eyes and good vision back to the quarterback, coming around the corner. We've seen him do a number of things just in this highlight package. He knows how to get to the quarterback. He can bring it. That's exactly what they think about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. What do they like to do? They like to come after the quarterback. Possibly
John Lynch.
That's a great one. John Lynch. I mean, you know, we got a long way to go before you're John Lynch. But for what we just saw there, that is what they're looking for. So they've gone D-line, They've gone to safety. They get another pick in the first round. Might they go at linebacker?
They got Aeneas Williams.
They got Aeneas Williams.
Pencil them in.
St. Louis Rams. All right, everything in St. Louis flowing through the gateway to the west. And you know what? I think Andrea Kramer's with us, and your guest is probably pretty happy that maybe, just maybe, they don't have to put up 45 points a game anymore.
Absolutely, Chris. And we were in the war room when Pittsburgh made the pick of Casey Hampton. And as soon as that pick came in, they started high-fiving each other. Jay Zygmunt, the team president, throwing up his hand. They started calling him Adam Martz, as in, Coach Martz. So Martz Madness is going to take on a defensive flair at this point. The other thing that was interesting is that when Pittsburgh went on the clock, the Rams got a call from Carmen Policy and the Browns to see whether or not they'd be interested in moving down into the second round. And they said, if a player we want is not there when we're ready to pick, we'll move down. Archuleta was the guy. Archuleta is the one that they picked immediately. Well, perhaps the greatest beneficiary of all this defensive talent, believe it or not, is the quarterback, the MVP from 2 years ago. Who would think you'd be happy about defensive talent? Kurt Warner, what is your assessment so far of the defensive players added to your team?
Well, I don't pay a whole lot of attention to the defense, but I know our coaches, felt that was our greatest need. And coming in, they were going to try to shore up some weaknesses we had over there. And from what I understand, the two guys we've got so far are going to be great attributes to the team and shore up our defense a little bit so we can get back to where we belong.
You are also friendly with Aeneas Williams. What is that addition going to mean to the Rams?
I think it's a tremendous addition, both on and off the football field. He's going to be a great leader for us. We've got a lot of young guys in our secondary. A guy that's proven that he can do it. He knows how to win. He knows how to win on and off the football field. And he's just going to be a great leader and really take control of that defense, I think, and bring us to another level.
Finally, Trent Green has departed. And different for you, because this isn't a Rob Johnson, Doug Flutie. You guys really were friends. What are your thoughts on Trent's departure and Joe Germain now being your backup?
Right. I'm excited that Trent got the opportunity to start. We talked a lot over the offseason, and it was just a tough situation for both of us. And I wanted him to get an opportunity to play again, and that's what he wanted. I haven't had a chance to talk to him yet, but I'm excited about doing so because I know him and his family are going to be excited about that opportunity. Get to go back with Coach Vermeil in a system that he's, he can recognize. And so I think it's going to be a great situation for him, and we're all excited about Joe. We know he's got a lot of talent. He doesn't have all the experience yet, but we're going to do a lot of that in the preseason, get him a lot of snaps, and get him ready to be the backup in case anything were to happen.
Just very quickly, how is your health, the concussions? Any headaches or?
No, I feel great. Probably not 100% quite yet, but I'm very close, and I feel good, and I'm just ready to get back out there.
All right, thank you very much, Kurt. Let's head back to Chris Berman in New York.
All right, Kurt Warner and Andrea Kramer, thank you very much. So the Buffalo Bills are on the clock because they moved down 7 spots in the trade with Tampa Bay. Oh, my God, the pick is in already. The cab didn't even arrive yet. Now, this is the new cab driver this year, but I got to think defensive back Clemens, Nate Clemens. That's my guess.
With the 21st selection, the Buffalo Bills have chosen from Ohio State defensive back Nate Clemens.
Well, it was part of a guess.
Yeah, right. The president, Tom Donahoe, Buckeye bookends. You got Antoine Winfield.
Who's
and
a great player.
Clemens. Yes.
Well, this is, the Bills are a discussion we'll talk about the player first, because Ohio State, and we'll get maybe Kirk to weigh in on this too. You talk about a football program at 3 yards in a cloud of dust. Cornerback. Plummer to San Francisco last year. Of course, Sean Springs with Seattle. I'm forgetting one.
Antoine Winfield.
We just mentioned Antoine Winfield. And now they have Nate Clemens. How does he rank coming out of school with these? Coming out of school,
those players, Chris, I thought were a little bit more polished. You look at a guy like Nate Clemens, you see great physical ability, 5'11", 209, and a guy that certainly has the recovery speed. Ran a 4.37 during his workout, did 20 reps, which shows that he has the strength that you're looking for. In coverage, though, against the Ron Johnson from Minnesota, against the David Terrell this past year, guys, he did struggle. Here's against Wisconsin, not a very sophisticated offense there. He does the job in the man coverage. Now, he's a strong, physical defensive back, excellent in run support. Here he is against Drew Brees in Purdue. reads the route, breaks and punt for the INT. Remember, he's also an outstanding kickoff returner at Ohio State. Did a good job in that area, but a guy that I think needs more experience and needs to gamble a little less. I think he was beaten in coverage far too much for my liking this year.
Let me just say this. With Greg Williams, who was the architect of the Tennessee defense, along with Jeff Fisher down there, I don't think you're going to see this cornerback situation be a gamble-less situation, Mel. I think he's going to have to hone his one-on-one skills. That's going to be very important. Pat Williams, with the leaving now of Ted Washington, I believe will come out as a Pro Bowl tackle in this style of aggressive one-gap, go after the quarterback. Eric Flowers, they envision him as a Javon Curse, a Kenny Holmes type of a defensive end. Now that they've got the guys up front, now you got to start adding people on the corner and in the secondary.
And this is a guy that the coach, even though he gambled a lot and got burned some, but this is a guy that the coaches there in Buffalo felt that they could really develop with him. He's got good hips. He's a big physical type of guy. And he was one of the 4 guys I think Buffalo was going to debate at number 14.
Yes,
so
no
that
question.
move pays off.
No question. They thought about offensive line with Rob Johnson, now the quarterback, and admittedly certainly not as mobile as Doug Flutie, and I don't think I'm going out on a limb on that. But they did not go Hutchinson or Backus, and Tom Donahoe in his first draft with Buffalo, who's done so well at Pittsburgh and became a great friend of ours this last year when he worked for us every Sunday on .com and with us, got a second-round pick and still pretty much got a player he wants. Now, he doesn't have to come in and start. Kenny Irvin is fine at the other corner opposite Winfield. Joe, you pointed it out. Greg Williams, new coach, they changed from 3-4 to 4-3. Coward is healthy again, although his position will change some. He's a football player. The question is, can Rob Johnson stay upright all season long? And if so, the Bills certainly have wideouts. They'll address some other issues as we come along, and there's some other Bills discussion. Oh, by the way, you mentioned one other thing on Clemens. How many every Sunday? Oh, those Bills special teams. They got a return guy, but they certainly got a return guy. It's the other 10 I'm worried about on their special teams. They're trying to sign Christie. He is unsigned right now. Steve Christie, who's kicked so well. God, I had to do that in a hurry. I mean, we didn't have a chance. We'll have more of a chance. There are other issues with the Bills, but we bring in someone who should be... well, I don't think he's going to shy away from the camera. The new CEO / president / announcer / middle linebacker / well, he's everything. Matt Millen in our Tenacton video conference. And Matt, welcome to the other side of the tracks, huh?
Yeah, thanks, Boom. It's good to be here. I think we're excited. Our whole draft room was excited to get Jeff back because I think we got ourselves a really solid player.
I mean, he's kind of on offense, the type of player. I'm not saying you're trying to mimic you, but I mean, he plays with a similar fire as I think that you once played with.
No question about it. And the thing that you want to get in that offensive line is a guy with a good attitude, a guy who can kind of set the tone. I think Backus is that type. I think he comes in here as a smart player. It's a great program. I mean, I've always admired the linemen that have come out of Michigan, and I think we got ourselves a good one right there.
Matt, what is going to be the hardest thing? Yes, you do have a good one. I think everybody agrees with that. For you now in this job, which maybe a couple of years ago you started to think about, maybe not with the Lions, but maybe somewhere else,
right.
But a player, a broadcaster, but running a whole team. What do you think you have to learn the fastest, be the quickest on the learning curve by the time the season starts?
Well, I think the biggest thing is just learning to dress properly. Because, as you well know, I am just replete in sartorial splendor. I think you told me that way.
Well,
I think the biggest thing is trying to get everybody together on the same page, number one. And number two, I think what we have to be able to do up here, and I've said it a bunch of times, is we have to be able to get an attitude change, and I think that's so important. And that's why I believe that Backus is a nice piece to this puzzle.
Look, a lot of things can happen, and you got picks to make, but as we stand right now, I mean, you're not picking second in or anything. There is already, they talk football in Detroit, as you well know. Charlie Batch, West Coast offense. Can this work, Matt?
Oh, no question it can work. No question it can work, and Charlie Batch is working right along, and we're really happy with the physical improvements from our strength conditioning program. I think that's been a big plus for us. I think the offense under Marty Morningweg and the offensive staff, I think that's a nice match for what we're going to do here. And keep in mind, Boomer, and Joe can attest to this, one of the things with this offense is its adaptability, and I think that's a big plus for us.
Matt, I got to ask you, have you talked to Barry Sanders at all, anywhere along the line?
Yeah, I've spoken to Barry Sanders a couple times. In fact, after we had been exchanging phone calls a couple times and I didn't get him, I said, forget this. I just went over to his house, rang the doorbell till he answered, and when his wife answered, Marty and I barged in, sat down in the living room, and we had ourselves a really nice talk with him. And right now, Barry Sanders is not going to play, and that's fine with us because, hey, we're on Barry Sanders' side, and we would still love to have Barry Sanders part of this organization because, as you well know, one of the greatest running backs that certainly I've ever laid eyes on.
Well, all of us, too. Good luck, and God, a new hat for Matt Millen, a hat that none of us ever thought that you'd wear, but you know what? You're going to wear it well. Good luck to you.
I got the hat, but I don't have the tie.
Well,
don't forget it.
The tie, you know, you radio guys, you don't need ties, right?
Okay.
Well, TV.
Boomer, thank you.
All right, Matt. Good luck. Boy,
Appreciate
is that a refreshing? Is that a refreshing man in that sort of position? You talk about a different pedigree in that position than Matt Millen. I think everybody can. Well, it's interesting. At least dialogue is open with Barry Sanders. The Indianapolis Colts are on the clock. I have a couple thoughts there. I have to just check my list for a minute. But, well, go ahead. You guys talk for a second. Let me just check my list.
I wish we'd almost had asked about this. I heard he was in the weight room a few weeks ago and actually got a wrestling match with one of his players. Actually wrestled in the weight. The president and CEO of the team.
I love it.
You're never gonna take the football player out of Matt Millen.
We don't want to.
And you don't. But one of the things somebody asked me about him a while back in an interview, and they said, well, he's a TV guy going in to run a football team. I said, you got this all wrong. This is a football guy going in to run a football organization.
But it's still a different job. It
is different.
He's going to master it.
But what I like about him is Matt has a plan. I think the most important thing, if you go into an organization, you have to have a plan that you want to implement. He knows what he wants. He knew what he wanted. He wanted Steve Mariucci as his coach. Didn't get him. Okay, I'll take Marty Morningwig because of the pedigree of Mike Holmgren, Steve Mariucci, Marty Morningwig, the success of this offense.
And let me be the first one to say this. Matt Millen has some help. Bill Tobin. Okay, I'm the fair.
Why not? Well, I like it, Mel.
It's good to have Bill back.
It's who he surrounds himself with.
They got all the Tobins. They got all the Tobins, don't they?
Vince?
Bill, Vince.
Well, the Tobins,
Tobin
the Schottenheimers.
Is he there?
Are you a cousin of the Tobins?
I don't think so, Joe.
Okay, so you're not going to wind up in Detroit on us in a year or so. I'm just curious.
I'm still not buying quite, though, his endorsement of Charlie Batch. I mean, you have to say the right thing sometimes, but I think there is a question mark there. Their feelings about Charlie. And Charlie's going to have to prove it.
But I do believe that it's going to be Charlie's opportunity to prove whether he fits or not. And that's important. He's gotten in the weight room. Charlie's biggest knock, in my opinion, is he's not been able to stay healthy. He's sort of like that other guy besides Rob Johnson, who we talk about getting beat up all the time. Right. Play 3 games, bang in the chest.
Say Drew Brees, and say Drew Brees slides into the early second round.
I think it's a...
What precludes Detroit from moving up to get him? You have Atlanta sitting there. They obviously have Michael Vick now, so that's out of the question. Right. Then you have the Dallas Cowboys. So what I'm saying is if Drew Brees slides into the second round and Detroit's aggressive, they may be able to go up and get him.
Yes, you can.
Well, we have a trade. I was going through my Indianapolis notes, and it said trade. And so the Colts and the New York Football Giants have just made a trade for this, the 22nd spot. So we've seen the Jets trade up here in New York to get Santana Moss, and now the Giants have traded up. Mort, Mel, you may be wired on this one.
Well, I think you have to look at the obvious need area. It's no surprise that cornerback is at the top of that list. They need somebody opposite Sehorn, and you had some teams here that may be thinking corner along that line. And you look at Will Allen, Mort, you look at Willie Middlebrooks. I mean, those are guys. I had Will Allen going to the Giants when I did the report back in mid-March, and I think as a guy who played so well as a junior, and then as a senior, dropped back just a bit. He has some kick return skills. You have the Middlebrooks there. The cornerbacks, the Giants, I think, said, okay, this guy could maybe be a guy opposite Sehorn or still on the board at this point.
They want a corner, they need a corner, but do not rule out Todd Heap either, because they do need, that's another position.
Well,
what's their major need?
Corner, you're right.
They made the plus you get a guy with kick return skills. You mentioned it. We talked about the special team problems that the Buffalo Bills had.
Oh, God.
You got to remember, before Jim Fossil came on and guaranteed the playoffs, there was a nightmare. That was that Arizona game that we did on ESPN. Yeah. There was a nightmare going on with his special team situations also.
Well, he's already changed his punting situation. Not that we're talking about. I mean, Maynard's already gone. I mean, that's part of the special team.
Right, it just takes one more element and adds it to it. But there's absolutely no doubt in my mind this has got to be somebody that they want in the secondary.
Here's your secondary. Thomas, a big guy, opposite Sehorn, but not maybe the wheels you want. Williams has become a beautiful player at the free safety part.
Every one of these defensive backs goes over 215 pounds. Every one of them is over 6'2". And I think they need some quicker, smaller guys out there to be able to get into one-on-one cover situations. It showed up in the Baltimore game in the Super Bowl. People can run by the big guys. They isolate them and run by them.
The one cornerback we should talk about here at the later portion of the round one is Fred Smoot. Fred Smoot may drop down just a bit more.
Well, Fred Smoot has got some question marks about his character. Been some incidents in which actually there was a lot of correspondence going back and forth this week between attorneys, law enforcement officers, just to clarify Fred Smoot's situation. So Fred Smoot has dropped a little bit. He is that kind of quick guy. But corner, yes, I'm still not ruling out a Todd Heat, though, tight end, because they need that type of player as well.
You know what? Well, the pick is in, and the Giant fans are up and waiting. And what a year they had last year. I mean, they were just a well-rounded. Well, we'll talk about them in a minute. Here are the New York Football Giants.
With the 22nd selection, the New York Giants have chosen defensive back from Syracuse, Will Allen.
From Syracuse.
White Plains.
So he actually grew up at Syracuse in addition to going to college at Syracuse. I'm sure. So Will Allen, we've had two straight corners. No corner goes till 21. Now we have two in a row. By the way, it cost a third and a sixth. That was what the trade cost, a third and a sixth. Will Allen, Mel?
Well, I think you look at Will Allen, Boomer, and you go back to the junior campaign where he was just blanketing wide receivers all over the field. Now, he dropped back just a little this year. You see the aggressive qualities, jarring the ball loose. And keep in mind, he's 5'10 and a half, but he's 193 pounds. Very good strength, and he runs in that 4.35 range on a very consistent basis. You see his kickoff return skills here as well. Averaged 24.1 yards on 19 returns this past season. The question with Will Allen is become a finisher, ball skills. And I think where he's positioned to make a play, you have to come down with the INT. And in my mind, Morton Joe, you drop an INT or you don't come away with the pick when the opportunity presents itself, it's a turnover against that player.
Again, he's a young football player. I think ball skills can be worked on. I think, believe me, he's going to catch more balls in this offseason than he ever dreamed about catching at Syracuse to work on his skills. The one thing you're always curious about a defensive back, will he stick his head in there and tackle? He will. I think that's what's very attractive to John Fox, is the physical nature with which he plays the game.
Well, I am a little surprised, though, that Ernie, of course, the general manager, moved up. Ernie doesn't like to make a lot of trades. Not now, since he's been with the Giants.
Oh, you're confusing him with George Young.
No, but I think he feels like in this particular era, you sometimes regret when you go up to get a guy or even go back to get a guy. It's smart to stay there, but obviously they have a conviction. Don't forget, this is a Super Bowl team. They did go to the championship game. They're certainly going into the season with the fact that they believe they can compete again, and they got to strengthen.
You talk about a feel-good story after the quote, it wasn't a guarantee, who cares? Jim Fossil threw down the gauntlet, his team delivered. They crushed the Vikings 41-0. All right, they got to the Super Bowl, and they found out the Baltimore had a good defense. So we go from one feel-good team, the Giants, to another one. Talk about a feel-good story last year. Let's try the New Orleans Saints, who, well, they haven't drafted down here for a while. In some cases, they haven't even drafted.
How much would you expect to pay for this living room? How about this bedroom? This dining room? How much? Well, no wonder you're still looking for the furniture of your dreams. You need to come to the going out of business liquidation of Busk Brothers Furniture in Valparaiso and Michigan City. Busk Brothers Furniture in Valparaiso and Michigan City is liquidating to the bare walls, and prices have been slashed on brand new home furnishings from famous name brands. So quit dreaming. Now is the time to pay just pennies on the dollar for the home furnishings you've always wanted but thought you couldn't afford. Only a store that's going out of business can offer total liquidation prices, and Busk Brothers Furniture is going out of business in Valparaiso and Michigan City now.
We've got the best deal ever on a brand new StarCraft conversion van.
We have 50 to choose from, and they're all loaded with power windows, power locks, tilt, and cruise control.
Front and rear heat and air, front and rear stereo CD, custom interior, full exterior graphics and running boards.
That's right, a $30,000 van for only $19,990.
Plus a 5-year, 60,000-mile warranty and 6.9 financing for 72 months.
Come to Harbor, where you always get
a better deal.
Oh, look at that.
Anna,
Do you like it?
is it comfortable, right? Yes.
Wake up.
3.5 hours into this draft. Butch Davis, now his old school Miami had 3 players chosen. Butch, of course, now the coach of the Cleveland Browns. Michigan's had 3 players picked. But Deuce McAllister, maybe the most known name of a player still available from Ole Miss. We have Uriah Heep, Todd Heap, the tight end, who is a unique pick. And then you come to some wide receivers, Mel, and some more corners.
Well, I think Deuce McAllister, it's not a surprise that he's still there, Chris. I kept him up there highly rated because I've had him there all year. And I realize the injury question, but also realize Jamal Lewis, a lot of injury problems in 2 years at Tennessee. And look what he did. You see Drew Brees. He could go into the early second round. Ironically, talking about all the great receivers, Reggie Wayne's the best route runner, and he has the strongest hands. He could be an early 2. And Chris Jenkins is very interesting because he had an outstanding year. I thought in Maryland, a big upgrade over his junior year. And he's big, and he's a guy that I think is really a comparable to those Baltimore Ravens defensive tackles. And we've, interestingly enough, compared to every defensive tackle in this draft was Sam Adams.
Well, the thing you have to understand, if you want to get like the Baltimore Ravens defensive tackles, these guys need to put on 50, 60 pounds. I mean, you're not even going to scratch the surface of Syracuse at 320. I mean, forget about it. You got to go out to eat for a long time to get what
320 Canadian.
Right leg. That's about 66%.
320 Canadian. Eh? Let's move up to Mike Tirico for some other news around the league. Michael.
Yes, north, but not as north as Canada. We want to bring in Sal Palantonio, who's south in Tampa, but discussing the Philadelphia Eagles as they await to pick 25th. Sal, what are you hearing from there?
Well, Mike, let's look ahead a little bit to that 25th pick in the Eagles. Don't forget they need a lot of wide receiver help. Reggie Wayne is still there. Freddie Mitchell is still there. Players that they do like. Todd Heap, the tight end, is there, but you have a Pro Bowl tight end already on the football team. But the interesting thing is Mel has his top pick still available, Deuce McAllister. The Eagles, Deuce Staley, has been injured. He was injured in the second game last year, still has a problem with a stress fracture. McAllister's an interesting situation for them. Do they pick up McAllister as an insurance, or do they go with a wide receiver? So they have a dilemma down in Philadelphia. Michael?
That's Deuce with one more E and a bunch more injuries, and I'm sure the guys will talk about that as they talk McAllister more often later on. Right now, we'll go back to Chris and company in New York. Boomer.
All right, Michael, Sal, thank you very much. We, we've had 22 picks. We've had 4 trades while we've been on the clock. This has moved along much faster than I thought, hasn't it? I mean,
it is. It really has been.
Saying, geez, 3.5 hours, but I mean, with all the movement and everything else,
fast. This is. I think it's an indication that there are teams out there. We talked about it. Need versus value. There are teams out there that when somebody goes and you see the quick trade and the quick trigger, boy, if he's there, I'm going after him. Bang, they're gone. Well, if I can move up this many places, I can get it done. There's a willingness to deal out for players, and there's also a willingness to go up for players. I also think it's indicative of the equal nature of the talent in general in the first round in this pick. Nothing real exceptional.
Well, I heard many a personnel guys say, hey, between pick 15 and 50, it's the same guy. Just different position, but it's the same guy. So I think that's another reason.
Yeah, we talked about the Giants having a wonderful season. Boy, late November to December to January to remember. What about the New Orleans Saints? I mean, I don't care who you are. You have to root for the New Orleans Saints. And what Jim Haslett did last year in bringing this team into the playoffs and winning a division at 10-6 and eliminating the Super Bowl champion Rams from the playoffs, Ricky Williams in and out. I mean, the second year, good when he was there, but didn't play a whole lot of the year. Jeff Blake gets hurt, even though while he was in, Joe Horn had a huge year receiving. But so who are we going to go with? One of those other backups to Brett Favre, who, oh, by the way, was an offseason trade. We're going to try Aaron Brooks. And Aaron Brooks beat the Rams in the playoffs, and then went up to Minnesota. And so the New Orleans Saints won the NFC West last year at 10-6. The Saints, a team that, look, offensively and defensive, were ranked in the top 10, and you don't get teams that much that put that all together. You talk about 1 year as a head coach. You got to look at what Jim Haslett did last year in New Orleans, one of the best. Hello, I'm a first-year head coach, and I'm coaching a franchise that hadn't done too well, and how well they did. Let's go out to San Diego to Ed Werder with some thoughts, perhaps, on on the Saints. Ed?
Well, an interesting development, Chris. You know, Mike Ditka's last pick as GM and head coach of the Saints was Ricky Williams. Gave away almost an entire draft to make that pick. Well, now Jim Haslett and Randy Mueller are going to take another running back with their very first-round pick, and it's going to be Deuce McAllister, the multi-dimensional running back. When I talked to Mueller yesterday, he said, hey, this is a guy who reminds me a lot of Fred Taylor with that explosiveness, the ability to contribute as a receiver immediately. It also gives him a backup for Ricky Williams, who missed 8 games last year. And I think the other thing, it sends a strong message to Ricky Williams, who right now is the only member of their roster who is not participating in their off-season program. Now, they did dispatch Dave Atkins, their running backs coach, down to San Diego last week to check in on Ricky Williams. They weighed him. He weighed 228. Chris, let's go back to you.
All right, Ed, thank you very much for the insight. And if this is the case, which we're about to find out, another team that doesn't have to pay moving expenses, Ole Miss, New Orleans, it's close. Here's the pick.
With the 23rd selection, the New Orleans Saints have chosen running back from Mississippi, Deuce McAllister.
Well, this is some discussion here, boys.
Hey,
let's go.
Jim Haslett, since he's been in New Orleans, has never been enamored with Ricky Williams. And it's black and white with Jim Haslett. He either likes you or he's got issues with you. Now, hey, Ricky Williams, 2 straight off seasons, has barely been there with Jim Haslett. Has forfeited $250,000 each year in off-season workout bonus money. And I don't think he's Haslett's type of guy. And this, at least, you'll find out. Will he compete? Will he be motivated by getting a guy like
And
McAllister?
one thing, too, with McAllister's pass receiving skills, Mort, you have a heck of an option. You can utilize him in a lot of different ways. He has kickoff return skills. He's an outstanding punt returner. You watch Deuce McAllister. I think the knock on his competitiveness was just not accurate. I look at Deuce McAllister, Joe, and he battled back from that injury the best he could this year. Go back to 1998. He rushed for over 1,000 yards, averaged 5.1 yards per carry. Caught 20 passes out of the backfield. Next year, averaged 5.4 yards per carry. Then the injuries this past season. But I go back to the Arkansas game. He was still not 100%, so had a big game there, had a tremendous run off tackle where he won about 55 yards for a touchdown. Joe, I like Deuce McAllister, have all year, and I think the Saints are saying, hey, we have Ricky Williams, and we can utilize this guy as a receiver, as a punt returner, kickoff returner, and really use those multi-dimensional skills to our benefit.
I don't know if they're saying we have Ricky Williams. Jim Haslett's just sending a message out to Ricky Williams. We don't care. Go do whatever you want to do. I'm going on with my football team. That's Jim Haslett. He's great at handling guys who think they have problems. But he'll straighten them out. Wait 1 second. The other thing is that we talked about Jamal Lewis last year when the Baltimore Ravens were looking at Jamal Lewis and said, you know, he's got a nick here, he's got an injury here. Turned out to be a heck of a back. Deuce McAllister could be the same type of a back for them. Give them the pounder. Give them the versatility.
You agree with me, Joe?
I think I'm
with the Deuce bandwagon now?
Based on Jamal's situation, I think so. I think it's a good pick.
Let's look at the depth chart.
I love the pick.
Let's look at the depth chart.
I love the fact that Jim Haslett said, hey, look, I'm not going to put up with Ricky Williams baloney. Ricky Williams.
Do you really believe that Ricky Williams is not in the picture at running back?
No, I think
I don't believe Ricky Williams is this stupid. That's
Ricky Williams has been injured both his 2 seasons, too, though. You got to remember. So you're looking at a guy in Ricky Williams who has missed games each of the seasons because of injuries. McAllister, who had some of those issues. Maybe between the 2 of them, you get a heck of a back.
To me, I just have trouble imagining somebody not being bright enough to be able to figure out what's going on. He's a great football player.
Yes.
I mean, I'm as mad as a fan of the game of football at the actions that he has. I mean, he's really stupid. And forget about this baloney about going to play baseball. Guys have tried that.
And that's not the ultimate wake-up call to Ricky Williams.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, what else could be a wake-up call than this?
Somebody rang the bell.
It's a 12-alarm fire worth of wake-up
going
call.
on.
And taking it back where everyone down there, I mean, they're thrilled to have Ricky still in New Orleans, but, you know, a running back from Mississippi playing in New Orleans, that'll be home following in itself. I mean, that's a loud wake-up call. But let's go back a minute. We said that these 2 teams drafting back-to-back are 2 feel-good teams and feel-good stories from last year. New Orleans certainly, but it's hard to feel better than the New York Giants did last year. And joining us on the Fast Acton Tenacton video conference is the coach of the defending NFC champions, Jim Fossil. And Jim, I don't know if this was a guarantee that you were going to get a defensive back, but my goodness, you obviously were convicted to go up and get Allen from Syracuse. Why make the move there?
Well, Chris, you know, one of the things Ernie and I are very much on the same page with is that sometimes you got to be aggressive. We were aggressive last year with some of the moves we made in personnel, and we had we had a conviction on him, and then Nate Clements went, and we thought that there could be a run on corners, and we felt like it was value to go up and fulfill something. We felt like we needed to get a player at that position, and we were excited about him, and we think he can come in and help us.
Well, if you were to think back at the run that you guys got on right into the Super Bowl, it may sound like a trite question, Jim, but then you've had a chance to reflect on it. What one or two things do you want to bottle and make sure that you have to repeat all next year long? Could be a player, could be an attitude. What was the highlight as you look back a couple of months ago?
Well, without a doubt, I think the team chemistry. That's the one thing we worked very hard at this last off season, and we started that way right now. And I told anybody that we brought in as a free agent and different players I've talked to is that we finally built tremendous team chemistry in these guys. And I know that sounds trite and overplayed and all that type of stuff. It's not in my mind, and I don't want to lose that. I want to keep the work ethic going. Right now, we have virtually every player here working very hard in the off-season program, and I'm interested in keeping that type of chemistry, not only the free agents we sign, but the people we draft.
Well, I think it's indicative by the re-signing of Sehorn, the re-signing of Tiki Barber. Do you feel offensively, and obviously Kerry Collins grew, and you know, you got a nice season out of your #1 pick last year, Ron Dave. Do you feel that as an offensive team, the Giants are really just scratching the surface of what you could become this season?
I do. I think we can get better. I think we made good strides last year, and obviously the way Kerry Collins played was a big part of that. But we got better play. Tiki Barber was phenomenal. I mean, he played really outstanding for us. Our receivers played well. And I really think that, yeah, we can continue to get better. Our defense is outstanding, has been for a while. And as we become more of a complete team, our offense has the potential to continue to grow and get better.
Of course, you're going to be the one that they're hunting now. I mean, you know that. That'll be a speech somewhere along the line, won't it?
Oh, absolutely. I've got that speech already ready. They, you know, obviously with 3 Monday night games and a Sunday night game, and, you know, that road schedule will get you. Plus, we're playing very good football teams. And then also, like you said, you become a marked team. This team went to the Super Bowl last year, and you know, Minnesota, who we played in the championship game, we got to go up there, and there's going to be some tough games. It's going to be a challenge for us, but we're a better football team, and I think we're a lot more mentally prepared to handle it.
Well, it beats the alternative, Jim. I think you would agree with me on that. And also, I think in the speech department, you're okay when you give that speech. We'll see you later on in the weekend.
All right, good to be with you.
Thank you very much, Jim. Jim Fossil, a good guy. Good things happened to a good guy last year. The Giants are a feel-good story, and they've moved up and drafted corner. We have Denver, Philly, Miami coming up. Playoff teams abound. We'll be back.
I like this one and that one, Daddy.
You have to pay the man for the rabbits now. Can I write a check?
Have to see some ID.
Okay.
Have to call us in.
Okay.
Just a minute.
Daddy.
Have to see a second ID.
Okay.
This doesn't look like you. Date of birth. Have to phone this in.
Next time, use the Visa check card instead of cash or checks. It'll get you in, out, and on with life.
Mother's maiden name.
In the battle against athlete's foot, you gotta have, boom, tough-acting Tinactin. Tinactin pump spray is clinically proven to stop the severe itching and burning of athlete's foot. Tinactin is so tough it even prevents athlete's foot. So get, boom, tough-acting Tinactin.
When you can't find time to catch up around your kitchen table, come to Denny's and catch up around ours. Kids eat free every day of the week from 4 to 10 p.m. So while you can't return to simpler days, maybe the price will make you feel like you have.
Presenting the 30-day money-back Discovery Adventure. Buy a 2001 Land Rover Discovery Series 2. Drive it for 30 days or 1,500 miles. And if you're not completely satisfied, bring it back for a full refund. Come see what a Discovery is made of.
There's a secret society where the night is eternal, the music is essential, and the party is non-stop. You could be the newest member. The MGD Music Jet Tour. 4 parties, 4 cities. one unforgettable trip. Peel the label, enter the code at mgd.com, and prepare for takeoff.
This is your captain speaking. If I could have your attention for a moment, folks, I'd just like to say that American is proud to be the only airline to remove seats throughout coach, so you all can have more room to cross your legs. However, we do kindly request that you not all do it at the same time. Thank you.
Just an incredible play.
Can they do it?
Unbelievable.
You do not want to miss this.
Nice pass.
This team has got game.
Who is this kid?
He drilled.
He could go all the way.
Here comes a sports capsule moment.
From New York, our world headquarters in Bristol, and every spot in the NFL. We continue our NFL draft coverage. Denver on the clock, pick 24 of 31 in the first round. Still joined with our roundtable of Mike Golick, Ron Jaworski, Sean Salisbury, and Hank Goldberg. And with Denver on the clock, Mike Shanahan, who runs the whole show. He's the coach and the decision maker. It brings up the topic of conversation. Mike Holmgren, Seattle, Marty Schottenheimer now, Washington, among those with both hats, all the power. Is that a good thing? We've seen it for a few years now.
It's a good thing if you have great people around you, good support people who you can work with and can communicate with and know what you want. I kind of favor the strong general manager, strong coach, because I think the coach general manager is a little tempted to do things for the moment, number one. Number two, if the coach isn't doing so hot, the general manager can fire him.
You know, when I look at it, you got the business of football, and then you've got the game of football. Coaches love to coach. They love the game of football. All of a sudden, they have to do administrative duties, salary cap duties, managing money. It's a whole lot different. I think the football people should stay in football, and the GM should pretty much run the operation.
I would say the reason there are more of it is because of the guy on the clock right now, Shanahan. When he won his Super Bowls, it showed people that a guy can do it. The difference is there's not many guys as qualified and as good at it as Shanahan.
No, I absolutely agree. I agree with you, Hank. I think you have to have a great support group making those decisions. Like you said, coaches want to coach. The business side of it should be handled.
And let's remember this, you lead people and you manage things. These coaches were coaches first, general managers second. I don't like it when they do both.
The pick is in. Let's go to Chris in New York.
Good ball, one of your pens here, Joey.
All right, Michael, thank you very much. So the Denver Broncos, a team that, Brian Griese got hurt right at the end. Well, not at the end, in the middle of that great Monday night game. And they wonder if they had their full complement of offense. I mean, Baltimore, they play defense unbelievably, but they wonder whether they, had the full complement. They win that game, did they go and win the Super Bowl? Well, here's their pick.
With the 24th selection, the Denver Broncos have chosen defensive back from Minnesota, Willie Middlebrooks. Philadelphia's on the clock.
Well, we will talk about Willie Middlebrooks, defensive back, Minnesota. Bigger. Some teams liked him. Some teams didn't necessarily like him. I mean, as a first-round pick. But Denver defense now for new defensive coach Ray Rhodes. But before we get into Denver in particular, because there's lots to talk about here, and they are an intriguing team, let's bring in a guy that knows full well about Denver because he was director of personnel under Bobby Beathard with the San Diego Chargers, Billy Devaney. Now back to the New York, New Jersey area, losing that tan a little bit. So I'm concerned.
I got to get back to San Diego. This is cold. It's down into the 50s here.
You didn't bring enough clothes, did you?
Billy, let's start with your observations on the day because you've gone through many, many of these. San Diego, now that they got Tomlinson, let's evaluate the move they made. Did they get enough for trading out of the Michael Vick spot?
I think they did about as best they could, Chris. They were in a difficult situation. If they were not sold on Michael Vick being the championship guy, the guy to take him to the Super Bowl, then the logical thing is, okay, let's move out of there. There wasn't a whole lot of people, as we know, looking to jump up there to take that pick. And when it got down to Atlanta being the only guy, the only team, you almost had to take what they were offered. And I think they did a heck of a job coming away with this, getting the second-round pick next year. I think, and getting the running back that they wanted, I think they came out pretty good.
Let's delve it. Go ahead, Joe.
Well, the thing I'm curious about, was it money? Or was it, as Mel has gone on and ranted about, he didn't think Michael Vick was a franchise-type player? I mean, was it money or was it the fact that maybe Vick wasn't the guy that they thought he would be.
You know what, Joe? I think it's more of a case of when you look at the Charger roster, there aren't very many first and second round players on that roster. And no matter how much potential Michael Vick has, and everybody recognizes the upside of Michael Vick, there's still a risk involved. And if you miss out, if you take Michael Vick and he doesn't pan out, that's just another case. You've missed out on a number one guy.
Let me ask you this, Bill. You've been in a lot of war rooms over the years. If they believed he was a franchise quarterback, would they have traded out?
They would not have traded out. They would have taken him, and the Spanoses wouldn't have had any problem signing him. I firmly believe it was a football decision.
All right, we're going to go back. The Philadelphia Eagles are up, and this is going to be an intriguing pick. I think it's what it's going to be. They certainly need a receiver, and although the big guy, Andy Reid, he went out to see Freddie Mitchell
25th pick
a week ago, okay?
The Philadelphia Eagles have selected wide receiver from UCLA, Freddie Mitchell.
Now, this is an interesting pick. We're going to talk here, and then I want to get on the whole AFC West with Billy. Philadelphia is a team now that this is the third year that Andy Reid's been head coach and Mo Drack running the draft, but they draft Donovan McNabb to booze here 2 years ago, and booze would be the understatement. The Philly fans who have no problem booing the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus, I mean, there was no problem booing the pick of Donovan McNabb here. Then this season starts, and Peterson starts, and they're booing Andy for not starting McNabb, so they went 180 before the season began. All right, let's put that aside. Donovan McNabb has become a fast riser as quarterback and a Pro Bowl quarterback. Last year in the first round, albeit very high again, Corey Simon. 2 home runs, I would say, to this point by the Eagles, who are drafting down here for the first time in a while. Now with Freddie Mitchell, a guy at UCLA who scares off some because of the way he might carry himself, shall we say. He doesn't lack of confidence, but Andy Reid personally, quote, gave the front office a couple days off a week and a half ago, and he went out to see him and made the decision on his own.
When you look at it, Freddie Mitchell really, I think, is one of the most confident players in this draft. He believes he should have been the first receiver taken. He believes he can dominate any cornerback in America and in the NFL, and that's what you need at the pro level. You can't shy away from that type of pressure. You have to be aggressive. He goes and gets the football. Everybody said, well, he's quick, he's not fast. Well, he went to the combine workout, and he ran. Some players don't. Freddie did. Billy Devaney, he ran a 4.44. And if everybody said, hey, he's fast-talking Freddie Mitchell, now he's just fast Freddie Mitchell. And I think that 4.44 established Freddie Mitchell as a clear and no question about it, mid to late first round pick.
No question, Mel. And I think that the talking part of Freddie Mitchell, there's two kinds. If you come across as a jerk and kind of a lowlife, if you will, that's one kind of guy. If you're just cocky and brash and you can back it up like Freddie Mitchell, people don't really get down on that kind of trash talking. So I look at that as a positive out of a guy. And if Freddie Mitchell, even if he doesn't catch a pass in the league, it's already going to be noted for the greatest quote going into the combine when said that when people talk about the combine being a meat market, then I'm the filet mignon.
Well, and so the Eagles get an offensive, and then, by the way, they think, although they don't know it's a unique injury with Deuce Staley, they think that the foot injury is coming along well, and they can only hope so because you can only mask a lack of a big-time runner for so long, but they certainly did that well. And now with Freddie Mitchell, Andy Reid would have preferred to go a bigger guy and not a receiver. First time the Eagles have gone receiver first round since Kenny Jackson at 84. I mean, that's a long time ago. We'll talk more about the Eagles, who are clearly a team on the rise and intriguing as heck. So is Denver. Denver goes with Middlebrooks, and let's look at him, Mel and Billy and Joe. You know, 6'1.5", 200-pound DB, a corner from Minnesota. There's not a lot of INTs, which doesn't necessarily mean something one way or the other, but how do you rate him? Some did not have him in the first round, Mel. Do you agree?
No, there would be some mixed opinion on Willie Middlebrooks, and the reason is, Chris, he comes out early as a junior, and of course he had that ankle injury which prevented him from playing in the last 4 games. But if you look at Middlebrooks and you go back to prior to the injury, Minnesota held Ohio State to 17 points. They held Penn State to 16, Illinois to 10. He gets hurt in the Indiana game. Indiana puts up 51. Then over the next 2 weeks, Minnesota and Northwestern scored 41 against You're talking about the NC State game. They have a 24-point lead. They let slip away in the bowl game when Corn Robinson goes wild. That's what Willie Middlebrooks on the sideline. So I think he was certainly one of the MVPs of their defense, along with Karan Riley, Billy. And now it's a question about the ankle. You know, is he 100% recovered from that ankle injury that kept him out late in the year?
I think so, and I think most people are sold on the ankle, that he'll be ready for mini camps and certainly for training camp. I think that what this does for Denver, it gives you three young corners. Denard Walker was a great free agent signing. They drafted Delta O'Neal last year. You got Jimmy Spencer as a veteran that could be the fourth guy, and they signed Darrell Lewis and now Middlebrooks. Even if he starts out as a special team guy, as an inside slot corner, I think they've done a tremendous job upgrading their secondary.
Well, let's really quickly go Denver, and then we'll come back in a moment. But look, a year ago at this time, we really didn't know, is Brian Griese going to be not only a good starting quarterback, but a leader of the team? Answer now, 12 months later, yes and yes. Have they made enough moves to get back into the Super Bowl? Could we be looking, guys, at a Super Bowl team, especially if Terrell Davis becomes himself again?
I think they've had a tremendous offseason. And to answer your question, Boomer, I think they are a legitimate Super Bowl contender. Between the free agent signings, getting Middlebrooks, I have one big problem with what they've done in the offseason, and I hope it doesn't negate everything. I am not a Chester McLaughlin fan. I think he has the capability of negating all the good that they've done, and it even bothers me that they're going to be playing in a spanking new stadium, and Chester gets to run out there and soil it from day one.
Well, why don't you just tell us something? Some opinion really believe there, you know?
I really believe this. Ask the people at Oakland and going back Clemson, Oakland, and Kansas City.
Well, they're hoping that with Ray Rhodes that is the right mix. When we return, we will talk with Jim Haslett and the video coverage, who certainly made an interesting draft pick. So we'll ask Jim about that and what's going on down in New Orleans when we return.
Sure doesn't taste this good in New York.
You up here on vacation?
No. Lunch. Introducing the 260 horsepower Acura TL Type S.
You having fun at your party, honey? Yeah.
All right. I gotta tell you, son, these last few years have been great.
Oh, they sure have.
Now that you're 6, we're gonna have to trade you in.
What if you treated your kids
No hard feelings, right?
the way you treat your car?
Let's have some cake.
All right.
Don't trade your car in when the warranty's expired. Come to Pep Boys for expert service and now free Gabriel Pro Rider shock installation. All you need to know is where to go. Pep Boys.
It's not where you come from. It's where you're going. It's not what you drive. It's what drives you. It's not what's on you. It's what's in you. Gatorade. Is it in you?
It's the big show, Ray. Who wants to be a millionaire?
Ray does.
Quick, Dad, what's the capital of Nepal?
Kathmandu.
Oh, baby! Ray is ready to play. Who wants to be a millionaire?
Ray does.
Showtime.
Now you can play the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire game at McDonald's. Answer correctly and you could win cash on every card, up to $1 million.
Who wants to be a millionaire at McDonald's?
Ray does.
Yeah. Wow! Look at her! She's different than the girls at school. Whoa! He's touching her. He is so lucky. I gotta learn how to skate. I feel kind of funny. Oh no! Don't go! No, please, no! Yes! Yes!
Get into the lives of athletes off the field. The Life, presented by Sprite. New episodes begin May 5th on ESPN.
Welcome back to the draft in New York as we're 4 hours in. Miami is number 26 of the 31 teams in the first round. Could we hear the name Drew Brees here? We'll get to that in a moment. That would be intriguing. Well, we're going to go to the pick right now, and we'll see what they do, and then we'll visit with New Orleans. This could be an interesting spot. Don't know that it will be with Brees, but certainly something they could look at. Although, remember, they did sign Ray Lucas to back up Jay Fiedler, so they have two mobile quarterbacks. There wouldn't be an urgent need there. They did spend some money. So the Miami Dolphins, who won the division last year, let's remember that. They won like New Orleans had won their division last year, came from behind to beat the Colts before losing at Oakland. Here's their pick.
With the 26th selection, the Miami Dolphins have chosen defensive back from Wisconsin, Jamar Fletcher.
Well, you know, it's interesting. There's a guy, the Colts, their division rival, we're looking at, although the Colts trading down that many spots can't be surprised that the Fletcher DB Wisconsin is gone. We'll talk back to Miami in a moment. But as we said before, on the line with us is a guy that it's hard to top what you do in your first year as a head coach in professional football. With our Tinactin video conference, we joined the head coach of the New Orleans Saints, Jim Haslett. And Jim, good to be with you as always. Deuce McAllister, surprised he was sitting there for you?
Well, we were very surprised. Obviously, he's a guy that we had it rated very high on our board, up and around, I think, 5th or 6th on our board. And when he fell to us, we thought you can't turn down a guy like this. It just he gives you so many weapons. A guy that can play running back and go out there and return punts and kickoffs. And I think he's a great pick.
Okay, so now the next question, you know where we have to go. Ricky Williams. I guess it's a two-pronged question. If Ricky is in and playing the way you want him, how do you project to get them both playing time? And where does Ricky Williams stand right now in your overall plans, Jim?
Well, obviously, I think this is a two-man position that you can't go wrong. I like the Giants did last year with Thunder and Lightning. I think this gives you some flexibility in plays. You can run with them, different things. And, you know, obviously Ricky's been hurt the last couple of years, so it's nice to have a backup or another guy that can go in and play. So, like I said, I think we got two good running backs on this football team right now.
Rookie healthy enough? I mean, is that not part of the equation of a question here?
No, Ricky's healthy. He's coming in. He'll be in this week for minicamp, and we're looking forward to getting both of them together.
What preconceived thoughts, it's only April, Jimmy, on your quarterback position? Jeff Blake did well, but boy, Aaron Brooks did well. Where does that stand? Do you have a starter as we speak? How do you see that going before we kick it off in September?
Well, I think it's the same thing. We feel good about our quarterback situation. You know, Aaron did a great job of stepping in, and Jeff Blake's obviously a quality veteran, and we feel good about Jake Delhomme, our third. So our quarterback situation is fine. You know, we feel good about that situation, also our running back right now.
Well, you know, Jimmy, you got to have a Cajun down there. Delhomme, you know, before that 4K or A-Bear. I mean, you got to have some down there. Hey, isn't it nice to hear them talk football in New Orleans? I know with Mike and Ricky Williams, they were excited, you know, a year or two ago. But is it football back? I mean, do you hear it every day in the streets in New Orleans?
Well, you know, I know the people are excited about playing, you know, Saints football again, and our players are excited about what's going on, and they're working hard right now, and they're in here every day, and as long as we can keep up that attitude and the players know how hard we worked last year to get to this point and we keep it up, I think we're in pretty good shape.
Yeah, and you got a good defensive line to help you out, and that's the understatement of the year, and I know that's from a guy that played in the Bermuda Triangle in Buffalo. I know you appreciate the way those guys play. Thanks, Jimmy. We'll see you later in the weekend.
Thank you.
I loved him as a player, by the way, and he knows that. With him and Smirlis,
what a job as a coach.
Shane Nelson.
What a job as a coach.
Well, I'm just going back 20 years.
Oh, yeah.
Now I'm moving forward to a coach. I mean, you can't do any better than Jim Haslett did last year with seemingly no bullets, right?
Well, yeah, but he changed. First thing he did was change the attitude, which was a big thing. But Randy Mueller, who was the executive of the year, he went in and signed some key free agents, and they had, you know, Darren Howard last year, second-round pick. They didn't have a first-round pick, but guess what? Darren Howard played like a first-round pick. So they had some players, and Jim coached them up.
All right, let's move on to Miami. I'm not surprised they took defensive back. It's just you want to throw Brees' name out there just in case it happens. Miami, I mean, certainly defensively, has got to be pretty happy with what they have, Mort.
Well, they are. And I think that he really thought he needed that third. Even with Surtain and Sam Madison, he really felt he had to have that third back. And you'll talk about Fletcher in a little bit, how good Fletcher is, just being maybe the best, technically the best corner without the athletic skills.
You're right, Morton. I think you look at that division in the Indianapolis Colts with Peyton Manning, and Jamar Fletcher is an outstanding cover man. He's 5'9", he's 180 pounds. He doesn't have the great timed recovery speed, but you see the physical places Freddie Mitchell and Jamar Fletcher getting into it in the Sun Bowl, and here's Freddie Mitchell in the open field. Fletcher obviously makes that play here against David Terrell. You see the toughness of Fletcher, a guy who was a former option quarterback in high school. I mean, he's intercepted the pass from Drew Brees in 2 different years. He takes the ball the distance. He's tremendous after he intercepts the pass and making you pay.
Well, you mentioned Drew Brees once again. There are Dolphin fans who are disappointed right now because they wanted the Dolphins to kind of revisit history. They got Dan Marino at 27. They wanted Brees at 26. But really, I think the Dolphins and Dave Wanstead felt that Drew Brees is really like Jay Fiedler or like Ray Lucas. There's not a whole lot of difference there, and I think that's why he passed.
And keep in mind, we have cornerbacks now, 4 off the board. Fred Smoot still available.
Well, Fred Smoot is a guy, as we mentioned, there have been some character issues raised. He did have an arrest warrant issued for him on a narcotics violation in March, but the prosecutor has sent us a copy of the letter saying that he dropped those charges, and nevertheless, Smoot still has some red flags on him, and I think that's why he has slid a little bit.
So no defensive backs the first 19, 5 of the next 7 DBs, and now here come the Minnesota Vikings, who, if not shocked, certainly caught a little bit surprised with the retirement of Robert Smith, running back. But if there's a draft for need, here it might be.
With the 27th selection, the Minnesota Vikings have chosen running back from Wisconsin, Michael Bennett.
So, you know, we've had 2 colleges go back-to-back. Michigan had 2 in a row. Miami had a couple in a row. So here is Michael Bennett, who stepped in at Wisconsin when Ron Dayne graduated, if you will, to the New York Football Giants. Well, they have to have a back. I mean, they just have to. Robert Smith retired.
You got to have some defensive players, too. We go through this year after year with this team where, I mean, I know Robert Smith is a big void to fill, but when are they going to... I mean,
next round.
Oh, they got somebody last year. They did it last year. Okay.
You look at it, Morton, you see the breakaway ability, and you see an offensive line at Wisconsin that dominates. And you watch Ron Dayne win a Heisman Trophy. And Michael Bennett now is a track star. You see a guy who can really run. We talk about running with authority. A guy that certainly has track speed. And I think, you know, he took his track ability, Morton, he applied it to the football field. The question with Michael Bennett is, he's not that shifty as a runner. You didn't hear pick up the blitz and do the blocking and then do the things you have to do from a physical standpoint. But needs to develop a little bit more shiftiness. And the big question is, he's got to prove they can catch the football. Only 4 receptions the entire season for the 2000 year at Wisconsin.
But where he's going, I don't necessarily think that it matters that much. Because in the offense, when you've got Randy Moss, when you've got Chris Carter, you really don't emphasize the running back catching the ball that much. He has great speed. You have a huge offensive line in Minnesota. He slides right into a system that's very similar to the one he had in college. So it can be a good, quick transition for him. But I agree. They lost Robert Smith. Yes, that's a big loss. But the defensive side of the ball is just gone. There's nobody there.
Hey, Robert Smith, I mean, he's always been a little different. I mean, in fans, you know, a lot of people in football go, oh, don't follow the Vikings that closely. Wait a minute, right? Robert Smith, he retired. I mean, this isn't news, but he certainly was at the peak of his career, one of the more healthy seasons as he's
and going to be a free agent and going to have a windfall of money fall in his pocket.
But always has walked to the beat of a different drummer, as you mentioned. And my understanding is that his attorney, Neil Cornish, doesn't expect him to return and play football. In other words, he's not sitting out a year to come back. But I think Robert Smith has, in fact, retired. A lot like what Barry Sanders has done. He's leaving before. He's got his money put away. He's invested it. He doesn't want to be beat up any more than he's been beat up. One last note on Bennett, by the way. A lot of people have said fastest back to come to the NFL since Bo Jackson, and he is a football player. That's a big...
When your ears go and you say Bo Jackson, immediately a 4-time Big Ten sprint champion. Jaws, let's go up to you. Your thoughts on Michael Bennett, the 3rd back picked here in the 1st round.
Yeah, Boomer, I really like Michael. He's one of those home run hitters, and he will fit nicely into this Vikings offense. And, you know, everyone wants to talk about Dante Culpepper and Randy Moss and Chris Carter, but this is a team that ran the ball as well as anyone last year and almost as much as anyone last year. So Michael Bennett will come in, and what he has is outstanding vision. He's an excellent cutback runner, and with that big offensive line the Vikings have, he'll be able to find those cutback lanes. Here you'll see him in the I formation, which, again, a staple of the Vikings will run, followed power fullback. In Minnesota, will be Jim Kleinsasser. What you want to do is just read the base blocking of the offensive line. A man on a man on a man. Look for that seam. Look for that crack. Oh, there he goes. The linebacker is the guy a running back wants to see. The linebacker overruns. He sees his helmet. There's the cutback lane. And this is beautiful vision, good patience, Bennett, and then puts the shoulders down. And the one thing I always love, and I talk to my buddy Merrill Hodge all the time, is that running back, the factor back that runs behind his pads and delivers the blow. I think Michael Bennett will fit nicely into that Vikings offensive scheme, Boomer.
Well, another person to push the envelope on the 5th-ranked offense in football, Jaws. But defensively, they ranked 28th, and they were edged in the title game 41-0. So they replace Smith, but can they stop the others from scoring? Next on the clock, tee it up. We'll be back.
We didn't reinvent the wheel, just your TV. With AT&T Broadband, our pipeline brings great things to your TV, along with big savings. Get this great offer on AT&T Digital Cable when you select the AT&T Digital Value Package that's right for you. And watch more of what you want. Plus, all the cool programming from Showtime, Stars, and HBO. Call now for this limited time offer and save big. Isn't it time you reinvented your TV?
The self-propelled Toro personal pace mower. It adjusts to your pace, however slow or fast that may be.
See the Toro personal pace at Hopkins Ace Hardware in Chesterton and Heinold & Feller Tire Company in Valparaiso.
Tomorrow on ESPN Classic, baseball was his life.
He knows greatness.
Academy Award winner Tommy Lee Jones in a real classic, Cobb.
I'm the greatest baseball player of all time.
And one man's search for the real story behind the legend.
You have no friends. My book is about Cobb. Cobb is baseball.
Cobb. Tomorrow at 9 Eastern, only on ESPN Classic. To get ESPN Classic, call 1-800-CLASSIC today.
You can do it! You can do it! Go, Jorge! Go! 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 You can do it! Yeah!
Thanks, Jorgie.
I love you so much!
Our draft coverage continues. The Raiders on the clock at number 28, and as you know, not just on ESPN and ESPN2, ESPN News and ESPN Radio, but also ESPN.com. We have continuing coverage of the draft, and that features an audio chat from the ESPN Zone hosted by Trey Wingo with several NFL players, including Tim Brown, the multiple-time Pro Bowler, all-pro receiver from the Raiders. And Tim joins us now on TV from the ESPN Zone in Times Square. Tim, as the Raiders are on the clock, I'm curious about a veteran player like yourself. How interested in you in the decision-making process that your team's gone through all week? Do you call and talk to John Gruden and say, where are you guys thinking about going?
Well, I definitely try and find out what they're thinking. You know, if I could be some help, then I'll definitely try and help out. But, you know, if you know anything about John, he knows what he's doing, so he's not going to give out too much information. I did talk to him briefly this morning and asked him what was he thinking, and, of course, he listed every position on the football field. So you really never know what's going to happen here. But, you know, you would think that, you know, we would be looking at some help at the linebacker position maybe, or, you know, maybe offensive line. You just never know. But I'm sure they're going to take the best athlete out there.
We talk so much about these players today in the perspective of he can do this. He's done this in college. As a veteran, you know rookies don't contribute as much as we think they do sometimes. How tough is it for a rookie to come in, especially on a team like the Raiders that was within a game of the Super Bowl?
Well, it can be very tough, you know, but everybody has their role to play. And I think if guys come in with the attitude of, you know, whatever I need to do to help this team out, that's what I'm going to do, then they'll do a lot better. You know, you can't come in saying, hey, I should be this other starting receiver. I should be starting opposite Eric Allen or Charles Woodson or whatever. You know, you can't come in with that type of attitude. You have to come in and say, look, whatever I can do to contribute to this team, that's what I can do. And, you know, sometimes in football today, these young guys come in and they just want to run the whole show right away, and it's not going to happen that way. You have to pay your dues and work your way up the ladder.
Well, Tim, the pick's in. We'll ask you about it in a second, but let's go to Chris just down the street at Madison Square Garden. Boomer?
Well, Mike and Timmy, can you save us a zone burger? I mean, that's the big question that we're going to ask right now. There it is. Hey, how about Timmy Brown? #1 pick back in the 80s and 88. And still as good as he ever was. And one step away from that elusive Super Bowl. The Raiders have chosen. And
tight end.
They traded for one, but not like this, right?
Got to be Todd Heap, Chris.
Okay.
With the 28th selection, the Oakland Raiders have chosen defensive back from Florida State, Derek Gibson.
There's your safety that you were talking about with Archuleta.
But this isn't a player that's quite up to the level, in my opinion, of Adam Archuleta. Gibson has great physical ability, and he had some big games, but I saw some inconsistency, Joe, where he didn't produce the kind of results of physical talent like Derek Gibson
It was
should.
the first area of need.
Yeah, but the pass on a tight end who can get down the middle of the field and give Gannon another weapon.
When you make the deal for Roland Williams, you have a tight end, you've got somebody on the roster. Maybe they felt like
Roland Williams, Todd Heap as a pass receiver.
Well, but you're going to get a lot more use of him right now than you are Todd Heap. You see his ability to come up and fill.
Well, you can, Joe, and this is the thing about Derek Gibson. He flashes it. There's no question he had some big games, and he certainly has the great physical ability that you look for. You watch him in certain games, you would say mid-first round. You watch him in others, you may say third round. I think he has to play to the level of his talent on a game-to-game basis. And we went back, we were talking about Archuleta, who we had penciled into Oakland, was because he was a tackling machine. And that's what Oakland needs. If anything cost them against the Baltimore Ravens more, it was a bad angle and a missed tackle against Shannon Sharp that led to the Ravens and Trent Dilfer going on to victory in that AFC Championship game.
I think it was, to be honest with you, I think it was just a great throw by Trent Dilfer. I mean, you can put the ball, he puts the ball the only place you can down low.
You're a Trent Dilfer fan like that.
In a situation like that.
There was a safety who was supposed to be lined up inside, and he landed up outside, and that's really what it was. It was the missed tackle.
Anthony Dorsett still really finding his way as a safety. This is an insurance policy. I think the Raiders are looking, they feel they're good enough to compete right now and go at a title. This is one of those additions you make that as you build will be there.
Well, let's go back up to Mike and continue your talk with Timmy Brown. Mike, I wonder what Timmy thinks about this. We talked about the tackle made in the secondary that could have changed the Baltimore game. Michael, take it away.
Yes, we have Marquez Pope and Dorsett, who was involved in that play. Tim, as a team, and you mentioned John Gruden, mentioned defensive back. Is this a good move for your organization?
Well, no doubt about it. I think Gibson can serve two purposes for us. One, I think he can come out and certainly help us in our defensive secondary. But number two, and I don't know if it's going to be more important or not, I think he can help us tremendously with Sebastian Janikowski. You know, being a guy that he's played with and familiar with, you know, Sebastian won't feel as if he's all alone out there in Oakland by himself, you know. So I think that's a big part of this also. But I think Gibson can come in and definitely help us out. You know, whether he'll be able to do that early on in the season or not, we don't know. But surely we're going to try and get him on the field and put him in the best position to help our team.
Great point about the Florida State teammates from an old Notre Dame guy. Tim Brown, thanks for joining us. And you're on ESPN.com and audio chat throughout the day. We appreciate it, Tim.
All right, thanks, Mike.
Let's fire up the Tinactin video conference. The pick before Oakland belonged to Minnesota, and Dennis Green took Michael Bennett, the running back from Wisconsin, who's played a couple of times up in the Metrodome, where Denny Green's team calls home when they played against the Minnesota Gophers. Dennis, obviously the Robert Smith situation, running back, was a big need. Did Michael Bennett move up higher on your board because of the need for a running back?
No, not really. We had him rated top 10. He was our 10th pick on the board. Keep in mind, there were 14 defensive players that went in the top 26 picks, so this was a heavy defensive draft. And surprisingly, guys like Deuce McAllister and Michael Bennett, guys that we thought were tremendous players, were still on the board.
Limited experience in football because of his track success, but what about the 1 year at Wisconsin jumped out at you to give you confidence that this is a player who's going to only get better?
Well, he rushed for 1,600 yards. He scored a lot of touchdowns. Of course, he's a four-time Big Ten sprint champion, but he played behind Rod Dane, and we've always been able to develop players. We don't expect him to just walk on the field and be a player, but we think that we have a style of play and a system of playing football that he will fit in very well at. And then what we love about the fact is that this guy can go the distance, that he can take when a defense is spread out and make big plays and score touchdowns.
We have plenty of other questions for you, but it's a long weekend, so we'll catch up with you later on today or tomorrow. Thanks, Denny.
You bet. Take care.
Dennis Green of the Vikings. Let's head back to Chris Berman in New York as St. Louis, as they've been most all day, on the clock again. Boom.
Michael, yeah, they're going to go into the watch and clock business here. I think they're going to move Timex right out of that business. The St. Louis Rams have been on the clock enough. For the third pick in the first round of the St. Louis Rams.
With the 29th selection, the St. Louis Rams have chosen defensive tackle from Ohio State, Ryan Pickett.
Well, Mel, look, when you have 3 number 1s, and not to mention Aeneas Williams, who you get also, and you're picking all defense, I guess you try to hit a home run with something that's not as chalk a pick. Where is this pick in your book?
Well, I think he was projected. I know he was projected to be an early 2. And we went back to Derek Gibson. I thought maybe second round to Oakland. They took him in the first to fill that need. I think you look at Ryan Pickett, a junior coming out early. You see a kid with outstanding physical ability, no doubt about that. Holds up well at the point against the run. I think he's needs to diversify things, technically become a little bit more sound, and become more consistent. I thought with another year at Ohio State, should have been looking at a prospect we were talking about, like we talked about Seymour and Stroud and those guys going into the year. That's the way Pickett would have been viewed. So another year, I think, would have really benefited him. He didn't play to the level of talent every week for it, but you look at a defensive tackle and you look at St. Louis, that's obviously a neat area, despite what they've done already.
And he gets the benefit of coaching from Bill Kolar. One of the key, I thought, offseason pickups of the Rams was hiring Bill Kolar, who was with the Atlanta Falcons, one of the best, if not the best, defensive line coaches in football. So that's another thing. You got a young player, at least you've got a coach.
And the pressure's not on. Well, Damian Lewis is there. Damian Lewis comes in, experience from Miami. Now you get a guy who probably needed another year, maybe needs a little bit more to learn about the position, and now you have Lewis to take a little pressure off of Ryan Pickett.
But then when I hear you talk about the fact if he'd have stayed another year,
it would have been a high pick.
Very high pick. So they get the value. Now they get to teach him to be a football player. So his classes go from the classroom in school to that on the field.
And he was projected, I said, to be an early to mid-second round draft choice, so you're not stretching it that far.
Well, so Pickett becomes the 9th defensive lineman to go in the first 29 picks. The Indianapolis Colts, remember, they moved down 8 spots in their trade with the Giants. They got a 3 and a 6. Now, you would think I would have this, but I'm so much has changed. Let's find out.
With the 30th selection, Indianapolis has chosen wide receiver from Miami, Reggie Wayne.
If I had looked at my notes, I would have had it.
Well, look, here somewhere. We ought to find him.
Well, it's interesting. The Colts were looking at Fletcher, who was available at that spot. And obviously something happened there, and they figured, you know what? Even though they were an offensive team that scored over 400 points, you talked about it with hands, right? Route. Get Peyton another weapon.
Chris, he's the best route runner, and I don't think anybody would question this in the National Football League about his route running skills, his strong hands, and the fact that this is a guy with ideal size. He's an even 6 feet, 200 pounds, and you look at the speed factor, ran a 4.58 during his individual workout, or a 4.55 in that area. And I think that's where a question went up. But I think Antonio Brown, look at third-round pick, wasn't perceived to be the number 1 option. This is a guy, certainly with Marvin Harrison there, established as that deep threat, Morton Joe. Now you bring in a Reggie Wayne, polished and more consistent than Jerome Payton. I think that's the key, Chris. A polished veteran who can come in as a rookie and give Peyton Manning a guy you can count on a play-to-play basis. When the ball's thrown his way, Reggie Wayne has the strongest hands of any wide receiver I've pretty much ever graded. I think that's a strong statement, but I really believe he is phenomenal as far as the natural pass receiver.
You know what the clue was? It's not that Bill Polian is running the draft, and of course Jim Moore and everyone, and then you would think they'd have a clue. But as I look down at the other end of the theater here, and I look to see who's sitting next to Chris Fowler, and I see Peyton Manning, there should have been our hint right away. Guys?
Well, Chris, Peyton gave a fist pump as Reggie Wayne's name was announced. We were talking about a half hour ago. I said, Peyton, if you had your wish, big, tall, wide receiver with strong hands that goes against football. But that is Reggie Wayne.
I think I'm really excited about the pick. I think, I have to admit, I was thinking defense probably along the way, but I knew we needed a big receiver. I followed Reggie Wayne's career. He's a New Orleans kid from John Ehret High School out of New Orleans. I've seen him make some big catches for Miami, and we have the smaller, speedy guy, Marvin Harrison and Terrence Wilkins. Reggie Wayne is going to help our football team tremendously.
Reggie Wayne, the 4th Miami player selected in this first round already. He didn't clock with blazing speed, but you said you don't need that at this point out of him. He brings other things.
That's right. He's a big physical guy, and, against man-to-man coverage and bump-and-run coverage, you need a big, strong, physical guy that can throw the defender off and make some big catches across the middle. So he's really going to fit in perfectly into our offense. And, I'm kind of disappointed Polian didn't call me and fill me in on what was going on, but I guess I'm not there yet. But I tell you, that was the first time I heard his name mentioned, and I'm truly excited about the pick.
Of course, the Colts do, with a defense that was near the bottom of the league, need defensive help. Last year, 6 out of the 7 draft picks were on defense. Where do you want to see him go now?
Well, I think the reason we made the trade probably is because we need more players. We get an extra 3rd pick. get an extra 6th-round pick. I think we'll probably focus on defense the rest of the draft. And the best thing we've been able to do is keep our players on offense. We lost some players on defense, and I think Baltimore really set the barrier this year, proving how a great defense can take you all the way to the championship. So hopefully we can focus on that the rest of the draft and in free agency.
Of course, 3 years ago, it was you up on this stage as the #1 pick. Now you're here for DirecTV, playing a host and interviewer. And I understand you sat down with Michael Vick, today's first pick, and did a Sunday conversation for ESPN. What'd you guys talk about? You give him advice?
Well, I tried to give him a little. I told him he had to teach me how to be a better runner for any advice I would give him. But I guess I am on the different side of the ball. Certainly know what it's like to be in your position, doing some stuff for DirecTV. But it was fun to visit with Michael. Certainly realize what he's going through, the whirlwind tour, going to the Atlanta Falcons as the first pick in the draft, how excited he is. I'm extremely happy for him and proud of him. He's going to have a great NFL career.
Peyton, thanks for your time. Enjoy the addition of Reggie Wayne to the Indianapolis Colts. A couple of New Orleans guys perhaps hooking up in a different dome.
That's
guys.
right.
All right, guys, thank you. There's the face of the NFL for the last few years and the next 10 years. Peyton Manning, one thing they didn't have was a big wide receiver. Not that he's huge, Wayne, but he's bigger, really, than Marvin is or Payton or most of the guys that they have. The 6th wide receiver taken, by the way, in the first round ties a record, and we saw Timmy Brown earlier, which is why we bring this up. 1988, admittedly, there were a few less teams then. 6 first-round wide receivers. Tim Brown, a guy named Sterling Sharp. Have we heard from him lately?
Very heavy receiver. Very heavy, big guy.
Michael Irvin, bang, bang, and bang. Look, 3 great picks. Anthony Miller, Aaron Cox, and Wendell Davis. So, Wayne, now this ties 88 with the most wide receivers ever in the first round. And now we come to the Super Bowl champion, Baltimore Ravens, who we said to bring your defense. They at least watched our show and brought it all season long. Let's go to Solomon Wilcots. Solomon, you've been waiting, and now's your shot.
Well, that's right, Boomer. You talked about the Baltimore Ravens defense, and talking with the Ravens Vice President of Player Personnel, Ozzie Newsome, he said that this team is built with speed, and they have the speed on defense. They want to add speed to the offense. Now, the player that they covet most on the board, particularly with this 31st pick, is that tight end, Todd Heap from Arizona State. He's the guy that they want. And remember, the New York Giants, everyone thought they would take a tight end. When they jumped to the 22nd pick, of course, everyone here in Baltimore, they were holding their collective breaths, sort of waiting to see who they would take. They thought that they would take the tight end. So now the Baltimore Ravens stand poised to try to take Todd Heap, or they will take him, actually, with this 31st pick. They like the tight end. Feels that he's a good fit for their system, and he'll fit in the same mode as a Shannon Sharp, and they can study under Shannon with a mentor like Shannon Sharp. He'll be able to fit in this offense.
Well, thank you, Solomon. It makes sense. I mean, they just going out on a limb. I don't think they need that much help defensively, Mel. So,
no, and I'll tell you what, Boomer, Brian Billick's smiling because he's a former tight end. You know how important a tight end is in the equation. You have Shannon Sharp. Then Coates moves on. John Jones is there along with Shannon Sharp. Now you're bringing a Todd Heap. You're bringing Gerback. Travis Taylor, guys, is like a bonus first-round pick. They got to the Super Bowl and won it. They're world champions, Super Bowl champions, without Travis Taylor. So, I mean, they're in pretty good shape from an offensive standpoint, adding a Todd Heap to the equation.
And an Elvis Gerback. Everybody feels like that's an upgrade at the position for them. They want to be able to put the ball down the field. Even though they won with defense, you can't forget Brian Billick is still very much an offensive coach, and if he just imagines if I can add 10 more points per game, what are we going to be able to do with the defense that we have? They didn't lose anybody. When I talked to Brian, he basically said there isn't anybody in this draft that can come in and start for us right now. So this is a great opportunity to add depth at a position where there's age.
Let us just remind folks real quickly, 165 points allowed, unbelievable record for a 16-game schedule, the Baltimore Ravens. In the playoffs, not counting the kick return, right, but the Giants, the opening drive by Tennessee for a touchdown, that's about it, right?
Yeah.
That's about it in the touchdown department. Last time we checked, that was pretty good. The Ravens, the champion Ravens, all fans of all ages waiting. And then we will call the first round, as they say in France, Histoire.
Dr. Scholl's next stop, New Orleans.
So how do your feet feel?
That's pain.
Well, this is our Dr. Scholl's massaging gel insole.
It's like spring.
The massaging wave system gives you more cushioning than regular gel ever could before.
It relieves tension in your feet. It feels like it's massaging the foot.
Dr. Scholl's, treat yourself right.
Presenting the ultimate tires for your 4x4, the Michelin LTX series. They provide a Michelin ride on the road. Yet they're tough enough, rugged enough to tame any terrain.
Introducing the all-new Kia Optima, available with a V6 engine, leather interior, plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. It's an extraordinary car at an extraordinary price.
Honey, whose car is that in the driveway?
It's yours, Frank.
It is, isn't it?
The new Optima. Who wouldn't be proud?
Right now, get 1.9 financing on a new Optima through April 30th.
My pickup's busted, my marriage rusted. She sent me on my way. I need some help to get me through my day. Life is tough, but I got my stuff and my dog, so I'm okay. I need some help to get me through my day.
Tender and satisfying pemmican beef jerky.
Pack your pemmican and you'll survive the day.
1-800-COLLECT presents Ava Save-A-Lot.
I called you just in time. I was just calling Dad back home. You weren't using 1-800-COLLECT.
Our dog collect calls the same?
That's what they want you to think. 1-800-COLLECT can save your dad at least $1 or $2. So it's 1-800-COLLECT.
That's so easy.
Right. Now go spread the word.
Bye.
Taxi! Who's got the best legs?
1-800-COLLECT. Save $1 or $2.
With a darn good warranty. And by 1-800-COLLECT, the easy way to save.
And welcome back to New York, the champion Baltimore Ravens, the 31st and final team. On the clock in the first round, and we all feel that it's Uriah Heep. So let's...
Boy, it makes a lot of sense.
Yet on that.
With the 31st and final selection of the first round, Baltimore has selected tight end Todd Heap from Arizona State.
That's pretty good value right there. Arizona, I mean, a great pass-catching tight end. You know what? I'm just thinking right now, the only way the Ravens, the only way they're going to lose is if I start picking them more. God knows I haven't.
All I'm thinking though right now is that this first round's over with, and there is Drew Brees sitting there for the San Diego Chargers.
I could talk about it in a moment, but that's the Todd Heap, and then the Chargers may have stashed a big heap by the way they engineered the last 48 hours.
Chris, Todd Heap's almost 6'5", 6'4 3/4, goes 250 pounds. Look at the hands. Look at the ability to get down the field and make a play. Assist as far as a blocker. Not a great inline blocker, but certainly adequate in that area. His value comes as a tight end who can get down the middle of the field, provide that ability, that option for a quarterback, and make the human highlight film type reception, Joe. This guy has remarkable hands. I compare it to Kellen Winslow type hands and have the impact of a Tony Gonzalez. You match him with Shannon Sharp, and Brian Billick has strength at the tight end position.
Looks a little bit like a Steven Alexander coming out.
Better.
Except more
athletic.
I think so.
Athletic than Steven
the other side, you talk about not much of a blocker. With that offensive line, the way it's set up, and you know that Shannon Sharp hasn't really, that hasn't been a strength of his, and they'll pick his spots for him. Again, this is a guy that they don't need to come in and play right away, but Brian will find a way to slide him in and allow him to go out and make a contribution.
And now we move, not to short trip the Ravens. We got plenty of time. We're doing the second round. We're doing the third round. But now we move to something more you said as we were rolling the Heap highlights. Perhaps San Diego, what are they doing? They're getting out of one. They're giving up on Michael Vick. Well, they get their running back, Tomlinson, albeit losing a couple of pounds of sweat. And now sitting there, if they want, is quarterback Drew Brees of Purdue. A possibility, a certain possibility. First, let's go, before we discuss it here, is Sean Salisbury, San Diegan quarterback. And Sean, I mean, is Drew Brees a fit for San Diego right here, do you think?
A major fit, and that's the guy they want. I spent a lot of time talking to head coach Mike Riley, and this draft is set up exactly the way John Butler and those guys wanted it to. They get their running back. Now they're going to get a quarterback who they're very high on, like his toughness, like what he's all about, has played in a big-time conference. They win both ways. The big-time pick, they want Drew Brees right here. They actually tried to trade up with Miami, the 26th pick there in the first round. Couldn't pull it off because they thought somebody else was going to snatch him. They get their guy with the first pick of the second round. This is a huge, huge get for the San Diego Chargers.
Well, if it works out that well, they certainly have the opportunity, Sean, to do that. Joe, let me go to you quickly on Drew Brees. He may not have the total upside of a Michael Vick, who I know you love. I mean,
no one does.
Fine. Drew Brees is a professional quarterback. Where would he have a chance to be a starter and a good starter one day?
I think he's a system quarterback. I think he's a quarterback that has to be in the right place. I don't think you can stick him just anywhere and have him adapt to it. Although with Norv Turner there, with a running back, with a good defense, with the ability to move around, the kid rushed for 900 yards. Everybody looks at him and says, geez, I don't know, well, Drew's not this, Drew's not that. The only thing that everyone talked about was his arm is a little bit suspect. I'll go back to the discussion that I had with Sean Salisbury. He talks about arm strength, arm strength. I don't think it's that important, but I think it has to be adequate enough. I would put his in the adequate category. 90 touchdown passes in a career. I think this kid knows how to win. He comes out of a system where they put the ball down the field. As I've sat and thought more and more about him, I think it's a perfect opportunity for San Diego to bring someone in young. We talked about Vick learning under Doug Flutie. Brees can do the same thing.
We'll talk about that in a minute.
The pick is in, and, you know, 24 hours ago, they were fools. Now,
looking better.
Bulls.
With the first selection in the second round, number 32 overall, the San Diego Chargers have selected quarterback from Purdue, Drew Brees.
There's some Charger fans here, some Seau jerseys, Tomlinson and Brees. You know what? This is interesting. This is very interesting.
Well, I'll tell you this. Mike Riley told me that 2 weeks ago, they spent time with 3 quarterbacks this offseason. Michael Vick, Drew Brees, and Marcus Tuios, and so forth. Drew Brees to him was a ready-to-go quarterback, which I think brings up an interesting dynamic. Joe, you mentioned Michael Vick under Doug Flutie. Doug Flutie's not known for mentoring young quarterbacks. Yet Drew Brees is ready to play. He's got a chip on his shoulder just like Doug Flutie. He is competitive, and I think this will be very interesting.
This mentoring young quarterbacks gets dragged out and thrown out.
Nobody does it.
That's right. Nobody mentors. Doug Flutie's out there to win football games. I think Drew, well, you can learn things from him. Right. But the other side, it doesn't flow quite that way. Chris Chandler with Michael Vick. These two guys are like night and day when it comes to playing the quarterback position. So what's going to happen is Drew Brees goes into a situation where Norv Turner, that's the key, the coordinator, the quarterback coach, they're the ones that are going to help develop him, and he watches Doug Flutie operate on the fields. So the lessons will be learned from Doug as he studies, as he goes out and does things
and he
on the field.
also, Joe, plays in great weather conditions. We said, hey, if he went to Detroit, he'd be guaranteed 10 games, either in a dome or down in Tampa, great weather, right?
Yeah.
Now he's out in San Diego. If you have questionable arm strength,
at least 8 games
you obviously
be
want to
good.
be out there. And I think when you look at Drew Brees, short memory, throws an interception, comes back with a touchdown pass, throws through lanes very effectively, even though he's 6 foot and a quarter.
Moves around
and I'll
the
tell you,
pocket.
he's the new captain comeback. 4 times this year, 4 successive weeks, led Purdue to comeback victories, then led the Boilermakers to their first trip to the Rose Bowl since 1966. Remember Bob Greasy? Purdue Boilermaker. Now we have Drew Brees going to the San Diego Chargers.
Well,
I think you can expect, hopefully for the Chargers, a similar career, Joe.
She mentioned short memory. Joe, us older guys,
Bob,
we have short memory.
sorry, Bob,
Senior
what did he
moments.
play? Bob, oh yeah,
Bob Greasy.
I got it. Okay. Came back to be a fan.
He's 6 feet tall,
Let's go
Joe.
up to guys with longer memories, perhaps, than us. I didn't say long in the tooth, Jaws. Mike Tirico and Ron Jaworski on Drew Brees, guys.
All right, Chris, for the second consecutive year, we have just one quarterback taken in the first round, but unlike last year, first pick of round 2 as a quarterback. And Jaws, as you've broken down Drew Brees, what stuck out to you?
Well, first of all, I am a big Drew Brees fan. He understands the game. He knows how to manage a football game. And he has what I believe is a very important characteristic of a quarterback, amnesia. When he makes a bad play like he did in the Ohio State game, he always came back with a positive play. And the one thing a quarterback do is forget about the history and move ahead and challenge the future. Drew Brees can do that. People talk about his lack of arm strength. Garbage. He is very accurate. The arm strength is good enough to get the ball to the receiver. And he played in a system which I like. It's modeled after a pro system. Read coverage, get the ball out, get it out on time. The play I want you to see is a 5 wide receiver set. A play that he will use with the San Diego Chargers, spreading the field in the shotgun formation. Attack the defense. Now you'll see the motion come across the field. No one in the secondary will move. The safety will slide over just slightly, but no one will run with the motion. Pre-snap indicator of zone. The ball is snapped. He's got a pretty good idea where to go with the football. The minute the safety goes to center field, he comes to this side where he has 2-on-2. Great matchup for the offense. And here's what I like. The poise in the pocket, strong delivery, the accuracy on this 3rd and 3. Moves the chains. You want to get first downs. Now, here's what I like to. He's in the pocket. There's the motion. He'll get the snap. He sees the safety right there. The minute he gets the ball, he's looking at that safety. He immediately knows where to go with the football. Good ball position, short stride. Now, people like to talk about his lack of height. He's not 6'4", 6'5", like Troy Aikman and the bigger quarterbacks, but he does throw the ball tall. When he delivers, his arm is always high. He's on his toes. So although he's 6 foot, he throws the ball like a 6'2" quarterback, Mike.
Quick answer, you break down every quarterback, every game, NFL, during the regular season.
200.
In watching Drew Brees, if he has to play quarterback November next year, can he?
If there's a quarterback that's coming out in this draft that's ready to play, it's Drew Brees. I think he can play and play well. This is a real heady quarterback, intelligent quarterback, and understands the game.
All right, Ron, it's the 9th Big Ten player selected in the first 32 in the draft. Pick 31 in the draft was a Pac-10 player from Arizona State, the tight end Todd Heap, taken by the Baltimore Ravens. Here's the head coach of the Super Bowl champs with our Solomon Wilcots.
Thanks, Mike. I'm joined by Baltimore Raven head coach Brian Billick. And Brian, never in a million years did you think a talented tight end like Todd Heap would fall to you at the 31st spot. Why is it that he was available, and how happy were you when he was available at that pick?
Well, we were thrilled to death. We had him on the upper half of our board in the first 15 picks. I think it's a little like what Denny alluded to when you see a Deuce McAllister and a Bennett drop as late as they did. There was a real run on defensive people, on the corners, on the defensive line, and that pushed some really quality offensive people to the back end of the first round.
You guys came in saying you needed a quality of depth at a number of different positions. Why the tight end position when you have a talented guy like Shannon Sharpe?
Well, what a perfect opportunity for a Todd Heap, who's a tremendous athlete. Many people have equated to a Tony Gonzalez, to come in and play behind a Shannon Sharpe for a couple of years and to learn and be mentored by certainly a future Hall of Famer. And in our 2 tight end set, which we're in about 30 to 35% of the time, that's going to give us a big target down the field with a Shannon Sharpe on one side and a Todd Heap on the other.
2 tight ends were available, Todd Heap, Algie Crumpler from the University of North Carolina. He's more of a dual threat at tight end position, good at the point of attack, good pass catcher. Why Heap over Crumpler?
Well, it came down to proven ability now versus potential. We think Heap has a huge upside. Algie's a great player, going to be good in this league. We had them both rated very, very highly, but we feel the potential and the athleticism of Todd Heap made the difference.
Brian Billick and the Baltimore Ravens will now go to work trying to add depth to an already talented team. Now let's send it back to you, Mike.
And a pretty good tight end in the front office, and a guy you know very well, Ozzie Newsome. Speaking of Oz, his old team, the Browns on the clock. Round 2 continues on ESPN.
You need some help?
Yeah. The new Chevy Tracker LT.
Just put it in neutral.
Now with a powerful V6 engine. It thinks big.
Make sure your parking brake's off.
Chevy Tracker, like a rock.
It is not the critic who counts. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust, sweat, and blood, who at best knows the triumph of high achievement, and who at worst, if he fails, fails while daring greatly, so that he shall never be with those timid souls who know neither victory or defeat.
We are classic car nuts.
We love these cars, and we spend hours and hours talking about them.
When this car needs tires, I take it to Walmart.
Because they really do handle it with care. I stand there right outside the bay and watch.
Everything one stop. You've got it right here.
They have name brands, they have great great price.
I need some carburetor cleaner.
I like Michelin's on this car.
Personally, I'm a Goodyear man.
Brand name tires, oil changes, and more at Walmart Tire and Lube Express.
Our wives really wonder who we're married to, these cars or them.
I can still feel his hooks in my ribs and taste the leather from his uppercuts. So why should I get out of the corner? Because I'd gladly take another 3 minutes of pain for a shot at a title. Wouldn't you?
Friday Night Fights on ESPN2.
Take this guy out, he's ready to go.
We are back in New York. Drew Brees with the first pick in the second round. Cleveland is about to make their choice to Gene Washington.
With the 33rd selection, the Cleveland Browns have chosen wide receiver from Kansas State, Quincy Morgan.
Well, we were debating Mel at wide receiver, but there went Warren, the defensive tackle, so you knew they needed wide out and running back. Where are you with Quincy Morgan? I mean, had some big games.
He did, Chris. I think he's more of a boomer bust type. He really was one of the top players on that overrated list in terms of my ratings. I look at what he did at Lynn Junior College, was a heck of a player, went to Kansas State, gave Bill Snyder 2 outstanding years, made a lot of big plays. We were in Manhattan, Kansas for the Nebraska K-State game in the snow. He was huge in that game, 7-8 catches for about 200 yards. Watch me, yards played in a lot of inclement weather conditions playing at Kansas State. This was the bowl game against Tennessee, but I want to see the route running improve, more consistency catching the football. They got, I think, has to do a better job without the ball. And if he pays attention to detail, he certainly has the enormous talent that you look for, Chris. But I think he does fall, in my opinion, to that boomer bust category.
Well, they need a number 1 receiver. I don't know that he's going to be the guy to do that. Kevin Johnson's a nice receiver, too. They get a lot of number 2s and 3s. They really need a number 1 guy for Tim Couch. Arizona went to offense before. It's got to be defense now. They're up on the clock very quickly. Second-round picks are 10 minutes, not 15 minutes.
With the 34th pick, the Cardinals have selected defensive end from Nebraska, Kyle Vandenbosch.
Well, I mean, for years and years and years, Arizona was defensive line. I mean, they had Rice and Wadsworth and Swan, and they pretty much, except for Wadsworth injured, Mark Smith, they're pretty much, except for Wadsworth, they're all gone. So they needed a guy to replenish what they, unfortunately for them, spent a lot of time building up and have very little to show for.
Chris, no question, Kyle Vandenbosch has a motor. He hustles. He gives you a ton of energy. You see him here against the option. He does have the ability to chase and close. Runs a 4.68 at 6'4", 270 pounds. Good athlete. The guy that made a lot of plays at Nebraska. But I think when you look at the type of competition, the fact he's surrounded by some quality players, I just wonder if he'll be engulfed, if he'll be speared against the run, just out of the play for it. And I look at Aaron Schobel from TCU, a defensive end, who I was a little bit higher on as the year progressed. Now, Schobel brought more value than Vandenbosch, but yeah, at this point is about where Vandenbosch was coming off the board. I would have gone a different direction, looking for a defensive end and going with Aaron Schobel.
Well, let me ask you this. Dave McGinnis always talks about passion. Does this guy have passion? Because McGinnis wants that on his defense.
And I think Aaron Schobel does. So I think Schobel, to me, rated out higher. Now, I would have had Schobel ahead of Vandenbosch. They obviously disagreed. We'll see what happens.
Guess what? Now, the first round was over an hour faster than last year. It was 4 hours and 18 minutes. Atlanta's ready to go here with the 4th pick in the second round.
With the 36th pick, the Falcons have selected tight end from North Carolina, Algie Crumpler.
Well, Dad's an NFL player. His Carlester Crumpler, brother, player at tight end with Seattle. And Algie is just a pick that's going to grow on you. You know what I mean?
Think about, we talked about the Falcons and why they dropped back from being in the Super Bowl a few years ago. Remember that next draft, they gave up a first-round pick in the early second round to Baltimore to acquire Reggie Kelly and ended up being the 5th pick overall that Baltimore used for Jamal Lewis. So that was a questionable move. Now they have to go back. After giving up that one for Kelly, they go back to the tight end spot for Algie Crumpler. Good football player, came back from the knee injury, had 2 solid years. A guy who was a former inside linebacker in high school, a tough kid. He's only 6'2.5". He does have long arms, and that will certainly help him. But at 6'2.5", he doesn't necessarily present the ideal target, Joe, down the field.
He can block, though. He can block, though. And by the time he's really ready to be a big-time tight end in the NFL, well, This guy will be ready to be a big-time quarterback
Who's
in
going
the
to be
NFL.
throwing the football? None other than Michael Vick, right?
To Algie Crumpler. I'll tell you, that pick is just going to grow on you. And
like an amoeba.
I think it'd be good if it's raining outside. I think a wet weather game, I think Algie Crumpler would be perfect. What a great name, Santana Moss, Algie Crumpler. We haven't even got to Marcus Tuiasosopo yet. Michael Vick to Algie Crumpler one day in Atlanta. Well, that day is obviously approaching fast. Bengals and then the Cowboys for the first time coming up. We return.
Hello? Hello?
Day or night, the Crowell Agency is open for you.
I'll be at Crowell Agency from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. As Crowell Company's Lantern Man, I'm your insurance superhero.
Crowell Companies, the insurance professionals, Highland, Maryville, and Michigan City.
I wanted my children to have a good role model. One who wasn't a hero because he made a lot of money or because on the screen he artfully killed his enemies. I found that role model, one who forgave his enemies and who loves equally every person of every race. I found a hero who said, I love you this much, and spread out his arms and died so that we can have life. I found Jesus Christ.
Tired of the same old hangouts? Try church.
All right, Mike, hour 32 of ESPN Radio's Hands on the Heisman contest continues, and so far we don't see any quit in any of these contestants.
Except for me. They quit soon. 32 hours. This is amazing how long they can stand there, let alone stand with their legs and then hang on to something as well. It's very impressive so far. I couldn't do this.
It's not so much the endurance, it's the ability to withstand the boredom. For a check of the ESPN radio station near you, go to espnradio.com.
ESPN Deportes está aquí. Ahora ESPN es en español. Los domingos por la noche no se pierda Major League Baseball y muy pronto la NFL y boxeo. ESPN Deportes, los domingos a las 7:30.
Saturday, May 5th, live on pay-per-view. The adrenaline's at full tilt for the climax of the best Supercross season in history. The EA Sports Supercross Finals, live from Las Vegas, Saturday, May 5th. Contact your local cable or satellite provider.
We are back in New York. We are early in the second round, and now, Mel, even though we are at pick number 36 for the Bengals now, here are some players just by number that you have first-rounders that would be, according to you, a bargain right now.
No question. I think you look at Chris Chambers. We had talked about him in the first round. Chad Johnson dropped after his suspect combine workout. Remember, Darren Howard went early second round last year and became a star. I like Jenkins an awful lot as an early to mid-second. And Robert Ferguson, a junior, that one season after coming over from the JUCO level, did a heck of a job for R.C. Slocum. Mo Williams played guard, played right tackle, has the athleticism to be a left tackle. I've talked about Aaron Schober. I really like this kid's motor and his productivity, both against the run and as a pass rusher. Kendrell Bell is a brilliant physical talent. Ken Lucas, stock dropped from the end, mid-season on. Didn't finish as strong, but he's a good corner, former wide receiver. And Quentin Kiper, we talked about the outside backers, Boomer, but they were all going to be there. And now you're looking at Quentin Kiper and Tommy Polley and Cedric Hodge, all figuring to be second-round.
Where's Stephen Campbell, wide receiver, Brown University?
He's in the book.
I know he's in the book.
I know you noticed
Where
that.
is he? Caught 305 passes in his career. Cincinnati is on the clock. We'll be back.
In the battle against athlete's foot, you gotta have, boom, tough actin Tinactin. Tinactin pump spray is clinically proven to stop the severe itching and burning of athlete's foot. Tinactin is so tough it even prevents athlete's foot. So get, boom, tough actin Tinactin.
Hey, Mr. Toolbelt, why don't you change your oil every 3,000 miles? And remember, women know when you lie. Look, missing an oil change is like giving a woman a vacuum cleaner for her birthday. You know better. Come on, consider the risk. This is reformulated Quaker State. Protection beyond 3,000 miles under any driving conditions. Can you say insurance? Because I could say I told you so. Reformulated Quaker State. It's been tested. It works. What more do you need to know?
Every time you post your resume on the web, you put your dreams, your hopes, your future on the line. Don't get lost in cyberspace. Come to thingamajob.com and connect with a career counselor who will match you with the right opportunity. Thingamajob.com. Life 2.0 begins here.
Having fun yet? Well, we got your fun. Big time. Dave & Buster's. Terrific food served wherever you please. And the adrenaline rush of over 200 state-of-the-art games in the $1 Million Midway. High-tech simulators and interactive games. Hey, come on. We're waiting on you. Dave & Buster's.
Big time fun!
The Germans are known for their meticulous approach to engineering, for their uncompromising attitude about performance. So why is it that the winner of a coveted German New Car Award isn't German? Introducing the new Volvo S60.
I'm Jason Williams, and this is ESPN, the magazine's brand new mascot, Maggie the Magazine. I guess she's supposed to represent how great the magazine is, but mostly she just gives people the creeps.
It all comes down to this. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to this.
Oh, you can't have enough guitar riffs from Todd Tebow and the Blue Chips. The Bengals have made a pick in the second round.
With the 37th pick, Cincinnati has selected wide receiver from Oregon State University, Chad Johnson.
You know, in Crumpler and Johnson, we've had two interesting players go here the last couple of picks, two offensive players. Chad Johnson, I mean, the sky's potentially the limit for him, though.
I'll tell you, when we were at the Senior Bowl, Vinny Serrato joined us up here. We thought he was one of the best players down in Mobile. And you look at his season, one-year wonder, that's true. He came over from Santa Monica College, had been at Langston. But you look at his 97-yard touchdown reception against Stanford, averaged over 22 yards per catch. Did a heck of a job. You look at this kid, he's 6'1", he's 191 pounds, great body control, outstanding hands. Look at that catch, how he adjusted. And I'll tell you what, this was the Senior Bowl. Look at that catch there. And I mean, this is a guy that put on a show. The reason why he's still here in the early second and didn't go in the mid-first is because he ran a subpar 40 at the combine and didn't vertical quite as much as expected. But I asked you, Vinny Serrato, at this point in the draft, you have to believe Cincinnati got a heck of a pick.
Well, I think they got a great steal here. I think, like you said, Mel, at the Senior Bowl, dominated. We loved him. Went to the combine, didn't run that well. Is Keyshawn Johnson's cousin. Listened to Keyshawn, said, don't work out that, had a bad workout at the combine. Said, it's not going to hurt you, and it did.
All right, stick around. The Cowboys are up next as a Redskin and Niner. You always had an eye on these guys. Yes,
absolutely.
We all have. So the Bengals have chosen a very interesting player in Chad Johnson. And for the first time this afternoon, how about them Cowboys? We'll be back with Dallas in a moment.
Is now infected. They'll soon trace it back to you. Good luck finding a new job.
Want to get away? Now you can. Fly Southwest Airlines for just $39 to $99 when you purchase by May 24th.
You are now free to move about the country.
Airfare for two, bought online, $1,900. One motorbike, 2 helmets, 9,300 yuan. Map of Gailin, 47 yuan. Crossing number 6 off your life's to-do list? Priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Accepted wherever your travels may take you.
How to speak Australian.
You look beautiful.
Thank you.
Your table's all ready?
Thanks.
Great.
Oi.
Kiper.
Shall we?
Absolutely.
Beer. Foster's. Australian for beer.
Think fast, because right now, Suzuki, the fastest growing Japanese auto company in America, is offering special introductory 0.9% APR financing on the all-new Suzuki XL7. The first 7-passenger SUV in its class. It's got a third row of seats and available rear air conditioning. Features you won't find in the Ford Escape or Mazda Tribute. Act fast, because the Suzuki XL7s are going, well, fast. For the Suzuki dealer nearest you, call 1-877-MY-SUZUKI or visit us online at Suzuki.com.
Try America Online, the easy way to get online.
Easy.
Email is the best.
My little sister showed me how to use it.
Power at my fingertips. Easy. I love when an instant message pops up. Oh, so easy.
AOL has parental controls, and that's a good thing.
It's easy, it's easy.
Customer service 24/7.
AOL has it all. So easy to use, no wonder it's #1. Call 1-800-4online.
Fingers are going to start dancing.
Yes!
And welcome to SportsCenter In-Game. I'm Susie Colbert. We hope you're enjoying our coverage of the 2001 NFL Draft. We haven't forgotten that it's playoff time in the NBA and the NHL. The Penguins taking on the Washington Capitals. This series tied up at 2. Mario Lemieux trying to keep his guys in at first period. Pens up 1-0. Lemieux puts it in. He's got a goal and an assist. Pittsburgh up 2-0. Second period, Caps on the power play. Sergei Gonchar rips the slapper past Johan Hedberg. Pens up 2-1. Sharks and Blues. Blues trying to put the Sharks away. Pavel Demitra with the goal. And St. Louis is leading this one 2-0. Kings and Wings. Series tied at 2-all. First period, no score. Matthias Nordstrom dumps it down. Ziggy Palffy skates ahead of Steve Duchesne. Beats Chris Osgood 1-0 LA. Palffy second of the playoffs. Second period, same score. Eric Bellinger skates in and puts it through the crease for Ian LaPerriere, who stuffs it in to make it 2-0 Kings. Flyers and Sabres fighting it out. The Sabres trying to put the Flyers away, and this one has turned into a rout. The Sabres leading 6-0. NBA playoffs. Tip-off today. Pacers-Sixers, fourth quarter. Game tied at 76. Allen Iverson, the pass to Eric Snow, drives in and hits the tough lay-in. 78-76 Philly. Same score, 11.7 seconds to play. Pacers ball. Jalen Rose finds Reggie Miller, who knocks down the 3. Up by 1, 2.9 seconds to go. Sixers inbounding. They trail by 1. Iverson. Oh, he gets the pass. Can't get it off. Reggie Miller playing some solid D. 79-78. The Pacers win. The Pacers trailed by as many as 18 in the third. Miller missed 16 of his first 20 shots. Finished with 17 points. Indiana has never lost a playoff series when winning Game 1. The Mavs and Jazz fighting it out in the West. The Mavs haven't won a playoff game since June 2nd of 1988. This one has been nip and tuck in the third quarter. And that's going to wrap it up for this SportsCenter In-Game. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with more of the NFL Draft.
Look who's shopping Lakeshore Toyota. Your friends, your neighbors, people who want to be sure to get a great deal on a new Toyota. Look who's shopping Lakeshore's state-of-the-art Toyota facility. Families with children, singles and couples, people who want to buy or lease their favorite new Toyota on convenient terms. Look who's shopping Lakeshore Toyota. People like you. Shop Lakeshore Toyota for exciting deals and first-class service. Lakeshore Toyota at the I-94 Auto Mall in Burns Harbor on US 20 at I-94. Lakeshore, a step ahead.
No one does formal wear better than Drogies in downtown LaPorte.
Drogies has over 100 of today's newest tuxedo styles. An extensive selection of fully accessorized tuxes are on display for a first-hand look. We have hundreds of vests, ties, and other formal accessories, and the best customer service in LaPorte County, guaranteed. And of course, the groom's tux is free with 6 or more rentals. For this very important day, don't settle for anything less than formal wear from Drogies on Lincoln Way in downtown LaPorte.
We're back. Oh, look at that.
Anna,
Do you like it?
you comfortable, right? Yes.
Yeah, that's a Stanley Cup.
Now we are back in New York, and you know, it's so many. I can't believe how many folks were waiting out on the street. I've never seen that much. And yeah, the kids all fired up about the NFL in April. I think it's great. The Colts traded up to get Dallas's pick. Dallas moved down and gets a third in the process, and they have picked Idris Bashir. Idris of Genie Bashir. Safety from Memphis, and that's certainly an area of need. First, the player, Mel. Certainly big enough.
Big and athletic, Chris. Look at a guy who's 6'2 1/4", 205 pounds, a former track star, hurdles champion, played both free and strong safety at Memphis. What I really like about him, he had a broken arm in '98, tried to play through that, was productive this past year, broke up 13 passes, 65 tackles. He can cover the field, and when you look at Bashir, Vinny, you have to believe that he's a guy who can be a hole filler for a team that had a need at that area.
Absolutely. The thing that he does, and I think the thing that they like about him, is he can cover a lot of ground. You know, he's got great ball awareness, he's got great zone awareness, and I think he's a good fit for what they do on defense.
And let me just say, talk about fast rising the last couple of weeks. People say, was this a reach or wasn't it? There were several teams in the mid to late second round were hoping that Idris Bashir would slide through the cracks.
Well, you know what happened, Mel? He had a workout, and he ran 4.5 in a workout. He bench pressed like 22 times, he vertical 40 inches, and he skyrocketed right up the charts.
Well, he went up the charts, and moving down the charts is a player that many people had penciled in the first round, cornerback Fred Smoot. For some thoughts on that, let's go to Chris Fowler. Chris.
Well, you're right, Chris. The guy that at cornerback, Mel Kiper, had rated #1, becoming one of the true sliders in this draft. Besides being a guy who's known for strong press coverage, he's also known for trash talking. He is unparalleled in that department. He gets the media guy to the opposing team, looks up the receivers, tries to find the buttons to push against those guys, and then harasses them all game long. It's a family show, so I can't really tell you the kinds of things he says. But, ironically, it's Smoot's reputation that's been trashed in the past couple of weeks. 4 days ago, Fred Smoot sent a letter to general managers basically saying that he had been a victim of the wrong place and the wrong time. Here's the story. November, a party at Mississippi State gets out of hand. It gets loud. The police come. Most of the guys scatter. Smoot, one of the few guys to stick around, but he's one of the most recognizable guys at the party. The police at another location of that party find a marijuana roach in a trash can. Now, Smoot is never questioned about this. He's never arrested at that time. Later on, he finds out that there's a narcotics warrant out for his arrest. He voluntarily reports, but no charges were ever filed. He was never arrested. And Oktibbeha County's district attorney down here, Roy Carpenter, sends a letter saying the facts as reported in the media had been completely misrepresented, that he was never a suspect in this case, that they had sought him out, perhaps for information, but that the reports of Fred Smoot's marijuana arrest were completely erroneous, completely blown out of proportion. Smoot, though, perhaps does have some fences to mend. He slides way down. He's watching corner after corner drafted ahead of him. So perhaps this issue is not a Smoot point to some of the teams that are considering taking Fred Smoot. In the meantime, 37 picks into the draft, the talented trash talker and cornerback from Mississippi State still awaits the team to select him. Chicago Bears are on the clock. We'll come back to the early parts of the second round coverage of the NFL draft on ESPN shortly.
Oh yes, a brilliant move. Galway scampering across the goal to stop it. They just couldn't seem to get enough players forward before. He's showing good fluid movement. Right, left. This is another aggressive charge down the flank. He's timed his run to absolute perfection. 2 defenders to beat. He's passed one. This is looking like a chance. Yes, he takes the shot in.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Sally's having some behavioral problems.
I guess that reward system isn't working.
Well, the timeouts weren't either.
You know, parents do find that timeouts aren't...
See?
Well, you're just too lenient.
Well, you're too strict.
No, you are.
Oh, you are.
No, you are.
No, you are.
When adults don't have the answers, they can feel as frustrated as kids. ConnectForKids.org has thousands of resources for helping kids in your community. ConnectForKids.org, guidance for grown-ups.
Dr. Scholl's next stop, the LA Marathon.
26.2 miles.
I'm ready to go.
We gave a group of runners our Advantage Sport insoles. It's the only sport insole with the advanced force-line energy return system.
So how did it feel?
This is the best that my feet have ever felt.
Awesome. Woo!
When you can't find time to catch up around your kitchen table, come to Denny's and catch up around ours. Kids eat free every day of the week from 4 to 10 p.m. So while you can't return to simpler days, maybe the price will make you feel like you have.
You having fun at your party, honey?
Yeah.
All right.
I gotta tell you, son, these last few years have been great.
Well, they sure have.
But now that you're 6, we're gonna have to trade you in.
What if you treated your kids
No hard feelings, right?
the way you treat your car?
Let's have some cake.
All right.
Don't trade your car in when the warranty's expired. Come to Pep Boys for expert service and now free Gabriel Pro Rider shock installation. All you need to know is where to go. Pep Boys.
Just an incredible play.
Can they do it?
Unbelievable.
You do not want to miss this.
Nice pass.
This team has got game.
Who is this kid?
He drilled
He
it.
could go all the way.
Here comes a sports capsule moment.
All right, we are back in New York, and the Chicago Bears, followed by the Patriots, followed by the Seahawks. Chicago Bears just looking for a move up. And here we go. Move up in the standings.
With the 38th selection, Chicago has chosen running back from Michigan, Anthony Thomas. New England is on the clock.
Well, a Big Ten guy going to play again at Soldier Field for the Chicago Bears. You have 2 Michigan men going into Chicago to play, and, well, running backs drafted. Of course, we love Mr. Irrelevant, Jim Finn, from Pennsylvania. But, I mean, these are really what you want to consider at this point. Jerry Azuma was a converted DB who we liked a lot from the Wildcats of New Hampshire. But Enos didn't really work it. Rashaan Salam playing in the XFL. Autry playing, but for Andy Reid of Philadelphia. I mean, you're talking about a lineage of backs for the Chicago Bears. Names: Grange, Nagurski, Sayers, Payton. Some of those names you saw in the graphic don't fit. Does Anthony Thomas have a chance to be a hit in Chicago?
Well, we had talked about Chicago in the first round. If LaDainian Tomlinson had slid through and the trade wouldn't have been made with Atlanta and San Diego, then maybe they would have gone Tomlinson. He didn't get that far. You know, you look at San Diego bringing him into the fold. You look at Anthony Thomas, different style of runner. I think you're looking at a big back at 6'1.5", about 230 pounds. He was considering leaving Michigan after his junior year. I thought it was a smart move to go back. He went from being a 5th-round pick to being an early 2nd-round pick. His average per carry jumped from 4.3 yards to 5.4 yards. He was more decisive, showed better balance, and more having 3 great offensive linemen and a 4th, David Brandt, to help you really run downhill and not get touched until you're about 8 yards into the secondary, really, I think, assisted Anthony Thomas.
Well, that's what I was going to say. If only the Bears had the Michigan offensive line, then maybe we would know that Anthony Thomas would become
Here's another Michigan. What the heck were they doing?
They didn't stop anybody.
These are offensive players.
My God. I mean, there are going to be 6 guys that go in there. Well, not Henson, but 5 guys that go in the first.
And one of the guys who assisted Anthony Thomas, Maurice Williams, still on the board. But I think that's where you have to look at, Vinny. You have a guy here who had obviously that great offensive line opening up those gaping holes. So when he was running, he wasn't touched until he got into the second line of defense. Is he a great back at the pro level, or was he a benefit of a great supporting cast?
I think it's a combination of both, Mel. I think he's got strength. He runs a little up and down. He's going to have to learn to get the pads down a little bit to deliver Bo and get his pads out. But with what they're going to try to do on offense and become a more physical and run some more 2 tights, they wanted a bigger, stronger back, and he's the biggest, strongest back left on the board. I don't like Lamont Jordan here. I think with the talent and everything would have been a great pick here, but big, strong, physical guy, Michigan guy, popular in Chicago.
Well, a couple of Michigan guys going to the Bears. When we return, the New England Patriots, followed by the Seahawks, followed by the Packers, are on the clock in round number 2, a briskly moving draft, we might say. We'll be back. It all comes down to this.
If loving you is wrong, I don't want to be right. If being right means being without you, I'd rather live a wrongdoing life.
McDonald's, there's cash on every card.
It's easy, man. It's Mobile. Yeah.
More money.
Jefferson. Gotta be Jefferson. Love those presidents. Cash, baby.
You have a chance to win $1 to $1 million. There's a cash prize on every card. Can you find it?
You order more fries? More chances for cash. How many states begin with the letter W?
The Millionaire Game at McDonald's.
Bling, bling.
We love to see you smile.
Tick, tick, tick. Tick, tick, tick. Time waits for no man or woman or business. Tick, tick, tick. Everything faster, faster, faster. Products to market, ideas to profits. When your assets are on the line, real time is the only time. How do you win? With powerful software that can start work now. It's a different kind of world. You need a different kind of software.
Yeah, I'm the ultimate competitor. GOAT, G-O-A-T, etc., etc. Light years ahead of ya. They chose me instead of ya. Corny cats is better to give praise to the greatest. Silence all challengers. LL ambidextrous, switch the left hand on ya. Leave it on the floor, pure, raw stamina. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I said my game's hardcore. Leave it on the floor. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I said my game's hardcore. Leave it on the floor.
This is your captain speaking. If I could have your attention for a moment, folks, I'd just like to say that American is proud to be the only airline to remove seats throughout coach, so you all can have more room to cross your legs. However, we do kindly request that you not all do it at the same time. Thank you.
The second round of the NFL draft continues. New England on the clock with selection 39. They win defense in the first round. St. Louis had the most first-round picks of any NFL team with all three on the defensive end. Here's their head coach, Mike Martz, with our Andrea Kramer.
Thank you very much. For the first time today in the Rams war room, there was actually discussion about which player to take, a debate between two players. They ended up selecting defensive tackle Ryan Pickett from Ohio State. The man who ultimately made the call on that, head coach Mike Martz. Why did you choose Pickett? He wasn't as clear-cut as your previous choices.
Well, there were several opportunities there defensively that we really liked. Ryan is a young player. He's a junior coming out. It's so difficult to find big pass rushers inside in this league, and I think potentially this guy could really be a major contributor here for a long time. And I think that's what it's based on, really. Here's a big pass rusher that is an awful lot like Lewis, and, you know, those are the things that you kind of count on.
He is similar to your first choice, Damian Lewis. How do you envision using the two of them together?
Well, one will be a three technique, and the other will be a nose, and that's kind of our approach here. We're trying to solidify. It's hard, again, to get pass rushers inside, and I think that's what we have.
When we're in the war room, I heard Adam Martz. They're already calling Adam Archuleta after you. I mean, even though he is a safety, why was it so important to get him?
Well, you know, he's probably, in my opinion, one of the best players coming out of this draft, just as an overall football player. Everything about him says I'm a winner, you know, and I visited with him. I went to see him shoot his preparation, his work ethic, how important this game is to him, what he can do physically. All those things combined, in my mind, in Charlie's mind, and Jay and John, we all felt, and this was a big consensus from the very beginning, that he was very special, and he's somebody that we want to kind of aim towards if we could.
In looking at your draft so far, we must include Aeneas Williams as a huge get for you. What does Aeneas bring to this team?
I think Aeneas really, Andrea, will affect our defense much the way that Marshall did when he came in 2 years ago. You're adding a Pro Bowl player that brings great leadership as well, and is committed to winning as anybody we have in this organization.
Well, Mike Martz still okay, still breathing, even though they haven't selected any offensive players, but I think he's pretty happy solidifying his defense. Back to you.
Okay, Andrea, thank you. The Patriots taking the full maximum of 10 minutes to make second-round selections. We'll come back with theirs when we continue after this.
You know, I didn't get a car when I turned 16.
Celebrate the birthday of the Blizzard treat with the Mocha Chip Blizzard. The flavor of mocha blended with chocolate pieces makes one face-freezing Blizzard treat.
Let me try.
Gotta be DQ.
In the battle against athlete's foot, you gotta have, boom, tough-actin Tinactin. Tinactin pump spray is clinically proven to stop the severe itching and burning of athlete's foot. Tinactin is so tough it even prevents athlete's foot. So get, boom, tough-actin Tinactin.
1-800-COLLECT presents Ava Savohut.
I called you just in time. I was just calling Dad back home. You weren't using 1-800-COLLECT.
Our dog collect calls the same?
That's what they want you to think. 1-800-COLLECT can save your dad at least $1 or $2.
So it's 1-800-COLLECT.
It's so easy.
Right.
Now go spread the word.
Bye.
Taxi! Who's got the best legs?
1-800-COLLECT. Save $1 or $2.
Tomorrow on ESPN Classic, baseball was his life.
He knows greatness.
Academy Award winner Tommy Lee Jones in a real classic, Cobb.
I'm the greatest baseball player of all time.
And one man's search for the real story behind the legend.
You have no friends. My book is about Cobb. Cobb is baseball.
Cobb. Tomorrow at 9 Eastern, only on ESPN Classic. To get ESPN Classic, call 1-800-CLASSIC today.
ESPN's presentation of the NFL Draft is brought to you by Kia, makers of darn good cars with a darn good warranty. And by 1-800-COLLECT, the easy way to save.
We are approaching about a third way through the second round here in New York. The clock winding down on the Patriots. But in the meantime, let us recap the first round, which at 4 hours and 18 minutes was faster by over an hour than the year before. 9 defensive linemen, either ends or tackles. 6 wide receivers, which ties the record there. Defensive back 6. So 21 of the 31 picks at those positions. And then you can see O-line 4, running backs 3, and then just, of course, Michael Vick, the very first pick, a quarterback 1. Heap, the only tight end, and only 1 linebacker, Morgan. Vinny Serrano was with us. First round. I mean, we kind of knew about D-line and wide receiver. DBs, maybe. I mean, are you surprised overall by the way this went in the first round? Not really, right?
Not really. You know what? The thing about the NFL, it's a very big copycat league. Yep. Baltimore won the Super Bowl with the big D lineman. So, and D-line is the hardest thing to find. Right. So I think people, when they had a chance to take a defensive lineman, Baltimore won the Super Bowl. Everybody wants the 2 big guys. They go D-line. In the first round, were there a couple of players you were surprised at, both good and bad? I mean, good for them and the players. I mean, it's a little early to start evaluating teams, but yet, are you surprised with the way a couple of things went? Yeah, I think so. I think with Cleveland taking Gerard Warren at 3, I think surprised me a little bit. And also Arizona with Leonard Davis. When you got the 30th ranked defense in the league and the 30th against the rush, you'd think, you know, you would try to upgrade that area instead of work on offense. And I thought Chicago rebounded well by getting David Terrell and getting good value with that pick. Boy, Thomas, a couple of Michigan guys. Now, there was a trade here. Let's get what this is. New England. Kendrell Bell. Well, wait a minute. Pittsburgh gets it from New England here. All right, Pittsburgh made a trade, and they took Kendrell Bell, not Archie Bell of the Drells, but they took Kendrell Bell. And, you know, well, they lose a big guy in Levon Kirkland. I mean, it's easy to start to add this up a little bit, Mel.
Well, this is a guy, I tell you, talk about physical ability for a middle linebacker, an inside linebacker. Came over from the junior college ranks and really gave Jim Don, former head coach there, 2 solid years. Look at a guy with 6'1", 235 pounds, runs a 4.6 at 24 reps, so very strong. When he delivers a blow, boy, he hurts you. And you see his ability here to read the quarterback's eyes, make the play in coverage. But a guy that I thought showed enough to maybe say, hey, I'm not just a middle linebacker, an inside linebacker. I have the overall athletic ability, the physical skills to be an outside backer in the right system, Benny, and a guy that was projected all along to be an early to mid-second round draft choice.
Great talent, He's going to need a little work with the instinctive part of the game because he hasn't played the middle that much. So when he gets a good feel for it, he'll be outstanding because he can run, he loves to hit.
Well, we're going to have, a defensive player, you want to go to Pittsburgh and play defense, that's a good thing to do. They're one of the teams like Denver with a new stadium. We got their opener on ESPN on a Sunday night. They play the Browns. They return the favor, Cleveland and Pittsburgh. So we will detail the trade in a moment, but Kendrell Bell, Steeler, Seattle up. We'll be back.
How much would you expect to pay for this living room? How about this bedroom? This dining room? How much? Well, no wonder you're still looking for the furniture of your dreams. You need to come to the going out of business liquidation of Busk Brothers Furniture in Valparaiso and Michigan City. Busk Brothers Furniture in Valparaiso and Michigan City is liquidating to the bare walls, and prices have been slashed on brand new home furnishings from famous name brands. So quit dreaming. Now's the time to pay just pennies on the dollar for the home furnishings you've always wanted but thought you couldn't afford. Only a store that's going out of business can offer total liquidation prices, and Busk Brothers Furniture is going out of business in Valparaiso and Michigan City now.
Have a beautiful lawn with savings from Menards. NK Northland grass seed is specially blended to withstand the harsh extremes of winter and summer. Prevail is great for high traffic areas. Your choice, 5 pounds are just $6.99 each. Enjoy your lawn even more with Fountains by Beckett. This tender love model is on sale, $139. Add European style with the Della Piazza fountain, $389. Splash into savings at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Brett Ho, Oscar De La Hoya, Tiger Woods. It's 3Play at ESPN.com. You log on, you register, and every day you get 3 new athletes. Then whoever gets the best stats wins some serious shot.
Ken Griffey Jr., Alonso Jr., a filly in the 9th named Jr.
3Play at ESPN.com. It's free, it's sports. Give me the briefcase. It's money.
Presented by Gatorade.
What are we doing? All right, as we steamroll to the NFL draft, San Diego, 2 Heisman finalists, Damian Tomlinson, Drew Brees. 14, well, a lot of underclassmen selected. The most ever. I don't necessarily think it's a great idea to come out of school early, but that's a fact. 4 Wolverine players picked. As 2 of them picked by half of them of those 4 picked by the Chicago Bears. So now we move toward the middle of the second round, and still, here's Smoot and Chambers. Rodgers, you can explain, Mel, because of an injury.
Right, exactly. That question mark with Sean Rodgers pushed him down just a bit. And I think you look at Chris Jenkins, viewed as an underachiever up until this season when he put up good numbers. And I think you'll get Robert Ferguson and Chambers, very little separating those 2 wideouts from some of the guys that went a little bit earlier. And Mo Williams, you got to like the versatility. He played at Michigan, a former defensive end, moved to right tackle, could play guard. I'll tell you what, Aaron Schobel to me will be a better pick mid-first round, and Van den Bosch was early in this round. And Winborn, we talked about Archuleta being a tackling machine. So was Jamie Winborn at Vanderbilt. Could be an inside guy, but more than likely an outside backer. We knew the outside linebackers, the true guys like Polley and Kiper, would drop down into round 2.
So the Seattle Seahawks, who had 2 first-round picks, Corin Robinson, wide receiver, Steve Hutchinson, tackle. Where will they go? They're on the clock for the 3rd time this afternoon when we return to New York, just like I pictured it.
Begin in the body, the mind, or in the heart. At American General Financial Group, we're here to help the ones who never give up their dreams with retirement services, investments, life insurance, and consumer loans. So courage is crowned with the greatest victory, to live and be well and be happy. American General Financial Group. Live the life you've imagined.
I spilled my beer, my gal, my dear, she left and ran away. I need some help to get me through my day, but I got my dog, we'll have our fun. We don't need love from anyone. I need some help to get me through
my day.
Tender and satisfying pemmican beef jerky.
Pack your pemmican and you'll survive the day.
You must be hungry. Let's go get some breakfast. Sure, like the Moogos do. Oh, yicky, dressy, wessy. Oopsie. Stupid girl in a swingy wingy. Boo. Is Daddy Waddy home from worky jerky?
When you're in desperate need of a night out, you need Broadway.com and Visa.
How silver. Wonderful use of iambic pentameter. Slameter.
Visa, the preferred card of Broadway.com.
Come to Office Depot now and see the new Nextel i85S wireless phones.
You can do it, go, Jorge! Go! You can do it, yeah!
Thanks, Jorge.
I love you so much!
Our draft coverage on ESPN, the original, ends at 7. We move over to ESPN 2, and let me tell you, this series in hockey, 4 of the 5 games between the Dallas Stars and Edmonton Oilers have gone to overtime thus far. I mean, you're talking about one of, and I've watched most of these games, you're talking about a team that flies in Edmonton and a team that won the cup a couple years ago with guys like Brett Hull and Mike Modano. That'll follow us on ESPN at 7 Eastern as we move over through the 3rd round on ESPN 2. So hockey of the draft, I mean, you just can't lose. And the draft is going into overtime at that point anyway. The Seahawks, 2nd round.
With the 40th pick, Seattle has selected defensive back from Mississippi, Ken Lucas. Green Bay is on the clock.
But a second player from Ole Miss, which is a lot. It's certainly by midway through the 2nd round. Mel, I mean, your thought, a little raw? What are your thoughts on him?
Well, he's a former wide receiver, Chris, and you look at this pick and you say, okay, SEC, you go to the state of Mississippi, it's not Fred Smoot, but it's rather Ken Lucas. And you look at Ken Lucas, like I say, a former wide receiver with outstanding size, 6 foot and a quarter, 200 pounds. I thought played like a first-round pick early in the year. Then he had a groin injury around mid-season. He struggled some late, didn't show a real good burst, didn't certainly show the recovery ability that was evident early on this past year. Now, I think you talk about the bowl game against Corey Ivy in West Virginia. When he struggled there, he solidified a position in the 2nd. Certainly had moved out of that 1st round when, like I said, back to mid-season, just before the injury. I thought he was right up there near the top of the cornerback class.
And then you got Ike Charlton coming in from last year, right? Sean Springs. Mike he went and got age up front, experience up front. Now you have those special team players that back to come in and fill for you. I mean, I just love the way he puts together a football team. I really do.
Here's the thing about this in Seattle. Mike Holmgren, to me, I mean, hey, I like what Tampa Bay's done and Baltimore and some other teams done this offseason, but I think Mike Holmgren's had the most spectacular offseason of all the people who put together teams. You talk about John Randall and Eaton and Levon Kirkland, Marcus Robertson. See what they've done today?
And I can tell you that this is something, not those specific moves, of course, that this is something that for a year, it takes a year, this day and age, of planning to undo some cap, try to be competitive, which last year they didn't have a great season, but the year before, what he already knew, and I mean, I can tell you this, he already knew I got to make a lot of changes, but in the meantime, went out and won the first division since crowned by the Seahawks since 1988. So to do it and stay up and then make another run at it, that's a different sort of skill. Jim Steig is now, well, actually, did you see, you know, the Jim Steig with the great mustache. Jim's had that mustache since the 70s, I think. But Gene's still up there, and we got the Packers.
With the 41st selection, the Packers have chosen wide receiver from Texas A&M, Robert Ferguson. St. Louis is on the clock.
Okay, well, now here's a Packer wide receiver in the 2nd round.
Big wideout, Chris. I think that's certainly what you're looking for if you're the Green Bay Packers. And certainly you need help at that position. We know that. Guys that they may have looked at early on were gone. You look at Robert Ferguson, you talk about size, 6'1½", 208 pounds out of the junior college ranks. Tyler Junior College only played 1 season for R.C. Slocum, but he made the most of that opportunity. And really, had it not been for an ankle injury late in the year, remember that Oklahoma game, he wasn't 100%. Maybe the Aggies, led by Robert Ferguson, upset the Sooners and hand them their only loss of the season. Here in the snow, you see the moves and you see the ability in the open field for a kid his size. This is another one of those juniors that comes out early, drops down just a bit. When had he gone back to A&M, he would have been a much higher pick. So he had talked about Ryan Pickett at the end of the first round to the Rams. Had he gone back, he would have been a top 10 pick. You can rest assured, had Robert Ferguson gone back to A&M and produced the kind of results he did this year and duplicated that, you'd have been talking about him in the top 10 to 15. So in terms of value for the Green Bay Packers, you have to like it.
And the only question is he able to leap tall buildings with a single bound? Because that's what we're looking at right now. Afternoon in New York. Robert Ferguson, there's some help for Brett Favre that Ron Wolf had mentioned. When we come back, here come the Rams again.
She's in the black Bonneville.
Bonneville with Magnisteer for handling so precise it can even outmaneuver itself.
Stop all black Bonnevilles.
Bonneville SSEI, luxury with attitude.
Now, during the Pontiac 75th anniversary, you can get $1,000 cash back on any new 2001 Bonneville.
See your Pontiac dealer today.
No way. Yes way. I got $1 if you can do it. What can you get with $1? You can get a 20-minute phone call. No way. Yes way. How? Dial 10 cents to 20. All calls of 20 minutes, only 99 cents. 20 minutes for 99 cents. And only 7 cents a minute after that. That's really cheap. And no monthly fee. I will take that $1. I'd hate to be that guy.
Dial 1010-220.
Hey, Mr. Toolbelt, why don't you change your oil every 3,000 miles? And remember, women know when you lie. I mean, missed oil changes. You know better. Come on, consider the risk. This is reformulated Quaker State. Protection beyond 3,000 miles under any driving conditions. Can you say insurance? Because I could say I told you so. Reformulated Quaker State. What more do you need to know?
Buy Quaker State and save big on Rain-X products.
This weekend, Enterprise Rent-A-Car announces special low rates from just $9.99 a day. Friday till Monday from just $9.99 a day. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
1-800-RENT-A-CAR. In the battle against athlete's foot, you gotta have, boom, tough-actin Tinactin. Tinactin pump spray is clinically proven to stop the severe itching and burning of athlete's foot. Tinactin is so tough it even prevents athlete's foot. So get, boom, tough-actin Tinactin.
ESPN's presentation of the NFL Draft is brought to you by Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Call 1-800-RENT-A-CAR. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up. And by Quaker State Motor Oil for protection beyond 3,000 miles under any driving conditions.
We welcome you back to our coverage of the draft up here at our ESPN studios with Mike Golick, Ron Jaworski, Sean Salisbury, and Hank Goldberg. We just saw St. Louis and Green Bay with back-to-back picks, and Kurt Warner and Brett Favre. Those are teams with a franchise quarterback. And throughout our 2 days of draft coverage, we're going to be sharing the results of a poll of the majority of NFL general managers, player personnel directors. One of the questions we asked is, a franchise quarterback still necessary to win a championship? 60% said yes, 40% of the decision makers said no. And this is all in the light of Baltimore winning with a quarterback who they cut in Trent Dilfer. Mr. Golick.
I would, the best athletes, sorry guys, are on defense.
Yeah, right.
Please. There they are. That's the bottom line.
4 hours. We waited to hear that from you?
Believe me, I've been wanting to say it for a while. No, you know, you saw it last year, even if the Giants won, Kerry Collins wasn't a franchise quarterback. A lot of people are talking up Tampa Bay now. Well, Brad Johnson's not a franchise quarterback if they were to go on and win it. So, no, I don't think you have to have a franchise quarterback.
You know what I think? If you're not going to have a franchise quarterback, you better be darn good at 21 other positions. That's the way I feel, because you look at the Ravens, great defense. Quarterback just had to fit in, didn't have to make special plays. But most of the time, in my opinion, the Warners, the Favres, the Elways, the great ones have to stick out, because there's going to come five or six times in a game or 10 times in a season where that player is going to have to make a play when all the adversity hits, and the great ones will make the positive play.
But who are the franchise quarterbacks now? Look at just the retirements in the last 3-4 years. Aikman, Young, Marino, Moon, and so on and so on.
There's 3 of them.
Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning is
Favre, and Warner.
And
That's
Warner,
it. That is it.
And by the way, Warner
he fell out of the clouds, but here he falls down. And, you know, it's like, right in here. You didn't expect us to be on or something? So anyway, you've got like 80% of the top quarterbacks were drafted 1 through 4. And I'm going to remind you, the 2 Super Bowl quarterbacks, though they've had their problems with their career, were both #1 picks.
That's correct. You know, and the quarterback really is the heartbeat of a football team. He touches the ball on every single play. He is the guy that mostly determines the outcome of the football game. There is no doubt. There's always an aberration, you know, a Trent Dilfer, a Joe Kapp, a David Willey takes his team to a Super Bowl. But for the most part, if the quarterback has a great season, he gives his team the best chance to win it all.
Mike, bad decision makers will not take the team to the Super Bowl. You got to make good decisions, and great ones make great decisions in big games.
Does Atlanta make the statement by trading up to #1 and moving 3 picks and a player in Tim Dwight that they're saying Michael Vick is a franchise quarterback?
Oh, they're certainly banking on it. Whenever a #1 pick, absolutely right. They're banking on him being that.
And
is he a franchise?
Well, you know, time will tell. He's 20 years old.
I understand.
Franchise potential as far as his physical skills. Guy's got to play. We got to see him when real bullets are flying, not when he's out there throwing it shorts and looking
The hardest part
pretty.
of this game to learn, he has to learn it. He can run, he can make plays, but he's got to stand in the quarterback.
The things he does have, you can't teach.
One of my old coaches, Chuck Knox, said, you know, all potential does is get you beat. You got to go out there and
coach is fired, right?
We'll hear more from you guys as the draft continues, and then tomorrow on our ESPN and ESPN2 coverage, Jacksonville, a team with Mark Brunell, who some at times said is a franchise-type quarterback, waiting for their selection as round 2 of the draft continues. Our coverage on ESPN, which goes till 7, then switches over to ESPN2, and we're with you for every pick tomorrow as well. So check in early and often.
I wanted my children to have a good role model. One who wasn't a hero because he made a lot of money or because on the screen he artfully killed his enemies. I found that role model, one who forgave his enemies and who loves equally every person of every race. I found a hero who said, I love you this much, and spread out his arms and died so that we can have life. I found Jesus Christ.
There's a miracle just waiting for you. Come and join us.
Haul away big savings on Venture Tech trailers from Menards. They're fully assembled and ready to roll. This 5x8-foot model hauls over 1,500 pounds. On sale, $499. Protect trailers, boats, or cars with Versatube steel shelters with slip-fit connectors to make assembly simple. A 12x20-foot model is $599. A 20x20-foot unit is $899. Plus, don't pay till 2002, only at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Catfish, what a great arm. Who is that kid anyway?
Of course he's got a great arm, Buttermaker. He's the best athlete in the area. But you don't understand. That's Kelly Leak.
You guys talking about Kelly Leak?
Yeah.
That dude is a bad mother. Talking about a loan shark. I borrowed a nickel from him last week. He said if I can give him a dime by Friday, he'd break my arm.
That's su bandito.
Baseball Today, Sundays at noon on ESPN2.
Oh, look at that.
Anna,
Do you like it?
is it comfortable, right? Yes?
Yeah, that's just Stanley Cup.
We are back in New York, just about midway through the second round here. Pretty fast-moving. Dick Vermeil doesn't waste any time. The St. Louis Rams, who have the most picks, with 12 of them overall, 3 first-rounder and 2 twos. We've had their first second-round pick, and that was the one that they got in compensation for letting Dick Vermeil go to coach the Kansas City Chiefs. This is the so-called Vermeil pick, and it's Tommy Polley, linebacker, Florida State, just the 3rd linebacker to go in this draft. Mel, that's a pretty good value pick. We know he can move.
He can run, Chris. You're talking about 4.5 plus speed. You look at a guy, Tommy Polley, very dedicated. I mean, he had that knee injury at the Nokia Sugar Bowl, the national championship game, then came back that quickly. You're talking about a quick rehab from the knee. Didn't play quite as well in terms of impact plays, but he still had 100 tackles this past season. He went to the Senior Bowl. He was 218 pounds. Then, during the individual testing, he was back up even at the combine to about 235. So Tommy Polley, when I saw him at the Senior Bowl, he said, I don't want to hear about the knee injury. Don't even mention it. It's over. It's in my past.
And that was against Michael Vick, right?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that's when he was hurt in that national championship.
You know what this pick and this draft is all about for the Rams? It goes back to that Monday night game they lost against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. when their linebackers couldn't get to the sidelines to get work done or any of those guys, that game exposed all their weaknesses, and it triggered the reaction we are seeing today. And this pick falls right in line with that.
Gets back
it's
to
speed. Mark Fields they signed too. Mark Fields may not be able to do some things, but he can run. This guy can run.
That gets back to the Vikings. They went running back, and they didn't go defense.
Right.
And that's where I think you have to look at it. The St. Louis Rams are saying, hey, we're emphasizing defense. Tommy Polley, by the way, from Dunbar High in Baltimore, where he was also a great basketball player.
From Baltimore, Maryland. The St. Louis Rams, as we told you, they gave up close to 500 points, scoring 540 and what was 471. Here are their picks, and they have another second-round pick to come. So defensive tackle, safety, defensive end, linebacker. So they've hit all the food groups so far. You know, they got the green vegetable, we got the potatoes, we got the starch.
I wonder if they mill their own grain.
Unfortunately, the refrigerator was very, very empty, and they needed to fill up every part of that food group in
They
there.
probably will be filling up some more.
There wasn't a whole lot in there.
This is reminiscent of Ron Wolf when he said a couple years, I'm going to keep drafting defensive backs. And he did, I think, 3 of the first 4. So Jacksonville then comes, and here's the 5th offensive player for Michigan chosen in the first round and a half. It's big tackle Mo Williams. He goes to Jacksonville, who lost Searcy.
Well, I was very critical of the Jaguars' first-round option when they took Marcus Stroud over Hutchinson and over Kenyatta Walker. Now, you have to applaud this choice. I think Tom Coughlin and company were able to steal a guy who was a right tackle at Michigan wearing number 54. He was a former defensive end. You see that fiery approach that he brings. Needs to become a little more consistent from a technical standpoint. Struggled some at the Senior Bowl against defensive end Cedric Scott from Southern Mississippi, but he's athletic enough certainly to be a guard. Some feel he can in time be a left tackle. So for Jacksonville, they needed to recover more after passing on Walker and passing on Hutchinson, going Stroud. To find him Brees Williams at the 43rd spot, they have to feel very fortunate.
Really good rebound by Tom Coughlin. And I had more than one line coach tell me prior to this draft that the lineman with the most upside, in other words, you watch Maurice Williams in 3 years, he could end up being a big-time payoff. That's the type of potential he has.
Well, if you're talking about investing the money you are in Mark Brunell, one of the problems they had early in the year last year was the fact that Mark just got beat up and had to run around for his life, and there was very little depth on the offensive line. Last year's second-round pick, Brad Meester. So now you start to add parts of your offensive line. Now you add Williams. All of a sudden, this old offensive line where Leon Searcy's gone, now all of a sudden starts to get a little bit younger, and Mark Brunell's got to sit there and say, if somebody goes down, I've got somebody to fill in.
Now, I know as a Notre Dame guy, it's going to be hard to sing this fight song, but I mean, whether you root for Michigan or not, is this not one of the great...
I don't know it.
Yes, you do.
I do not know it. I don't want to know it. I'm sorry, I don't recognize it.
Hail to Michigan. Best version I ever heard was when they played in '76 in the national championship game. They played on the electric guitar at the Spectrum in the national championship game for basketball against Indiana. At any rate, 5 guys. But a team just about as busy on the draft board, the Seattle Seahawks. And here are the picks thus far made by Mike Holmgren and company up in Seattle. Corin Robinson, big wide receiver from NC State. And then we'll ask about it in a minute. Steve Hutchinson, a guy, boy, a lot of people had a lot higher than this guard from Michigan. And he goes later on in the first round. And then just a few moments ago, quarterback Ken Lucas from Ole Miss. And now our fast-acting, 10-acting video conference. We go all the way out to Seattle and bring in the, well, let's see. Let me get started way at the top. The president / general manager / head coach / deputy to the mayor of Maui / salmon connoisseur Mike Holmgren.
Please.
Well, you know, you are the original / Michael,
good to see you.
Good to see you. Very busy. Let me start right at the top with Corin Robinson. He moved down a couple of spots dealing with your mentor, Bill Walsh, and yet you knew you'd get one of the 2 receivers. You had said before that maybe, boy, a receiver in the first round, I'm not sure. He was too good to pass up, Corin Robinson?
I think so, Chris. He gives us something that we didn't have, a different type of player. As you know, I like both David Terrell and Corin Robinson. Our staff is kind of split on in just a little difference on the type of player each was, but we both thought they were very special players. And when I talked to Bill this morning and he wanted to move up, it allowed me to get a 3rd-round pick, the pick I used for Hasselbeck earlier, and it was very attractive, and I knew I would get a great player.
Some say, workouts not as hard-nosed as you might like by Gordon Robertson? I mean, you've done all the investigation. You think once he sees what's available to him in this sort of offense that that won't be a problem?
Yeah, that never bothered me too much. I think in his last workout, the workout that bothered a lot of people, particularly his 40-yard dash time, he was clearly hurt. He probably shouldn't even have called that workout, and I think he worked out to show everyone how willing he was, how tough he was, and really he got some bad advice. You just put on the film and see what he does on film, and you know he's a good football player. And then in my individual interview with him at Indianapolis, I spent a long time with him, and I came away saying, I like this young man, and so then it was easy.
Let me ask you about Steve Hutchinson, because, I mean, now here's a player that I think you certainly assume will be long gone by the time you made this pick.
You know, we really did. I was very surprised. We had Steve going earlier. When I came to work this morning, I really didn't think that we were going to have a shot at him, and I was kind of looking in a different direction. But there, I also made this promise to myself that I would not stretch in the draft for a need necessarily. I wanted to take the best player available. Clearly, he was the best player on our board at that particular time. And I think he brings some real toughness and hard-nosed activity to our offensive line, and he's going to get a chance to compete for the starting position now.
Oh, no question about that. Then you pick Ken Lucas, but rather than discuss him, well, you really had a very busy offseason. Let me start first with Matt Hasselbeck, a guy who you knew from Green Bay. Is he able to come right in, grasp what he's supposed to do, and make it immediate? Yes, he's going to start a quarterback, but where's the learning curve with him? I mean, is he ready to come in and start?
Well, he's ready to come in and start, Chris, but there will be a learning curve because really he's played in preseason games. He understands our offense, which is a plus for him. He's a very bright guy and a willing guy, which is a plus. His teammates like him already, which is another plus. But let's let him play some games. He's going to make some crazy mistakes in there, but his upside is really very good in my opinion, and I was really happy to get him. He was the guy I wanted, and we were able to get him.
John Randall, Chad Eaton, Marcus Robertson back at safety, Levon Kirkland. Can you go right back up and compete with Denver and Oakland and win this division? I mean, are these moves made exactly for that?
Well, you know what? I'm not going to make any predictions. Last year I felt we really had a chance to get into the playoffs, and it didn't work that way, and I was very disappointed in how we played in certain areas. We addressed those areas head on this offseason. I brought in some players that some people thought, okay, their best years are behind them, they're a little bit older. My personal opinion is that we brought in players that we needed desperately for leadership. I still think they can play a few years, otherwise we wouldn't have done it. And I think we can be better than we were last year right away just because of what we did in this offseason.
There are the additions we mentioned. I want to ask about one other possible addition, and it wouldn't happen until June, and it's someone that you and I both know very, very well, and that, of course, is Jerry Rice. Is there still a chance, a good chance? I mean, I know there will be negotiations, but that Jerry Rice could be playing for Seattle? I mean, could we see that?
I think Jerry would be a great addition for us, and I think he, as a veteran player, of course, he'd have a great effect on our young receivers, and we have young receivers, obviously. He's going to have some choices, in my opinion. Now, I hope Seattle's at the top of his list. He had a great visit when he came in here. It was good seeing him. You know, we go a long ways back. But he's going to have some choices, so it'll be up to him. I think he would help us, certainly, and I know he wants to play a couple more years.
Well, you did explain to him that number 80 is the one number, you know, in the Hall of Fame for the Seahawks. He couldn't have that with Largent, although that'd be about 300 touchdowns if he added that up. He knows that, right, Mike?
You know what? He was great about that. We did talk about that, really. And he said, hey, you know, Steve Largent, he thinks the world of. Steve deserved that number to be retired here. And then Jerry he goes, just give me something. I just want to play.
Well, go back in the war room, have a little salmon. Appreciate the work you've done thus far in the draft. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, Chris. You guys are off to a great start. I like how you're sharing the minutes. That's good.
Well, I got Joe and Mel and Mort. I mean, I got places to dish it off here. Thanks, Mike.
Okay.
Pal, they always say bullion, Mike Holmgren. Now Washington on the clock, and now they are ready to roll.
Speaking of Washington here, Chris, real quick.
Well, speaking of Gene Washington.
With the 45th selection, the Redskins have chosen defensive back from Mississippi State, Fred Smoot.
Well, you know what?
Bills are on the clock.
Now, this is fascinating.
That's what I was going to say. During the time that you were doing your interview with Mike Holmgren, having on pretty good information here that Marty Schottenheimer had a long conversation with Fred Smoot. Obviously to talk about the reasons Fred has dropped this far and whether he was going to be a good fit there for Marty Schottenheimer, a no-nonsense coach. And now, certainly, when you have Deion Sanders and Darrell Green, not to mention Champ Bailey, you bring in Smoot, pretty interesting.
Morty's the best cover guy, I thought, in the draft. You know, a guy that was an outstanding player at Hines Community College, and he went to Mississippi State, played in the SEC for Jackie Sherrill, came up with big play after big play, 10 interceptions over that 2-year period, 28 pass breakups, very confident, we know that, loves to talk, loves to get into the mind of the receiver he's going against, and it was up to the challenge week after week in the toughest conference in college football, the SEC. Now, you know, the big question, talk about the off-the-field concerns for it. One bench press rep is all Fred Smoot did. He's got to get in the weight room, show a little bit more dedication to get his frame. He's 5'11 and a half. He's about 170 pounds. He has to get stronger when he's transitioning into the NFL.
He's going. We talk about Aeneas Williams being added to St. Louis. We talk about a Jerry Rice possibly going to Seattle as a wide receiver guy who can help people out. He has got a collection of defensive backs around him that if he doesn't learn from them or couldn't learn from them, then he just couldn't play in this league. You've got Darrell Green, you've got Champ Bailey, who's one of the top 2 or 3 in the league today, and of course Deion Sanders. People don't understand that Deion has a terrific work ethic, and there's a lot to be learned, so a lot of information for Fred Smoot to take advantage of. The question is, will he?
Well, I mean, there's no question he has first-round ability. I mean, you know, this was interesting. A lot of people, before they did their homework and Smoot's falling, said that he might go to Washington in the first round, right? I mean, so...
That was entirely possible, Chris. No question about it. That's one of their key need areas, and they feel like now they've filled it in round 2.
If you're looking for Sports Center, that is on ESPN 2 right now. We are here from noon out in Hawaii. And we still have some bargains. Like a Fred Smoot ability, it was one of them. Here's some more, Mel.
No question. Chris Chambers, we had talked about in the mid to late first round. If it had been taken there, nobody could have criticized that choice. Chris Chambers is going to be an outstanding pick for somebody in the mid to late portion of round 2. You look at some of the other players that we have projected in the second round, that pretty much is this entire group outside of Shaun Rogers, the medical question mark. You look at the linebackers, we knew they'd all go in the second round. The one Kareem McKenzie, guys, looked like a first-round pick, did not play up to that level this past season. That's why he is dropped. But he brings some versatility, can play